Chapter 126. 2 days later, I have completed 5,000 thrusts without a single failure. Out of that 5,001 was special, the thrust was so perfect that the ripple in the barrier was 3 times the normal size. The swordsmanship skill still hasn't leveled up, so I am guessing I have to master Pierce before I can unlock the next sword form. I also finished reading the How to Make a Skeleton book. I am going to have to permanently sacrifice some of my demonic power to make it, but I think it will be worth it. But first, I have to make a skeleton body. If I don't make a body, the sacrifice is much higher. So, I have been using Fangbear bones to practice since I have never made a skeleton before. Of course, the final skeleton will be made from the drake bones, but only after I have practiced a few times first. After going through my pouch, I decided to get rid of all the other bones I have collected anyway. I would rather keep the drake's bones. Luckily, the skeleton doesn't have to be exact. The spell will fill in the details, so I don't have to remember the 100+ bones that make up a body. As long as the massive bones and the size of the skeleton are close to the goal, the spell will fill in the details. As part of the process, I will be able to sacrifice some of my skills to give them to the skeleton. I really wish I had known that before I learned the Supreme Swordsmanship. I could have given all those skills to the skeleton. As I continue to practice making humanish bones, the pile of completed bones in the corner of the room keeps growing. At the rate I am going, it will soon look like a mass grave. But I can't think of any other use for those bones. After the skeleton, I have decided to make a bow and arrows for Miria from the drake bone. Since I can't use my forge here without Ruby, Scrimshaw is pretty much the only craft I can work on. But it gives me something to do while I am resting after training with the sword. Besides, I really like the idea of having a skeleton minion to help me with the battles ahead. I have been running from one battle to another since I arrived in this world. This is the first time I've been able to really relax. A long time training and improving without having to worry about being attacked is a good thing right now. The fact that the time lost outside is going to be very small also helps a lot. As I think of it, I check Drog's position. He has moved a little west. By that, I can guess that morning has arrived outside, and they have left the road to head west. Through all the trials and the time since it has been about 2 weeks for me, while outside has been a few hours. From the speed Drog is moving, it looks like they are not running, meaning the plan worked, and the soldiers didn't catch up to them. This lessens my worries for them by a lot. It means I can focus on improving myself and escaping. Although, since I am going to be here for a long time, maybe I should think about improving the living conditions. After all, the trial rooms are just plain empty rooms where I can't even hang my hammock. I can't pass the barrier, but the barrier isn't right outside the trials. There is a space of normal rock. From what I felt from the barrier, it is a sphere, meaning if I cut in at an angle back towards the barrier, there should be a lot of normal space where I can make a room. With that decided, I put aside the scrimshaw and take my pickaxe out of the pouch and head for the cave outside the trials. Based on the curve of the barrier, there should be about 10 feet between the corner of the last room and the barrier. If I cut a tunnel about 10 feet long from that point, the available space should grow to at least 50 feet between the barrier and the walls of the trial. However, I don't really think I will need much space. Room to hang my hammock, a cooking area, and maybe a bathtub. After a bit of experimenting, I found that I can't use Zap directly to cook because it damages the pot, but I can use it to heat rocks and then use them to make stew. It just takes a bit of effort. Every swing of the pickaxe shatters the rocks in front of me. With my current strength, it is too easy. As I cut the tunnel and the room, I find no traces of ore or anything else interesting. Cutting the tunnel and the room ends up taking me 2 days. But the time spent is worth it. Dine. Congratulations. Skill mining has progressed to level 10. Mining level 10? Star +10 and +5. You are adept at mining ore. When I see the question marks, I dig into the pouch and pull out an average beast core. Now I will only have 1 left. I wonder what skill will be the next I need to evolve. Would you like to use the average beast core to evolve skill mining? Congratulations. Mining has evolved into expert mining. Expert mining level 11, star +12 and +6. You are an expert at mining ore. I wonder what comes after expert. Is it advanced or master? And what type of beast core will I need to evolve it again? It will probably be a while before I have to worry about it. As I was mining out the corridor and room, I set aside the densest chunks of rock to use for cooking. Since zap damages them each time, they will eventually be destroyed, but the denser they are, the longer they will last. If I do end up here for years, I will eventually run out and have to mine more. Several more days pass as I continue to improve my living conditions and practice the Pierce form. I can now perform it perfectly about 1 in 50 times. At this rate, I should master it in about a month. Being able to use my hammock and get a good night's sleep does wonders for my mental health. I wake up, eat a little, and then practice the Pierce form until I am completely exhausted. I plan to do this time after time until I master it. Once I see what happens when I master it, I will decide my future course. Whiting, congratulations. Skill Weapon Master has progressed to level 2. Weapon Master level 2 speed and damage with all weapons plus 10%. You are capable with all weapon types. Huh, I thought that skill was deleted with all the others? I will take it though. The 10% damage boost is very nice since it applies to Blitz. A quick test, and I can see that the ripples in the barrier are bigger. Not only that, but the speed of the thrust is noticeably better even though it wasn't a perfect strike. Assuming the higher forms are more powerful, I might just get out of here sooner than I thought. Chapter 127. That is getting a bit ahead of myself, though. There is still a lot of hard work I need to put in to learn and master these forms. My main problem now is boredom. Just practicing the sword all day, every day is going to drive me mad. But if I do other things, then it will take longer to get out of here. If I completely focus, I think I can get out of here in a year. The question is, will I still be sane by the end of the year? But if I do other things, so I am not as bored, it could take as long as 2 years. Also, the more bored I am, the more loneliness will be an issue. In my past life, I would go days or weeks without talking to anyone, but that was when I had manga to read. Also, I was very lazy and never really exercised. This is the complete opposite, doing nothing but exercise and being bored the whole time. I don't think I can do it. Chronotia and Saronia said they would try to show up if I open the Soulscape. That would help with the loneliness. And I do have questions I still want to ask. Like why the Drake didn't have a mana core. I spent hours searching for one. Does that mean it isn't a mana beast? If so, then what is it? Yet it has only been a few hours outside. I can't bother them again yet. I should wait at least a month before I open another Soulscape. That way enough time will have passed outside for Layla to have received the message and medallion. It would probably be better for my training if I just temporarily forget about everything in the outside world. The more I can focus, the faster I can escape and rejoin my friends. Yeah, for now I should focus completely on mastering Pierce. When I can't stand it anymore, I will carve bones. 2 weeks later. Hiding, congratulations. Skill Supreme Swordsmanship has progressed to level 2. Supreme Swordsmanship level 2 Pierce, a blinding fast thrust with maximum power, / the power to cut through almost anything. More attacks will unlock as level increases. Finally, I mastered it. Without even looking at the new form, I walk away from the barrier and don't even think about a sword for 2 days. Using the Pierce form more than 10,000 times a day for 2 weeks has left me mentally exhausted. I have even started having dreams of using Pierce endlessly. After 2 days resting and doing a little scrimshaw, I am finally relaxed enough to pull up the information for the / form. Studying the instructions, I learned that it isn't a simple maneuver like the name suggests. It is actually 2 cuts in an X pattern that are so fast it looks like one swing. This is far more difficult than the Pierce form and will take a lot longer to even learn, let alone master. I can't help but wonder just how difficult the remaining forms are going to be. If the difficulty keeps increasing at this rate, it might take me 10 years to master everything. Then again, humans have spent entire lifetimes to become a master of a martial art or weapon skill, so I shouldn't be surprised. I am starting to think that mastering the sword is a bit too ambitious for my current situation. I decide to sit down and eat and think through all my options again, and pick the one that seems fastest. After thinking for a while, I start to think raising my rank might be best. After all, the gods were killed by demons. That should mean that demons are able to match gods in power somewhat. So if I increase my power base, the strength of my swordsmanship will increase as well. The next rank should be easy enough to get, after all. Thanks to the shadow demons, I only need 17% more. That will be my next goal. Once I see how hard it will be to get rank 3, I will reconsider. So the next morning I wake up and start my new routine. First, I practice the slash form for a few hours. Then after I eat, I use all my demonic power to zap the barrier. Then I meditate until my demonic power is full, and then use all of it to work on my core. Then I meditate to refill again, and then start the process over. Core upgrade progress, 90% plus 10 DP, then the next day. Core upgrade progress, 100% plus 100 DP. Congratulations. You have progressed to rank 2, plus 20 to all stats. New ability, demonic body level. Max end plus 20 horsepower, plus 100 physical resist, plus 10 magic resist, plus 5. Well, that is awesome. Too bad it is all defensive, but still pretty awesome. It doesn't really help me with my current situation, but it will make me much harder to kill once I get out of here. Then I try working on my core again, except nothing happens. I completely deplete my demonic power, but my core progress remains at 0. I will keep trying after I rest, but maybe rank 2 is as high as meditation can take me. I was so sure I would be able to go further and build up my power this way. If I can't progress to the next rank at least, then I am going to have to count on swordsmanship. That means spending at least 10 years in here to master the sword, which means months at least will pass outside. If I am not around, will everyone be able to survive for months? Will they even be able to escape the soldiers? Can they make it to the rebels in the forest without me? No way! I can't let them be hurt. I have to figure out a way to raise my rank at least one more time. Chapter 128. After that thought crosses my mind, I immediately jump to my feet and run back into the Drake's room. My hope is I can open the doors back to the other trials. Maybe I can retake the trials. If so, then I can feed on more shadow demons. Unfortunately, the doors back to the rest of the trials don't budge no matter what I do to them. Although I do manage to vent some frustration by trying to beat them into submission. Well, that option is gone. Only 2 choices now. Either I figure out how to force my core to upgrade, or I focus completely on swordsmanship. I will spend the next few days trying to work on my core. If I can't figure it out by then, I will focus on the sword. With that in mind, I decide to meditate and take a look at my core. Normally, I would just chip away at my core little by little until my demonic power is drained. Since I hit rank 2, that hasn't been having any effect. So now I need to figure out a different way to do it. First, I tried changing the manifestation of my will into different elements to see if anything affects the core. None of the elements, not even lightning, have any effect at all on my core, so that isn't the answer. Normally, I would work at my core with the minimum demonic power. Maybe if I use more at a time to create a stronger effect. Trying it quickly depletes my power reserve, but it seems like I am on the right track. So after meditating for 10 hours to fill my power reserve, I decide to try it again. This time, I use all of my demonic power at once. There is an effect, although it only amounts to a few scratches, but I am on the right track. I meditate to refill my power again and try again using all my power. This time, I focus more intently to hold the power to a single point. It works a bit better, but it is still sloppy. It isn't the power that is lacking, it is my focus. Losing 10 hours every time I fail to refill my demonic power is very frustrating, but it is still better than losing 10 years to master the sword. Although it is a gamble, even if I make it to rank 3, there is no guarantee that it will increase my power enough to beat the barrier. But since I can't think of any other alternatives, I just have to keep trying until I do it right. Several days pass and the frustration mounts, until I can't control my anger anymore and just try to smash my core with everything I have. It doesn't work, of course, since I don't have anywhere near the power needed to hurt my core. But the next time I try, I am able to calm myself and focus just enough for it to have an effect. Core upgrade progress, 1%. Congratulations. You have unlocked the special stat willpower. Willpower plus 1. What? A new stat? What is that supposed to mean? Status. Name, Ash race, Black Lion, Demon Beast type. Unique demon rank, 2 titles. 3. The Merciful Blessed by the Light, Anti-Hero HP. 2072 divided by 2072 DP, 520 divided by 520 strength, 249 agility, 223 endurance, 213 intelligence, 149 wisdom, 185 charisma, 75 willpower, 1 unspent points. 50, seriously? It gave me an entirely new stat just for this. Okay, fine. Let's put all my unspent points into willpower then. Points cannot be added to willpower. Stupid system. Just shut up and do what I tell you. Points cannot be added to willpower. Needless to say, I lose quite a bit of time in ranting and swearing, but in the end, my willpower is still just 1, so I am guessing the willpower stat represents my focus. So increasing it will hopefully make working on my core easier. The problem now is how to raise it since I can't use my unspent points on it. Since I don't know enough and can't think of a way to raise the stat I return to my routine, it is less frustrating now that I know I can make progress, but it still isn't as fast as I want it to be. The 10 hours after every attempt is the worst part. I wish the meditate skill could evolve. Then again, I am looking at months of effort, not years. I need to calm myself and stop getting frustrated. When I am meditating, I am fine. My mind clears, and my emotions are under control. But as soon as meditation ends, I get swamped by frustration and worry. Time is my enemy. I am worried about time because I am worried about my friends. So I need to stop worrying about my friends somehow, because my worry is making this take longer. I give up for now on my core and get something to eat while I consider things. If I want to see my friends again, I need to get out of here. To stop worrying. The only thing I can do is learn to trust them to take care of themselves. I force myself to carefully think through all their strengths and abilities. I trust them to fight with me, so I should be able to trust them to fight without me. Once I settle my mind, I climb in my hammock to get some real sleep. After I wake up and eat, I return to working on my core and 2 days pass. Core upgrade progress, 3% willpower plus 1. As soon as my willpower goes up again, it gets a little easier to focus on what I am doing. It is strange to see results in real time like that. It does help encourage me to keep going though. Core upgrade progress, 10% plus 10 DP willpower plus 1. Core upgrade progress, 20% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress, 25% willpower plus 1. Just like that, I realize a month has passed since I started working on my core. At this rate, I should be able to get rank 3 in 3 or 4 months, but I need a distraction for a bit. My brain feels like it is going to melt if I meditate anymore. It has been long enough. A chat with the goddesses if they show up should help. Maybe they have some information about demons that can help me. After all, they battled them for who knows how long. They must have learned something. Chapter 129. Create Soulscape. The goddesses don't appear right away, but that is not really a problem. I lay back on the grass and enjoy the sunshine. That is when I realize part of the problem I have been having. My emotions have been out of whack because I am trapped underground again and I hate it. They say that knowing is half the battle, but knowing what is bothering me doesn't really help since I am trapped. After a bit of time passes, I get a little bored. So with a thought, I create a big screen TV and start watching anime. Just because I have seen them multiple times doesn't mean I can't enjoy watching them again. I am about halfway through one of my favorite series when I feel a presence appear behind me. When I turn to look, I am surprised to see both Krenosha and Saronia. I was sure they would be too busy to both come, but it is a pleasant surprise. Hello, Krenosha. Saronia, welcome. With a thought, I create a big, comfy couch for them to sit on and a small table with drinks on it. Because I was watching anime, I created soda instead of tea without realizing it. When they drink it after saying hello, they both look startled. So I end up spending the first little while explaining the food and drinks of my world and even creating some examples for them. I don't really mind. It is kind of fun to just hang out and not think about the important stuff. After a while, I even stop thinking of them as goddesses and just treat them like friends. It takes even more time to explain when they ask what I was watching when they arrived. So I find myself explaining anime. As anime is one of my oldest loves, I end up talking to them about it for hours and even showing them examples. I get carried away since it is one of my favorite subjects. I only get brought back to reality at one of Saronia's comments. Saronia says, "Oh, so the main character got summoned to another world? Is this why you adapted so quickly?" Partially, yeah. I watched and read a lot of stories like that. I also played a lot of games set in a fantasy world, and a lot of the theories in them turned out to be fairly accurate. Krenosha says, "So, What you are saying is you spent most of your first life training for this one? Well, it wasn't intended to be that way. But yeah, I guess I did. We share a laugh and continue talking about anime. Saronia is especially interested in the leveling systems in the anime, which makes sense since she is going to be controlling the level system for the humans eventually. So I show her more anime with level systems. Then we move on to manga. I even teach her about D&D to give her another point of view. I do my best to explain balancing classes and setting restrictions since I don't know how the Orb of Arcat works. Krenosha says, our time is running short, as fun as this is. So if you have questions now is the time. Okay. First of all, why didn't the drake's body have a mana core? Krenosha says, because a drake is a greater monster, not a mana beast. The mana beasts are man-made, greater monsters are natural. So the dragons that destroyed the Empire were also greater monsters. Krenosha says, yes, Duke Dagon didn't make them. He tried to control them and failed. What makes them greater monsters? Saronia says. A greater monster is a classification used for monsters that are deemed capable of destroying a city on their own. Are there other greater monsters besides drakes and dragons? Cernoia says, a few, but luckily they are rare and tend to sleep a lot. Krenosha says, there are the Cyclops and Titans, as well as several that live in the deep ocean, but you shouldn't ever encounter them, so the dragons are all asleep. I don't have to worry about them? Saronia says yes. They are only active when magic is at the peak. You mean the hero summoning time? Krenosha says, no. Magic rises and falls over centuries. That creates the hero summoning times. But magic also rises and falls over eons. That is the peak we are referring to. Okay, when is the next peak? Saronia says, not for another 1,000 years or so. Well, it is good. I won't have to deal with them. Wait, do the drakes sleep like that too? Saronia says, yes, they wake up easier than the others, but they sleep almost as much. Why? Doesn't that mean it will be a long time before the drake is reborn? Krenosha says yes. I am sorry. Guess I won't be meeting him again in this life. The sisters are quiet for a minute while I am saddened by the news. I only knew the drake for a short time. I can't understand why it is affecting me so much. I shake my head several times to try and clear it so I can return to the conversation. Second question. What can you tell me about demons? Specifically unique demons. Krenosha says, what do you want to know? Everything. I don't know what will help me on my path, so please just tell me everything you can. The sisters turn to look at each other. They seem to be communicating. Why would they need to discuss my request? Did I somehow find a touchy subject? Saronia sighs and says, okay, we will tell you, but you can't pass on this information to anyone. We spent a lot of effort to remove this from the history of humans. What happened that you went through so much effort to hide it? Krenosha says, it has to do with the nature of the continent and the origin of the demons. For starters, you know the shape of this continent? And about the land bridge, right? Yeah, I've seen some of it at least, Saronia says. That is all a lie. This continent and the land bridge are all just a large peninsula of the main continent? I don't understand. Can you show me? Saronia nods, and then a globe slowly takes shape between us and my mouth drops open. The goddesses remain silent and allow me to slowly absorb the information I am seeing. The globe shows a scale hard for me to understand. This world is at least 3 times the size of the Earth. Then I focus on our continent. Just as Saronia said, it is only a peninsula of a much larger continent. The peninsula is about the landmass of Europe, where the main continent is at least 3 times the size of Asia. Do the demons control all of that? Krenosha says, no, not as far as we know anyway. What do you mean? Krenosha says, we haven't been able to see the main continent for 2,000 years. I think maybe you should start at the beginning. Chapter 130, Krenosha says. All right, but please keep your questions for after. Saronia says, we will start with the summoning of the first demon. You see, back then, our followers were only one of 3 great empires on the continent. There were also numerous small kingdoms. But the empires are what is important for the story. As Saronia talks, the globe unfolds into a square map that just shows the continent. As she talks, lines appear on it to show the borders of all the nations. The first thing I notice is that only about half the continent is covered by the lines. Saronia says, we were at war with the empire to the south on the map, and we were doing just fine. That is, until the other empire joined the war by attacking us, Krenosha says. Fighting a war on two fronts against equal opponents wasn't possible, so we looked for other ways to fight. The Empire's archmage at the time summoned a demon. It was rank 5 when he summoned it and let it loose against the Second Empire's army, Saronia says. It worked well at first. The demon held off the second army while we battled the first army. That is until the demon ranked up from all the souls and broke free of its shackles. Before the archmage could arrive to subdue it, the demon opened a portal, Chronosia says. The armies of the two empires retreated, and our empire was left fighting an army of demons. Our forces spent the next 200 years fighting a losing war until we gods got directly involved, Saronia says. By then there were hundreds of higher rank demons and even demon lords. We fought to protect what was left of our people as they fled to this peninsula. We killed dozens of greater demons, but in the end, there were just too many for the 9 of us to handle, Chronosia says. The other 7 died, as you already know, but we bought enough time for the barrier to be cast across the land bridge. With the demons unable to chase our people, we started trying to recover our lost power. Saronia says, we hid the true history of all of this, so that our followers wouldn't lose faith in us. At the time, we hoped to rebuild our forces and eventually retake the empire that we had lost. The 2 of us didn't know at the time how much the humans would weaken without the level system of Arcat, Chronosia says. And now you know our great shame. Is it okay to start asking questions now? Saronia says. Yes. At this point, we have nothing left to hide. Okay. First, why didn't you save the Empire from the dragons if they were your only hope? Chronosia says, we couldn't. By that time, the temples had already weakened us and we wouldn't have been a match for the dragons. Dragons are that powerful in this world. Couldn't you have just picked them off one by one? Saronia says. Yes, dragons are equal to a god once they reach a certain age. The 2 of us together couldn't kill even one dragon. Keep in mind, we are not war goddesses, Chronosia says. I think you misunderstand something. The Empire wasn't destroyed by many dragons. There were only 2. 2 dragons destroyed the entire Empire. Chronosia says yes. Now, do you begin to understand how powerful they are? Hearing that, I sit silently for a while, just digesting everything they have told me so far. A lot more things about the history of the world are making sense now. I also realize just how much the goddesses have gone through, especially since they couldn't see each other for such a long time. What about why you can't see the main continent? Saronia says. Our sight is restricted to where we have followers. Is that why the other continents on the globe were dark? Saronia says yes. Our followers never went there. Then how do you know they are there? Chronosia says, back when we had our full power, we could fly up and look down on the world. Just how dependent on your followers are you? Saronia says, a god without followers will fade and die. Your insight into the gods has raised your int and whiz by +2. Huh, that is cool, but weird at the same time. Wait, if a demon got enough followers, would they become a demon god? Chronosia says, yes, but that is very unlikely to happen. Why? Chronosia says, because it requires true worship, not just fear, and I doubt any demon is capable of being nice enough to gain followers. Does your followers' perceptions affect you? Saronia says, yes, if the belief is widespread enough and for a long enough period of time. Then why haven't you spread the perception that you are both goddesses of war? Chronosia says, ha ha, we have tried, but it didn't work. Humans refuse to see females as capable of war, Saronia says. We have had to work fairly hard to keep the humans from turning us into sex. Obsessed. Ah, yes, the typical male ego. I hope you put all sorts of horrible curses on those types. Chronosia says, yes, we did. Good. Although, I am surprised they haven't tried to make a male god to rule over you. Saronia says they have, and it could have worked, but they all had different ideas of what the god should be like. So human worship can create a god. Saronia says, yes. If 1,000,000 humans believe in a single idea for a few centuries, it will become a god. Chronosia says that is how most gods come to be, at least the original gods. Which type are you? Saronia says. We are original. We were created by a small tribe thousands of years ago. That tribe prospered and grew and conquered other tribes. Some of those tribes had gods who joined us. Others we defeated. Eventually, our tribe became the core of the empire. By understanding the origin of the twins, your cha increases by +5. Wow, gaining stats just from a conversation. They truly are goddesses. All right, I understand about gods. Now tell me about demons. Krenosha says, what do you want to know? Everything. From how they are created to how they grow. What different types there are. What kind of politics they use. And anything about the unique ones. Chapter 131. Krenosha says, when humans die, their souls get sorted. And those who have sinned enough go to hell. In hell, the stronger souls eat the weaker and eventually become a rank 0 demon beast. They grow by eating other demons and souls. Have you ever heard of a demon increasing its rank by meditating to improve its core? Krenosia says, no, I've never heard of anything like that. Saronia says, I would think a noble would be capable of that if it learned the method. What is a noble? Saronia says, a demon noble is a demon born with a humanoid form. They are stronger and more intelligent than normal demons. Krenosia says, when demon beasts rank high enough, they gain a humanoid form. They are then capable of reproducing much like humans. Some of these offspring are born humanoid, and these are the nobles. Other than form, how are they different? Krenosha says, they are much stronger. A rank 3 noble is as strong or stronger than a rank 5 beast. Also, some rare nobles are able to use magic. They have to study and train like a human, though. I wonder, if I absorb the core of a noble who can use magic, will I get my magic back? If the chance comes up, I will definitely try it. Saronia says, about half the demon lords in our world currently are nobles. So the lords that are nobles are stronger than the others, Krenosia says. That is harder to determine. Up to rank 7, the increases are set. Odd levels are offense, and even levels are defense. But at rank 8 and higher, the benefits are more varied. Great, that means rank 3 will boost my offense? What do you mean by varied? Saronia says. We can't be sure since we aren't demons, but we believe that the higher ranks boost the demons based on their personalities. Personalities? You mean a demon who always uses fire powers would get stronger flames or something? Krenosha says, yes, something like that. Of course, that is just a guess based on what we have seen. So if demons are so powerful, what makes you think they haven't conquered the whole continent already? Saronia says. The other 2 empires were equal to ours in strength, and they had 200 years to prepare, while the demons were focused on us. Krenosia says, also the 2 empires had their own pantheon of gods. If those pantheons worked together, the demons wouldn't be able to overwhelm them like they did to us. Just how many gods are there in this world? Saronia says. We don't know. We know of at least 50 on the main continent. Don't you all live on like a higher plane or something? Saronia says. No, we create our own domains based on our personalities. Krenosha's is the underworld where souls are judged. Mine is more like a heaven for those souls I choose to reward. Your insight into the gods has increased. Int and Wis +5. Krenosha says if it helps, you can think of them as our soulscapes which became permanent. So every god has their own personal realm? Saronia says every greater god does, yes. Lesser gods tend to share with a greater god or group together to make a realm. Wait, there are ranks of gods as well. Krenosha says there are 3 ranks of gods, lesser, intermediate, and greater. Also, each rank has 2 stages, lower and higher. Okay, what rank are you 2? Saronia says, we are both lower greater gods. We used to be higher greater before the temples drained our powers. Krenosia says, before we absorbed the powers released by the trial, we were higher intermediate. So you have already done us a great service. So there are all these different godly realms? Does that mean there are multiple hells as well? Krenosha says, no, there is only one hell and it has existed longer than us. If I can't break the barrier, could you send me to hell? Krenosha says, I am not sure. Maybe. Why? Well, If I can fight my way through hell and eat lots of demons, I can rank up enough to break the barrier if I have to return to inside the trials. Krenosha says, I might be able to send you to hell, but I would not be able to help you return. It is very hard to escape from hell without a portal or a mage to summon you. How does time flow in hell compared to the mortal realm? Krenosha says, very, very slowly. 100 years can pass in hell when only a few minutes have passed here. So in theory, if I went to hell from the trials, I could spend hundreds of years getting stronger and only lose a day or so. Krenosha says, yes, possibly. Saronia says, you could also die very easily in hell, and we wouldn't be able to retrieve your soul. Oh, that is a drawback. Well, I will keep that as a backup plan for the time being. I haven't given up on breaking the barrier yet. Saronia says, is there anything we can do to help? No, I don't think so. I have already managed to hit the barrier hard enough to make ripples. Saronia says, that is impressive. Maybe you can break free. Krenosha says, if you can break the barrier, the entire trial will fall apart and release all its divine energy. We will both grow stronger if that happens. The main problem is time. If my main idea doesn't work, my backup plan will take at least 10 years. I am worried about what will happen outside in that time. Saronia says, I understand your feelings, but sometimes sacrifices have to be made. A few lives now to restore us, so that we can save hundreds of thousands. Krenosha says, keep in mind, if you can't stop the demon invasion, everyone on this continent will either die or be enslaved. I understand that. But it doesn't change my loyalty to my friends. Saronia says, I am not saying you should give up your loyalty, just that you should be prepared. Since you made it to the surface, you have gone from one battle to another. It is amazing. You haven't lost anyone yet. The battles will only get fiercer in the future, so you should be prepared to face losses. Krenosha says, no matter how strong you are, you can't save everyone. I know that, but that won't stop me from trying. Saronia says, we are just concerned that failure might crush you if you aren't properly prepared. Chapter 132. I will think about what you have said, but I also think preparing for failure makes the struggle to succeed harder. Krenosha says, we just wanted to warn you. Our time grows short. Do you have any other questions? Just one, for you specifically, Saronia says. All right, I will leave first. It was good seeing you, Ash, and I enjoyed our talk. Goodbye, Saronia, Krenosha says. So, what is your question? I want to know about my body, Krenosha says. What about it? Well, I remember you saying something like it was the strongest body you found at the time you grabbed my soul? Krenosha says yes. That is right. So you found my body? You didn't make it? Krenosha says, no, I found it just as it was when I put your soul into it. Do you know where it came from? Are there others? Krenosha says, it comes from a remote mountain area on the main continent. Yes, there are others. Not very many, though. It would be a small tribe at best. My body had a mana core, meaning those are all mana beasts. Krenosha says, yes, humanoid mana beasts. But how did mana beasts end up on the main continent if they were created by Duke Dagon on the northern part of this peninsula? Krenosha opens her mouth to reply. But then what I asked hits her, and she freezes. She sits there with her mouth hanging open, and her eyes bugging out as the repercussions run through her mind. I guess even a goddess can be surprised. Maricel also told me that the area of the land bridge was controlled by mana beasts. Yet how did they get to the southern part of the peninsula? Krenosha waves at me to be quiet while she thinks. She is trying to figure out what information is accurate. Either I am wrong or she is, but since I am giving back information she gave me, I can't really be wrong. Either her information is wrong, or she made wrong assumptions about the information. Krenosha says, so you are suggesting that Duke Dagon didn't create the mana beasts, he just found a way to control them? That would make more sense than them spreading so far during the dragon's attack on the Empire. I doubt anything would move during that except to run away, Krenosha says. Even that wouldn't explain the humanoid mana beasts on the main continent. How would they have gotten past the demons? Did you ever pay any attention to the beasts before Duke Dagon's rebellion? Krenosha says, no, not at all. Then it is more likely that the mana beasts are a natural evolution. and Duke Dagon just found a way to control them and use them for his war. If his way of controlling them was based on the mana core, then that would explain why he couldn't control the dragons, Chronosia says. What you are saying makes sense, but is there a point here? You said that human belief grants you power. Does it also affect your knowledge? If humans believe something strongly enough, do you come to believe it as well? Chronosia says, I don't know. I have never thought about it before. You said you were created by a tribe ages ago. They must have learned a lot of things as they grew. Did those things surprise you, or did you already know them? Chronosia has to stop and think for a while before she can answer me. Before she even opens her mouth, I already know I am right from the look of surprise on her face. As a goddess, it must be quite strange to find your own limitations. Chronosia says, You are right. We were often surprised by new knowledge. You have won an argument with a deity. +2 willpower. Humans can be very stupid, especially in groups. You and your sister should be wary of their beliefs affecting you, Chronosia says. Yes, I think you are right. I will discuss it with Saronia once I leave. Is this why you asked about your body? No, I simply asked because of a beastwoman telling me I smelled weird. Chronosia stares at me silently for a minute before she starts laughing. Hearing her laugh relieves me. I was somewhat worried she would take offense at me pointing out her flaw. I guess losing her pantheon and being weakened helped reduce her arrogance. You aren't mad that I pointed out that you have a flaw? Chronosia says. No, you didn't do it with intent to harm me. If anything, you were trying to help me. That is true. I was just worried you wouldn't take it well. Chronosia says. My sister and I are fighting for the survival of our people and ourselves. You may have prevented us from making a huge mistake at some point. If I could, I would reward you for helping fix a weakness. No need for a reward. You two are my allies. If you become stronger, it will benefit me in the long run, Chronosia says. I suppose that is true. So any more questions before I go? Nope, that was all of them. If I think of any others, I will ask them next time. Chronosia says, All right, take care until next time. Bye for now. Chronosia disappears and I remove all the furniture and lay back on the grass again. I spend a few hours relaxing and thinking about everything I have learned. After what I have learned about my body and the demons, I think I have been going about upgrading my core all wrong. Just blasting it with energy isn't effective at all, so there has to be a better method. Mana beasts just slowly absorb mana to improve, while demons get spikes when they eat other demons. So I need to find a method that fits both since I am a mix between the two. I have a couple of ideas to try once I return, but I also need to change my training routine. Just focusing on one thing may be faster in the short run, but just one thing isn't going to get me out of the trials. From now on, I need to split my time between my core and swordsmanship. I should stop slacking and get back to work. End Soulscape, Chapter 133. As soon as I return from the Soulscape, I enter meditation to try the first idea for a new procedure. I gather all my demonic power and wrap it around my core and hold it there. I am hoping the core will absorb it naturally and progress. Unfortunately, all the demonic power evaporates without the core absorbing any of it, so that idea is a wash. So I meditate to refill my demonic power so I can try the other method. I start by taking a small amount of demonic power and trying to shape it into a small drill. Willpower has increased by +1. This stat seems really easy to raise. Or maybe it is just because it is so low? My second idea is to drill a small hole in the core and then channel the remaining demonic power into it. It takes me several tries to be able to form the drill and spin it without the power escaping my control. Once I manage to control it, drilling into the core is fairly easy, and then pushing power in through the hole shows immediate results. Core upgrade progress, 30% plus 10 DP of course. As soon as I run out of demonic power, the hole closes, so I will need to drill a new hole each time. But this method is far more effective, and now I am convinced I can get to rank 3 with a little work. Now, to try out my other idea, for my sword training, I stand up and draw blitz and start practicing the slash form. The difference is I am working on getting the movement down and trying to meditate at the same time. If I can regain my demonic power while practicing with the sword, I will be able to use my time much more efficiently. It takes me a few days to figure out how to concentrate on both things at once, and at first, I can only recover about 10 demonic power an hour. I should get better at it with practice. This way, I can practice Slash until my power is full, then work on my core. Core upgrade progress. 40% plus 10 DP willpower has increased by +1. To my surprise, learning how to meditate while practicing the sword actually improves my rate of learning the Slash form. It makes me remember that a lot of anime and manga have a mental state associated with sword masters. Right now, at that rate, it takes me almost 60 hours to refill my power, but that is also practice in mental control, so I will put up with it. After a week, hiding congratulations. Skill Sword Basics has progressed to level 7. Sword Basics level 7. Styar +7. You do 35% extra damage with swords. Core upgrade progress, 50% plus 10 DP willpower has increased by +2. Halfway to rank 3, yet I am nowhere near mastering the Slash form. Depending on how much harder it becomes to work on my core after hitting rank 3, I may be able to aim for rank 4 before I master the Slash form. I think I will start working on some crafts once I am rank 3 though. I still need to make a skeleton after all. After a month, core upgrade progress. 60% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress, 70% plus 10 DP willpower has increased by +2. Core upgrade progress, 80% plus 10 DP. Progress on my core is getting harder and harder. Now each percent takes days. To take a bit of a break, I decide to start working on some scrimshaw. But I run into a problem. None of my tools can even scratch the drake bone. So I take 2 of the drake's claws and use 1 to carve the other. It is a slow process. Eventually, I manage to carve a very crude set of tools and immediately turn around and use them to carve a slightly better set. I repeat the process 10 times over the next week before I am able to make a good set of tools. Hiding congratulations. Skill Expert. Scrimshaw has progressed to level 12. Expert Scrimshaw level 12 Agi plus 14 int plus 7. You can craft expert level bone items. Well, that means my other projects should turn out better. Now, should I make Miria's bow first, or the skeleton? After a minute's thought, I decide to make the bow first. I don't want to make the skeleton until after I hit rank 3. I am having enough problems working on my core without permanently losing demonic power to make the skeleton. In fact, that will probably be the last thing I do before I leave. So for the next 3 weeks, I split my time between working on my core and practicing the Slash form, with breaks here and there spent working on Miria's new bow. After 3 weeks, my core has only improved by 8%, but I am recovering 20 demonic power per HR of sword practice. I feel I am getting really close to understanding something about the sword, but I have no idea what it is. All I can really do is keep trying to improve. Keeping my motivation up is actually the hardest part. There are plenty of times when I just want to give up, but I like this world too much. To keep going, I just have to remind myself that this is the fantasy world I have always dreamed of being in. Yeah, my life here may suck at times, and there are a lot of hard things I have to deal with. But despite all that, this was my one true wish in my old life. To give up now would waste everything I have accomplished up until this point. Besides, I really can't die without fulfilling my promise to that Trash King that I will be the last thing he sees. This thought sometimes motivates me even better than thoughts of my friends. I guess I am a bad person. Chapter 134. If thinking about revenge is what it takes to make it through this, then so be it. I am not going to give up, even if I have to swing this sword until my arms fall off. Ah, my demonic power is full. Time to work on my core again. Core upgrade progress. 90% plus 10 DP finally. Only 10% left to go. Immediately I jump to my feet and start practicing the Slash form and trying to meditate while I do it. Again comes the feeling I am getting close to something. So I focus a bit more on my meditation. It is a struggle to calm my mind while making sure I swing blitz in the proper way for the form. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the mental skill void. Void level, 1 whiz plus 2 willpower plus 1 weapon. Speed plus 1, the mentality of a great swordsman. Whoa, awesome. This is just like it is from a manga. It takes a while for my excitement to fade enough for me to get back to training. I quickly notice that when I am in the void state, my demonic power recovers like I am meditating. Since that means 50 demonic power per age, our eat only takes 12 hours for my power to be fully recharged. This allows me to work on my core more often, which is good considering how much my progress has slowed down. It now takes me several sessions just to get 1%. However, 2 weeks later it all becomes worth it. Core upgrade progress, 100% plus 100 DP Whiting core upgrade complete. You have reached rank 3. Rank 3. Star plus 50 Hellfire. Resist plus 10 new ability. Demonic Assault. Demonic Assault DP cost 50 for the next 5 attacks. Attack power is doubled. Cooldown 1 hour. Wow. They weren't kidding when they said rank 3 was offensive. Of course, I have to try it right away, so I rush out to the barrier and activate it. Then I use Slash on the barrier. Sure enough, the size of the ripples has doubled, and for a fraction of a second at the point where the 2 slashes overlap the barrier opens a tiny amount. Even better, the slash form only counts as 1 attack, even though it is 2 cuts. So I can use slash form 5 times when I activate Demonic Assault. Although that means using my demonic power, since I am rank 3 now that isn't as much of an issue. Out of curiosity, I activate Assault again, an hour later, and then use Slash 5 times as fast as I can, as I hoped they overlap. Meaning, I can use Slash again before the ripples in the barrier fade from the last one. By the 5th attack, I am able to create an opening in the barrier about the size of my fist for about a second. Currently, I have a little over 700 demonic power. That means I could use Demonic Assault 14 times if not for the cooldown. That would be 70 consecutive slashes at double power. If not for the cooldown, I might open a hole big enough to jump through. I can't even level it up and hope to lower the cooldown, so I will just have to make those 5 slashes stronger. However, I don't think I should rush things too much. After all, time fields seem to be very rare. I should make use of this one while I can, and only leave when I am fully prepared. But I will keep it in mind, just in case I get to the point that I can't take it in here anymore. For now, I will return to splitting my time between training slash form and working on my core, with longer breaks to work on Scrimshaw, since that is fairly relaxing for me. It takes me another month before I finish Miria's new bow and start working on carving the skeleton. Core upgrade progress, 10% plus 10 DP willpower has increased by +1. Huanding. Congratulations. Skills Sword Basics has progressed to level 8. Sword Basics, level 8, SDR plus 8. You do 40% extra damage with swords. Over a month, just to get to 10%. This really isn't working very well anymore. Mastering slash form is at least showing progress. I don't fail anymore. Although I achieve a perfect slash only 1 out of every 100 or so, I decide to give up on working on my core. I will just leave that to eating demons from now on. After all, I can't afford to spend years just to get to rank 4 and improve my defenses. Now, I split my time between practicing the sword and working on Scrimshaw. I think about leveling up my leatherworking, but decide against it since I only have 1 average core left. If I am only able to evolve 1 skill, it should be one that helps me get out of here. Since I am only going to be using swords from now on, I would really like to evolve Sword Basics to see what is next. That, however, is a worry for later. Before that, I need to get the skill to max. With as long as each level takes, I may be out of here before it even hits level 9. I may not completely understand the skill leveling system, but I know for sure that 9 and 10 take as much as 3 times as long as 8. That is fairly standard, though. The higher the level, the more it takes. I want to max out Sword Basics and evolve it, but I don't really plan on staying underground that long if I can help it. I have had enough of caves to last me several lifetimes. No way am I staying down here for years. How long has it been now anyway? 3 months. 4. As I think back and count the days, I am shocked to find out it has been almost 5 months since I fell into the trials. From my calculations, that means it has been 2 or 3 days outside. A quick check shows Drog much further west. At least they got away from the soldiers safely and are heading towards the forest. Once I get out of here, I should be able to catch up to them easily, although I am sure Ruby is going to be mad at me. But it is fine, even if she hits me. It will still be good to see her. Then again, once I am back with them, I will have to deal with the weird situation of her and Miria teasing me again. Now is not the time to worry about that, though. Now is the time to work. I need to master Slash and finish the skeleton. Then I can think about leaving. 2 more weeks pass before I finish the skeleton. Now I am ready to try doing the ritual to complete it. Chapter 135. According to the book, the first step is to draw a circle big enough to contain the skeleton. The circle has to be perfect and drawn with my blood, and the lines have to be thick enough to contain the power needed. To be honest, this takes me longer than I like to admit. Drawing a perfect circle is hard. When I finally do draw one perfectly, I then find it isn't big enough to lay the skeleton out inside it, so I have to start over. Several times during this, I have to stop and eat and rest because I have lost too much blood. Yet I can't just drain my blood into a container and then draw it because once it starts to clot, the lines won't be even. So I keep cutting my palm repeatedly and trying to draw the circle like a kid playing with crayons. Eventually, I wise up and cut a circle in the floor with Blitz. Once it is right, I then trace over it with blood. That works much better, and I manage to complete the circle finally. Once I lay out the skeleton in the circle, the next step is to add a bunch of symbols around the outside of the circle in blood. This time, I am smarter about it and practice the symbols first before putting them in place. This part takes me 3 days. There are a lot of very detailed symbols to draw. Next is charging the circle and the symbols. This involves pouring power into them until they glow. This part doesn't specify the type of energy needed, but it probably means mana. I just have to hope that my demonic power is an acceptable substitute. The next couple of days are spent pouring power into the circle and meditating to recharge. In all, it takes 5,000 demonic power or so before the circle and symbols start glowing. I am starting to wonder if this ritual is beyond my abilities. Maybe it isn't meant to be used by just one person. Then again, it is working so far, so I may as well keep going and see what happens. The final part is 10 pages that I have to chant repeatedly. But first, I have an extra option. It will allow me to select skills I want to sacrifice to give them to the skeleton. This is where all the weapon skills I lost would have been really handy. But I still have a few skills I can give the skeleton. So I go through my skills and select the ones that have to do with using a shield, since I want the skeleton to be a tank. Skill removed, shield basics. Skill removed, shield bash skill removed, sword and shield. That is all that I have left, really. Should I give it some of my crafts that I don't use often? Nah, I will eventually use them. With that decided, I start chanting the spell from the book. The chant is 10 pages long, and I have to repeat it 66 times. That number somewhat worries me, but I am already at least part demon. So what can it hurt? It takes me almost 36 hours to finish the chant, as I am chanting it for the last time the words disappear. When I read the last word for the last time, the entire book vanishes, and the entire room shakes. The circle and symbols, which had been softly glowing red, erupt into a huge glowing mass that completely covers the circle. The glow darkens until it is pure black and changes to look like dancing flames. Maybe I am going to get to eat a demon sooner than I thought. This looks very much like what I would picture a demon summoning looking like. Since I doubt it would be a high-rank demon, I am not too worried. I figure I can take anything below rank 5 fairly easily. Suddenly, everything goes quiet and the flames freeze in place. Then the black flames condense around the skeleton like a cocoon. It looks kind of like black liquid metal. It is a really cool-looking effect, and the fact that no demon showed up is a plus. Although I was kind of hoping for a demon I would be able to beat up and eat since I can't do much about my core on my own. Then again, a combat pet that can't die unless I do is probably even more useful in the long run. I may have to put some work into leveling it up, but I have no problem investing time into something to increase my power. I can be patient when I need to. It is just a lot harder when I am stuck underground. Just then, the black stuff starts pulsing, and I hear a throbbing sound. It takes me a minute to recognize it as a heartbeat. I quickly notice that with each beat the black cocoon is getting smaller. It seems to be compressing around the skeleton. A few minutes later, there is just the skeleton, which is now pure black. All the bones are visible now. The small bones I didn't bother to carve are now visible, and the skeleton seems complete. The black stuff slowly seeps into the bones, except for a blob floating in the ribcage about where a heart would be. As the stuff soaks into the bones, they return to being white. Once the entire skeleton is white, the blob floats out of the ribcage. It starts to worry me as the blob floats towards me. The book didn't mention this happening. Then again, the skeleton is supposed to be connected to me. So maybe this is what will link us. I stand still and let the blob approach me. I stiffen up when it enters my chest, but surprisingly, There is no pain. After it enters my chest, I quickly enter meditation and use the inner world to look and see what is going on inside me. I am fairly surprised to find a second heart in my chest. The only difference is it is pitch black. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. I don't think it is going to affect me. Connection to skeleton completed. Negative 135 DP. DP 585. Divided by 585, the black heart pulses and I drop out of meditation as I feel pain in my head and start feeling dizzy. I can't be sure if it is from the spell completing or from losing demonic power since this is the first time it has happened. Almost an entire rank's worth of demonic power. How is that fair? I am distracted from the pain as the skeleton stands up. It doesn't quite look like a normal skeleton. I carved the head with draconic features as a king of tribute to the drake who provided the bones. The spell didn't erase that. If anything, it perfected the idea. The skeleton stands 6 feet tall, and as much as a skeleton it gives off an impression of bulk. The bones are all thicker and heavier than a human skeleton would be. I wanted it to be as durable as I could make it. The fact that it was made from massive drake bones made that fairly easy to accomplish. All in all, I am quite impressed with how the skeleton turned out. Although I am still mad about how much DP I just lost. The circle and symbols have all disappeared and the room looks exactly as it was before the ritual. Now, from what the book said, I just have to command the skeleton and get it to recognize me as its master. Chapter 136. Come here. The skeleton doesn't hesitate and walks directly over to stand in front of me. It obeyed. How am I supposed to make it recognize me as its master, though? Maybe that part is just for humans who aren't as strong as a skeleton. Observe. Name, none class, skeleton level, 1 horsepower, 100 divided by 100 MP, 10 divided by 10 strength, 20 agility, 10 endurance, 18 intelligence, 1 wisdom, 1 charisma, 1 skills, 3 shield basics level, 1 shield bash level, 1 sword and shield level, 1, not bad. But what is with those stats? Fighting congratulations. Skill Observe has progressed to level 10. Observe level 10? Int plus 10 you can identify items with study? Oh, Observe can evolve, but I only have 1 beast core left. Would you like to evolve Skill Observe? In what? I don't have the core out, so why is it asking me that? Yes, Item Drake's eyes has been consumed. Congratulations. Skill Observe has evolved into Lesser Dragon Sight. Lesser Dragon Sight level 1, int plus 12, you can identify items and evaluate opponents. Wait, it used the Drake's eyes? My right eye suddenly feels like someone shoved a red-hot poker into it. When the pain fades a second later, my vision is all blurry, and for some reason my left eye itches. That shouldn't be possible since the left eye is just a ball of energy. Nevertheless, it still itches and is getting worse. I quickly go digging through my pouch until I find something reflective so that I can look and see what happened to my eyes. The left eye is still covered by the eye patch, but my right eye now looks like a dragon's eye instead of a cat's eye. Even more surprising is when I lift the eye patch to find I have a left eye again, and it is the same. A few minutes pass as I stare at my reflection in shock. How did a skill upgrade change my eyes? Not to mention regrow the eye that I lost fighting against Draug. The scar is still there around the eye socket, but the new eye is flawless. These eyes look awesome. They even glow red a little bit. I look like a badass. After enjoying my reflection for a while, I look over at the skeleton that is still standing where I left him. I am surprised to see words floating above his head just like I would see in an MMO game. This must be the effect of my new eyes, which means my Lesser Dragon Sight must be active all the time. What I don't understand is why the system is making my life more and more like I am in a game. Chronotia said this system was my soul's way of interpreting this world, but why is it going about it this way? Then I remember that most of my favorite anime and manga were just like this. Isekai stories where the main character had a game-like interface. Maybe this isn't my soul's way of interpreting, but more it granting me my wish of wanting to be those characters. The more I think about it, the more that makes sense. My strongest desire from my old life is what is causing all of this. Now that I understand, it doesn't bother me anywhere near as much. If anything, I am happy with how things are going. Living in this world may be difficult at times, but it is what I always wished for, so I need to learn to enjoy it more. But for now, I need to figure out what to do about the skeleton. I am Ash. Do you accept me as your master? The skeleton kneels before me with both arms crossed over its chest. I would say that is a pretty good sign that it accepts me. So now I need to start using it. First, I should check if it can really use equipped items, or if they are going to disappear. Stand up. After the skeleton stands up, I pull a human-made dagger out of my pouch and hand it to him. Once he has the dagger, I dismiss him and resummon him. He appears next to me facing the same way I am, and he has the dagger in his hand. Now that I know the items won't disappear, I take back the dagger and give him a human-made sword and shield. I could probably modify some human armor for him to wear, but for now this will do. Now I need to make him practice his skills and see if he can level them up. But first, maybe I should give him a name. I will just keep it simple, I think. From now on, your name is Bones. DP 285 divided by 585. What? 300 DP just to give him a name? I have no idea why giving him a name cost me so much demonic power, but Bones surprises me by seeming happy after he has a name. I find it weird for a skeleton to have facial expressions, but he can at least convey basic emotions. As I am studying him, I notice he keeps looking at the corner of the room. Specifically, he keeps looking at the pile of bones that I made when I was practicing on lesser bones. What bones do you want, that stuff? Bones nods. All right, take whatever you want. Bones eagerly walks over and sits next to the pile and starts eating the bones one by one. I am expecting to see bone fragments falling to the floor since he has no stomach, but that doesn't happen. The bones are disappearing as he eats them. Where are they going? Wherever they are going, Bones seems happy as he munches his way through the bones. I don't have any use for them anymore, so I decide to go along with it. I fetch the rest of the practice bones from my room and add them to the pile. I also take the rest of the bones out of my pouch and add them as well. Everything except the Drake bones anyway. Chapter 137. Bones keeps eating, and from the size of the pile it is going to take him a while. So I decide to use my time to continue practicing the slash form until he is done eating the bones. Once he is done, I will check his status to see if anything has changed. It ends up taking Bones around 7 hours to eat everything in the pile. When he is done, he looks quite a bit tougher, but no matter how I stare at him, all I see is his name and level. Observe doesn't work anymore, and when I try Lesser Dragon Sight, nothing happens. How about Bones status? Name, Bones class, skeleton level, 1 horsepower, 180 divided by 180 MP, 10 divided by 10 strength, 20 agility, 10 endurance, 26 intelligence, 1 wisdom, 1 charisma, 1 toughness, 8 skills, 3 shield basics level, 1 shield bash level, 1 sword and shield level, 1. So just from eating Bones, he gained 80 hit points and 8 endurance. Wait, what is toughness? He got a new stat, and it is one that I don't have. Good job, Bones. Bones clicks his jaw, and it makes a happy sound, and yet at the same time, it is kind of creepy. It is the kind of sound you would hear in a haunted house, yet it is obvious he is happy that I praised him. It is obvious he is more than just a pet that you would see in an MMO game. Come with me, Bones. Bones gets up and follows me out to the cave. I lead him to in front of the barrier. While he watches me, I attack the barrier with the slash form. After a minute, he starts attacking the barrier as well. We both practice on the barrier for the next 2 hours. When I stop training for a minute to check on him, I see that he already has the sword basic skill. That means he can learn skills on his own just like I do. He will be much more useful than I thought. As I am thinking of ways to train him, I notice the sword and shield he is using are already showing signs of wear and tear. I sit down and start checking my pouch for human-made weapons that I haven't already melted down. In total, I find 6 shields, 12 swords, 3 hand axes, and a warhammer. I pile them all up next to where Bones is practicing. Bones, practice until you have broken all of these. Once again, Bones makes that happy chattering sound at me as he continues bashing away at the barrier. I wish I still had some of the enchanted weapons to give him to use, but those should work for him to level up his skills a bit. I move away, sit down, and pull out the drake's skull. The skull is the hardest of all the drake's bones. I hadn't figured out what to do with it until now. With some work and modifications, I think it will make an amazing shield for Bones. So, I start very carefully carving the skull. I lose myself in my work and don't even realize it as almost a day passes. Bones has gained a level. What? Oh, nice. So he can gain experience just from training. Great work, Bones. Bones clatters happily, and a quick look shows about half the weapons are gone. I decide to wait until he is finished before checking his status again. After all, maybe he will gain another level. I go back to working on making a shield from the skull. I am trying to make it so the drake's features are part of the shield. When I find that doesn't really work, I instead decide to carve the drake's image into the shield. This is a lot more difficult than just carving out the shape, and it is something I have never tried before. Once again, my focus becomes so complete that I am no longer aware of my surroundings. Piting, congratulations. Skill Void has progressed to level 2. Void level 2 Whiz, plus 4 willpower, plus 2 weapon, speed plus 2, the mentality of a great swordsman. Huh? I didn't even realize I was using Void. Besides, how is the mentality of a swordsman affecting my scrimshaw? Maybe I was so focused that it activated on its own, unless the chisels I am using are counted because they have blades. Either way, if it helps me make this perfect, then I am totally fine with it. As I work, I am also trying to think of a way to use demonic power to enchant the shield. I know how to enchant with mana, or at least I came up with a way, but how to do it with demonic power is the question. Maybe if it is a demonic ability, like if I try to copy my demonic body into the shield. That is a really good defensive ability and would be perfect for a shield. As I continue working, I decide that is my best bet. Once the shield is done, I will try experimenting with that as the goal. Oh, and if I can make that work, then I could make him a sword and put demonic assault in it. That would be the perfect setup for Bones. Then again, there is another option as well. Bones has mana, not much, but he does have some. If I can get him to release that mana, then I could channel it and use it to enchant as well. That will be the backup plan if working with my demonic power doesn't work. With that decided, I take a quick look to check on Bones. He is almost out of weapons, so I focus back on my work. I need to finish the shield and carve a sword. Then I will take a stab at demonic enchanting. I want to make really good equipment for Bones. When Bones breaks the last weapon, he comes over on his own and sits down next to me. He proceeds to eat all the chips and flakes falling on the ground as I carve a shield out of the skull. He may not talk, but his presence is somehow comfortable and reassuring. I find I am not so lonely now. Chapter 138. I return to splitting my time between practicing/form and working on Scrimshaw. It takes me a week to finish the shield and then another 2 weeks to finish the sword. Bones watches me silently the whole time no matter what I am doing. Finally done with the Scrimshaw work, now it is time to see if my idea for using demonic power will work. So I place the shield in my lap and enter meditation. First, I take a good look at the shield and its insides to make sure there are no flaws. Then I slowly start feeding demonic power into it. Everything goes smoothly at first. The bone of the shield absorbs the demonic power. The problem occurs when I try to shape the demonic power into a spell like I did with mana. The demonic power vanishes when I try to shape it. So, I need to think of a different way to create the effect I want. On a good note, the demonic power that the shield did absorb made the shield even stronger. So I keep filling the shield with power until it won't take any more. I also do the same with the sword. This way, if I can't figure out how to enchant them, they will still be pretty good. But no matter what I try, I can't figure out how to make the demonic power mimic mana and create a spell. Maybe I am going about this the wrong way. Instead of mimicking mana, I should focus on the demonic power itself. So I turn my sight inwards and start trying to analyze how the demonic power works. I pay special attention to how the abilities I want to copy work. I have learned my lesson. I am not trying to give the items a core or use part of my soul. Anyway, I will take a break for now until I think of something new to try. I quickly carve a simple sword from what was left of the claw I used to make Bones' sword. I hand Bones the sword and shield. He jumps up and down while chattering at me. He obviously likes them, and he immediately goes to the barrier to try them out. I let him get used to them while I put the finishing touches on the second sword. Bones, Come here, we are going to spar. Bones instantly stops practicing and comes over, but I get a confused vibe from him. So I explain to him what sparring is. I explain it a few different ways before I sense that he understands. He quickly takes a stance with the shield ready. Once he is set, I swing the sword I made at him, even though I wasn't swinging hard. When Bones blocks with the shield, he slides back 3 feet. I guess it makes sense since I have 10 times his strength. But the things I tend to fight are normally strong as well. Except for the humans anyway. But I am not worried about Bones fighting humans. Each time I swing, Bones blocks my swing and slides back. I wait until he walks back and takes his stance before I swing again. We do this for 2 hours. I can see that his stance is improving, and eventually the amount he slides back decreases. Bones has gained a level. That is what I was waiting for. Bones status. Name, Bones class. Skeleton level. 3 horsepower. 330 divided by 330 MP. 30 divided by 30 strength. 34 agility. 18 endurance. 36 intelligence. 2 wisdom. 2 charisma. 2 toughness. 9 skills. 8 shield basics level. 2 shield bash level. 2 sword and shield level. 3 sword basics level. 2 axe basics level. 1 blunt basics level. 1 toughness level. 1 defense level. 1 defense level. 1 nice. He is showing some good improvements. This is definitely working well. If he can keep growing like this, then he will make an excellent tank. We spar for a few more hours before I suddenly have an idea. I take the shield from Bones and sit down to focus on it. This time, while channeling demonic power into it, I just focus on what I want the power to do to the shield. Since demonic power is more intuitive than mana, it responds to my desire rather than a rigid spell structure. It takes an hour and all of my power. But this time, it works. Once I am done, I stare intently at the shield until I am able to see its information. Magic item Drake Skull Shield durability 998 divided by 1000 defense, plus 9 steed R, plus 10 physical resist, plus 20%. It turned out even better than I hoped. I hand the shield back to Bones. He seems very happy. Is it possible he can tell the difference? Anyway, I leave him to practice and meditate to regain my demonic power. Once I am fully recovered, I take his sword and repeat the process. Magic item Drake Claw Sword durability, 900 divided by 900 damage, plus 20 attack, plus 10 fire damage, plus 15. This is working out really well. Maybe I should make him armor. After returning the sword to Bones, I check how much Drake bone I have. Turns out to be quite a lot. Half the skull is still there, and I only really used 1 bone and 2 claws. There is still tons of bone. Not to mention the remaining claws, all the teeth, and the horns. I could make him full plate armor and still have plenty left. That would look awesome. And also disguise the fact that he is a skeleton. Having decided, I once again split my time between practicing Slash and working on Scrimshaw. Occasionally, when I am working on the armor bones, will stop practicing to come over and eat all the bone scraps. By the end of a month, I have completed the armor and enchanted it. I am also really close to mastering the Slash form. Magic item Drake Bone full plate durability, 2,500 divided by 2,500 defense, plus 20 strength, plus 20 physical resist, plus 30% magic resist, plus 15%. Yup, awesome. He looks intimidating even though it is hard to tell he is undead. Not to mention that defense is awesome. Now, with no other projects left, do I focus on finishing the Slash form so I can see what is next. I only take time out from training here and there to spar with Bones. He hasn't leveled up again yet, but his skills are definitely improving. As he is now, he will already be useful against humans, and a proper tank should improve our party tactics. I have decided, once I finish mastering the Slash form, I am going to attempt to break out. I have had enough of this place. I want to see the sun. Chapter 139. Another month passes as I struggle to completely master the Slash form. I often find myself talking to Bones even knowing he can't reply. But better talking to a skeleton than to myself. I am at the point I need a break, and am thinking about opening the Soulscape to speak with the goddesses. At this point, I only failed to get a perfect /1 in 4 times. I am getting really close to mastering it. In fact, I feel like I should have mastered it already, but I am missing a component. I have reread the instructions for slash form 100 times, but it doesn't say anything about what I might be missing. So all I can do is perform slash over and over again. Another 1,000 slashes with 750 being perfect? No sign of improvement at all. I have to be missing something. Ding, 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 congratulations. Skill Sword Basics has progressed to level 9. Sword Basics. Level 9, star plus 9. You do 45% extra damage with swords. Congratulations. Skill Void has progressed to level 3. Void level. 3 Wes plus 6 willpower plus 3 weapon. Speed plus 3, the mentality of a great swordsman. Ah, that was it. As I go to perform slash, I can feel it even before I swing. That was what was missing. I enter Void without trying and perform slash one last time. Finally, I don't even feel the second slash. It feels like just one fast slash to me. Dinding, congratulations. Skill Supreme Swordsmanship has progressed to level 3. Supreme Swordsmanship level 3, Pierce, a blinding fast thrust with maximum power. Slash, the power to cut through almost anything. Chop, maximum damage possible. More attacks will unlock as level increases. I finally did it. After months and months, Slash is finally mastered. Tears start trickling into the fur on my face because I am so happy. All the effort and mental stress is finally worth it. To celebrate, I cook myself a big meal of drake meat, and after eating, I climb into my hammock for some real sleep. After I wake up and eat breakfast, I decide to learn the new chop form. The attack itself is fairly simple, but the muscle control for it is insane. Even after reading it a few times, it is hard to grasp everything at once. This is going to be even harder to learn that the slash form was. Let's see, position the sword above my head using both hands. Then bend my body in an arc until the blade almost touches the ground. Then snap my upper body forward using every muscle in my back and legs while swinging the sword down with my arms. Unfortunately, the stance is made for humans, and my legs don't work the same way. My first attempt slams Blitz into the floor, shortly followed by my face. Ow! Damn, that hurt. I pick myself up off the floor and rub my face until it stops hurting. Then, I read the chop form again and try to figure out how to avoid repeating that experience. The chop itself was plenty powerful. Where Blitz hit the floor is a 3-foot crack. I made sure to check Blitz for damage, but there wasn't even a mark on the blade. Too bad I can't say the same for my face. Several more attempts end with similar results before I manage to find a stance that prevents me from smashing my face into the floor. Unfortunately, the stance I find reduces the power of the chop by quite a bit. Looks like I am going to have to spend quite a bit of time working on the form before I can even start practicing it. So I continue practicing to toughen up my face by repeatedly smashing it into the floor. I was hoping to trigger some kind of footwork skill, but no such luck. Maybe it is because footwork is a part of swordsmanship already, so it doesn't have a separate skill. Eventually, I figure out that since my knees are reversed, the reverse of the footing for chop is close to what I need. Of course, I still do a lot of falling down as I try different variations until I find one that works properly. It has been several days since I first started trying before I finally perform chop without falling over. I still need to practice the footwork for a while before I can start trying to learn chop form properly. The description was right. It is an amazingly powerful attack. I think this might have actually split the Drake's skull if I had known it during our fight. And this is just at the failure stage. Just how powerful will this be if I master it? During all this, I have found out one thing. Bones can laugh. It is silent, but he opens his mouth and shakes his head around. I know this is his laughter because he does it every time I fall down. And I get plenty of chances to see it. Come to think of it, I am glad Bones can't talk. Otherwise, I am sure he would tell this story to everyone else when we get back. The others knowing about this is the last thing I need. They tease me plenty without giving them more ammo. Then again, if they were here, they'd probably be offering to kiss all the bruises better. As I am thinking about that, I notice a red light in the tunnel on the other side of the barrier. Seconds later, a red wisp of light flies out of the tunnel and hits the barrier. It bounces off and hits the barrier again, like a bug trying to get to a light. The strange thing is the wisp feels familiar, so I get up and walk closer to the barrier for a better look. It reminds me of the light spirits I freed back in the pit when I was exploring. I decide to see what it is and use slash form on the barrier, opening a small hole for a second. The light darts through the hole and instantly flies to Blitz. Instead of circling around like I expect, it sinks right into Blitz and disappears. Suddenly, I can feel a familiar presence inside Blitz Drog. Is that you? What are you doing here? Chapter 140. Drog, yes, master. It is me. We were attacked. Attacked by who? Drog soldiers, mages, and priests. Soldiers, meaning the king's troops. Drogno, these were different. They wore shinier armor. But they are still humans. How did they beat you? Drog, the priests used a banish spell. If I wasn't tied to Blitz, I would have been sent back to hell? Wait, would that spell have affected Ruby as well? Drog, she is a spirit, so probably. Damn, they lost the two best fighters to one spell. How many enemies were there? Drog, less than 100 at the start. I killed at least 10 before the spell hit me. How long ago was this attack? Drog, a few minutes before I got here. How long has it been since the night I fought the soldiers? Drog, a week, I think. I don't pay much attention to time. Well, that settles it. It is time to get out of here and go save everyone. Drog, what if some are dead by the time you get there? If I can't save them, then I will just have to settle for avenging them. Drug, I am all for killing those priests. Can you manifest again? Drug, not for a while. A week or two, maybe. All right, guess it is just me and Bones then. Drog Bones. You mean that skeleton in armor? Yes. Wait, how could you tell he is a skeleton? Dorg, I am a demon. I can sense it has no soul. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Drog, although I am curious how you managed to tame a skeleton. I start telling Drog what has been going on down here while I am packing things back into my pouch. I tell him all about the trials and the rewards. And finally, the Orb of Arcat. Drog, what? Why didn't you keep it? We could have ruled this world with it. I have no interest in ruling the world. Drog grumbles and says he is going to sleep, but I know he is just sulking. Even though he is annoying sometimes, it is good to have him back. But now is not the time for that. I need to get out of here. After doing a walkthrough to make sure I didn't miss anything, I pack up my hammock and put it in my pouch. With everything stowed away, I head over to the barrier. It is finally time to leave. First, I enter the void. Then I start preparing myself to slash the barrier. Drog, wait. Just how strong are you? What rank are you now? I am rank 3 now. I am quite a bit stronger than I was. Before Drog can make any more comments, I activate Demonic Assault and slash the barrier 5 times in rapid succession. As soon as the last slash hits, I activate Dash and dive through the hole in the barrier before it can close. I hit the ground on the other side and roll to my feet. Then I turn and look back at the barrier from the outside. Final trial complete. Reward, DP plus 100 horsepower, plus 100 STR, plus 50 end, plus 50, int, plus 25 whiz, plus 25 Chea, plus 25 Chea, plus 25 first clear bonus, luck plus 10 finding. Congratulations. You have unlocked the special stat luck. Wow, nice stat boost. Another new stat? I guess this was supposed to be a parting gift for the new god or something. As I watch the barrier starts shrinking down around the trials, then everything starts dissolving into white light. The light then starts drifting upward. When I look up, I see 2 stars absorbing the light. One star is white and the other is black. Those must be Saronia and Krenosha. Watching the 2 stars, I quickly notice the light from the trials is not being split evenly. Krenosha looks to only be taking about a quarter of it while Saronia absorbs the rest. I guess Krenosha is trying to make Saronia stronger so she can control the Orb of Arcat. It makes sense though. Even if I defeat the demon invasion, there will still be more demons on the main continent. The ability for humans to have levels is the best bet of winning in the long run. Although, personally, I'd rather have Krenosha be stronger since she is the one keeping me alive. Then again, anything is more strength than she had when she summoned me, so it shouldn't really affect me. After thinking that, I turn my back on the trials and head up the tunnel. The tunnel is fairly open, so I run for 5 minutes to reach the end. Ah, it is so good to see the sun again. No time to enjoy it, though. I turn west and start running. The problem is Drog is with me, so I can't home in on him. I try, but I can't sense Ruby either. I try to sense Maricel, but I don't have that kind of connection to her. Drog, can you guide me to where the fight was? Drog, no, not really. It is a huge sea of grass with no real landmarks. Then I will have to try to cross their path and track them using scent, I guess. It only takes me about 10 minutes to reach the road. Seeing signs of fighting, I can tell. This is where me and Ruby attacked the soldiers. That means my group's trail should be north of here, so I cross the road and run northwest. Once I find their trail, it should be fairly easy to catch up. They would have been taking it easy with so many freshly freed slaves. Drog, you left the morning after I failed to come back. About how much distance did you cover before the attack? Drog, at first we moved really slow and only covered about 30 miles in the first 2 days. After that, we picked up the pace and did about 20 miles a day. So, somewhere around 110 miles to 130. Dragia, that sounds about right, Master. That is more distance than I was expecting to have to cover. The battle will definitely be over by the time I get there at this speed. I am trying to think of a way to cover the distance faster and not paying much attention to my surroundings. That is why I run right into the group of human soldiers without realizing they are there. I stop in surprise and look around. I am surrounded by Kingdom soldiers. As far as I can tell, there are over 1,000. My guess is it is the group from the north and the survivors of the group we attacked. Chapter 141. They are just as surprised to see me after all. They are here hunting me. Who would expect their prey to just suddenly run into the middle of the army that is hunting them? I recover from the surprise a bit faster than they do and draw Blitz and cut down 5 of them before they start to react. Summon Bones. Bones, guard my back. Trusting Bones to keep them off my back. I focus on slashing my way through the soldiers in front of me. Using slash form, I can kill 2 soldiers every second or so. Anytime I am faced by a shield, I switch to pierce form. I can hear fighting behind me. And from the sounds of it, Bones is doing really well. Drogwo, that is some skeleton you have found, Master. Yeah, how is he doing? Drog, he is killing about half as many as you are. Bones has gained a level. Well, looks like this is perfect for power leveling Bones, but I don't have time to sit here and slaughter them all. I want to cut right through them and continue on towards my friends. Then again, the way they are swarming towards me, I may not have a choice but to kill them all. Too bad Drog can't manifest yet. He would have gained a lot of power eating this many souls. That and these numbers are hard to deal with for just the 2 of us. Even I am taking hits. They may just be small scratches, but they are adding up quickly. Drog, actually. At this point, I would say that Scaly of yours is doing better than you. Well, he should be. He is a tank. I don't have enough room to move around, which is why I am taking so much damage. Drogso, why haven't you used your roar then? Oh yeah, Lion's Roar. Roarer. Roarer. Guiding congratulations. Skill Lion's Roar has progressed to level 2. Lion's Roar level, 2 damage, 20 range, 30 feet, causes fear in a 70-foot radius. The first dozen soldiers in front of me drop dead instantly. Another 2 dozen behind them drop to their knees with blood coming out of their ears. About 50 more soldiers behind them turn to run away, but get tangled with the soldiers behind them. The soldiers bleeding from their ears are the next to die. That gives me some room to move. Now that I have room to dodge, I am taking less damage. I dart around, cutting soldiers down. Then, on the left side of the battle, the soldiers suddenly move to the sides, revealing an entire unit of crossbowmen. They fire as I spot them, so I leap with all my strength towards them. As I soar through the air, I watch the crossbow bolts pass under me and hit the soldiers behind me. Then I land amidst the crossbowmen. I immediately extend Blitz and spin like a dancer. 10 of them lose their heads as I spin, and the rest die shortly after them. I remember how much the last crossbow bolt hurt. I don't intend to let another one hit me. Once all the crossbowmen are dead, I start cutting my way back towards Bones, who is now completely surrounded. Bones has gained a level. Even though he is surrounded, he doesn't seem to be having much trouble. He is able to almost completely ignore the attacks of the soldiers. And every time he swings his sword, a soldier dies. I am impressed and proud of him. He is definitely worth the demonic power I sacrificed to make him. As I cut my way to Bones, I take a quick look around. My best guess is there are about 500 left. That means we have already killed over half of them, yet they aren't running away. I doubt soldiers would be this dedicated. Something weird is going on here. There is a huge price on my head, but greed alone doesn't explain this kind of fanaticism. As I continue cutting down soldiers with Bones, I start taking a closer look at the soldiers falling under my blade. Their eyes are empty. It is like they are all being controlled. Now that I think about it, I haven't heard anyone shouting orders. In fact, from the moment this fight started there, hasn't been any yelling at all. That is totally out of character for soldiers. There should be taunts and curses flying non-stop. Looking around, I can't even spot any officers. No one seems to be in charge. Drog, something is weird. Can you tell who is controlling them? Drog, I sense a demon, but I can't pinpoint where it is. Can you tell what rank? Is it a normal demon or a shadow demon? Drog, it is a shadow demon rank 2 or maybe 3? Is it here with the soldiers? Or is it hiding in the grass nearby? Any hints at all will help right now. Drog, he is close, but he keeps moving. That helps. I quickly look around, not looking at the soldiers, but at the movement. The soldiers are all pressing forward towards us, so I look for movement away from us. It only takes me a minute to spot him. It is a regular-looking soldier who keeps shifting around so he doesn't get pushed forward by the others. Once I spot him and get a good look at him, I know it is him for sure. His eyes are pure black. The problem is there are a lot of soldiers between me and him. If I start cutting my way towards him, he will just move again. Our only chance is going to be to wipe out most of the soldiers, then get him before he can run away. Bones. Enough playing defense. You can attack. Bones gives out his happy chatter as he starts attacking full force. I didn't want to be delayed like this, but now that I know there is a demon, I can't just pass it by. In fact, a shadow demon controlling the king's army is very worrisome. Besides, now that eating demons is the only way to increase my rank, I just can't let this one get away. I keep track of the demon as I help Bones keep cutting down the soldiers. I figure if we can reduce it to 100 soldiers, or less, I should be able to go after the demon. Bones has unlimited stamina as far as I know, but I am already tired. Killing another 400 soldiers is not going to be so easy. Then again, if I just bide my time, Bones will slowly kill them all. I switch to dodging using the minimum energy needed, conserving my remaining strength for going after the demon. Chapter 142. Even focusing mostly on dodging, I am still cutting down my share of the soldiers. While keeping tabs on the demon, I try to watch Bones as much as I can. I want to understand his capabilities. I am a little surprised when I see him kill a soldier with a shield bash. His offensive power is already higher than I thought it was. To kill a soldier with a shield bash is fairly impressive. They may be just humans with no levels, but it still takes decent power to kill one in one shot. Normally, a tank has amazing defense, but very little attack power. Bones seems to be above a normal tank already. Bones has gained a level. He is also leveling up quite a bit faster than I predicted. He is just becoming more and more useful. As he thins the number of soldiers, there are gaps starting to form around us. Not only does that make it easier for me to dodge, but soon I should be able to go after the demon. Drog, I see the demon. He finally stopped moving. Yeah, I have been watching him for a while now. Drog, he doesn't seem to like the results of this battle. He may be getting ready to run. Oh, I have no intention of letting him get away. Dash! Using my full speed, I zip through the gaps between soldiers to head straight for the demon. He is slowly backing up, but hasn't turned to run quite yet. I don't plan to give him the chance to, rather than run right at him. I use the speed of dash to get past all the soldiers and get behind the demon. Before he even knows I am there, I run him through with Blitz. Then, I grab him by the back of the neck before he can pull himself away. Create Soulscape. As the demon and I appear in the Soulscape, I am surprised to find Bones with me as well. I know he resides inside me, but I didn't think he was connected to my soul to allow him into the Soulscape. While I am still gaping at the fact he is here, Bones has already started attacking the demon. While Bones keeps it distracted, I imagine myself appearing behind the demon. As soon as I appear, I set my feet and use chop form. The chop completely severs the demon's left shoulder, making it scream in pain. As I pick up the severed arm and shoulder, the demon turns to attack me? Bones quickly stabs the demon in the back as I step back away from the demon and proceed to eat its severed arm. Bones keeps the demon busy while I finish eating. He is able to withstand its attacks fairly easily. This fight is going to be even easier than I had hoped, even though the Shadow Demon is rank 3. The Shadow Demons that I have seen so far have all seemed much weaker in terms of actual combat. Maybe they are more powerful in other areas. But if so, I haven't seen anything like that yet. Or have I? Come to think of it, didn't this Shadow Demon control over 1,000 soldiers? Once this is done, I will have to ask Drog what he knows about Shadow Demon abilities. For now, though, it being weak in combat is to our advantage. With it focused on Bones, I once again appear behind it and cut it down with Slash form. When Slash completes, the demon falls to the ground in 4 parts. I quickly crouch down and start eating them before they can start to dissipate. Of course, it is the power I want. I am totally not pigging out because it tastes like chocolate. Bones waits patiently for me to finish eating. Out of curiosity, I offer him one of the demon's hands. I know he can eat bone, but can he eat other things too? He takes the hand with a happy little chordle and starts eating it. Bones obviously enjoys eating it, but I can't tell if it made him any stronger. By that point, I've eaten the rest, so there is no more to give him to see if there is a change. Then again, I don't really want to share the demons. They are too hard to find. All right, Bones, be ready. We are returning. End Soulscape. Core upgrade progress, 20% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress, 30% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress, 40% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress, 50% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress, 60% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress, 67% as soon as I return I gag from the stench. The body of the demon looks like it has been dead for weeks. Bones is right next to me, so he obviously went into the soulscape physically, which I didn't know was possible. The 200 or so remaining soldiers are standing as if stunned, and it only takes the 2 of us a couple of minutes to finish them off. Drog. What was with the body the demon was possessing? Drog. When demons are summoned, it takes energy to keep them here. Lesser demons can only stay so long before they run out of energy. Possessing a corpse lowers the required energy to remain in this world. So, the more corpses they have, the more demons they can bring over into this world. Dragas? Master, with enough bodies, they can bring over an army of lesser demons? As I look around at the field of corpses, I start to get a sneaking suspicion about why the king started so many conflicts. I am not sure if the king himself is possessed, or just made some kind of deal with the Shadow Demon. But things are starting to make more sense. I move away from the bodies and start pulling up grass to make a clear area. Bones, start bringing the bodies over here, one at a time. As Bones brings over each body, I quickly check it for anything useful or any valuables before tossing it in the pile. Once the last body is on the pile, I toss the grass on top and start it on fire. I don't like the amount of time it takes, but from now on, I don't plan to leave any corpses behind that the enemy can use against me. In the end, I find 146 gold, 354 silver, 1,291 copper, and a couple of jeweled daggers. Other than that, none of their equipment is worth taking, especially since my forge won't work to melt it down without Ruby. As soon as I am sure the fire won't go out, I dissummon Bones and start running to the west again. It has only been 2 hours since I first ran into the soldiers, but the delay still worries me. Logically, I know the battle is probably already over, but I still feel like I can get there and save them if I am fast enough. Chapter 143. As soon as I am away from the burning soldiers, I pick up the scent I have been looking for, giving me a solid trail to follow. Now, there should be nothing between me and my people but distance, and at the speed I am going, it should only take me a day to catch up to them. As I run, I leave a part of my mind tuned to my surroundings and turn the rest towards questioning Drog. Drog, why does it seem like shadow demons are so much weaker than normal demons? Drog, they aren't weaker, but when I've fought shadow demons, it has been very easy to kill them. Drog, you are comparing them to fighting me, right? Well, yeah, you are the only demon I have fought. Drog, you forget that I was a rank 5 demon. If you were to fight a rank 5 shadow demon, it would be just as strong as I was. Oh, I guess I didn't think of that. So if I fought a rank 3 demon, it would be just as easy as that last fight. Drog, yes, probably. Keep in mind you fought and defeated me a long time ago. You are much stronger than you were back then, So if you were to rate me on my strength, what rank would you put me as? Drog, you would be either a very strong rank 5 or a weak rank 6. When I beat you, you were a weak rank 5, right? Drog, yes, or maybe a strong rank 4. It is hard to judge. I didn't get much chance to measure my strength once I was free. So if you were as you were when I freed you and you fought me as I am now, Drog, you would defeat me fairly easily, even if you were all alone. So anything below rank 5 I shouldn't even be worried about. Drog, unless it is a noble yes. All right, got it. By the way, can a normal rank 3 demon control that many human soldiers? Drog, yes, if given enough time to take control of them a few at a time? So we will probably be seeing more units of soldiers controlled by shadow demons. Drog, it seems that way. Well, from the perspective of increasing my rank, I would have to say that is a good thing. Drog for us, maybe. But what about the kingdom's other enemies? That is true. If they aren't expecting it, that would be a problem for them to deal with. Once we reach the rebels, we will try and spread the news to the other kingdoms. A few hours pass, and I have covered about 60 miles, when I hear the faint sounds of combat off to the north. It is too soon for me to be anywhere near where the girls were attacked, but I can't help but be curious as to who is fighting out here. So I slow down and quietly move north to take a look and see what is going on. As I move, the sounds of combat lessen. It seems like the battle is coming to an end. I crouch lower and move slower to make sure I am not noticed. As I come across the first corpse, the sound of combat ends, and I hear voices. Isabella says, "Damn you, Miguel. How could you kill my soldiers?" We both serve the king. Miguel says, "You serve the king. I, however, serve a different master." A few more steps brings me to the edge of a trampled area, and I can finally see what is going on. There are about 150 dead soldiers scattered about. There are 50 soldiers still alive, but they look like the soldiers from before, controlled and emotionless. Other than the soldiers, there are 3 men and a woman. The woman must be the one under attack, while the man facing her would be Miguel. The 2 standing behind him are both possessed by rank 2 shadow demons. I stay where I am and listen to see if I can learn anything before deciding to attack. Isabella says, "What, master? What are you even talking about? Have you gone insane?" Miguel says, "I serve the shadow demon, the true master of this nation, and he has ordered that you be brought to him alive so he can use your ability. Unfortunately for you, he also said I could do whatever I want as long as you are alive." Before the woman can respond, Miguel steps up to her, rips her top open, and throws her to the ground. She lets out a small scream as she is thrown down. I can tell what Miguel plans to do, and I can feel my rage boiling up at the thought. "Drogwow, would you look at that rack? You have to save her, master." "Shut up, Drog. I was already planning to save her, and it has nothing to do with her rack." Drog must save the rack. Enough, damn perverted demon. Summon Bones. Bones, I need you to kill the 50 soldiers. Bones gives me a nod and quickly moves off through the grass. As I turn back to face Miguel, I see him unbuckling his pants. I stand up and step out into the open where everyone can see me. Miguel says, "Oh, look, it is the beast we are hunting. You 2, kill him!" The 2 shadow demons draw their swords and come charging at me. I wait until they are upon me and swinging their swords before I dodge between them. As I do, I grab them both by the face and slam them into the ground hard enough to leave small craters. Summon Soulscape. Bones, stay here. As the Soulscape forms around me, the 2 shadow demons instantly take off running in different directions. I can feel them trying to escape, but their wills are no match for mine. I draw Blitz and take a stance. Then I imagine the first demon appearing before me as I execute the slash form. The demon is cut into pieces with no chance to fight back, so I crouch down and proceed to eat the pieces. Once I am done, I stand back up and ready myself again before teleporting the second demon to me. Again, it dies before it can do anything, and I happily eat it before returning to deal with the hero. End Soulscape. Core upgrade progress. 70% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 80% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 90% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 97%. Damn, so close. Why couldn't there have been just one more shadow demon? Miguel says. Wow, they were absolutely useless. Guess I have to deal with you myself, Isabella. Stay right there. I will be right back. Chapter 144. Miguel steps towards me as he draws his two-handed sword from off his back. When I see the blade enveloped in black flames, I can't help but grin. There is my third demon that will get me to rank 4. Miguel says, What are you grinning at, you dumb beast? I am just happy to see that your sword has another demon for me to eat. Miguel stops with a look of surprise on his face. Whether because I can speak or because I eat demons, I don't know. As I draw Blitz and step towards him, he recovers his poise and rushes to meet me. I parry his first few swings to get a feel for his strength, but I am very disappointed. Are you really this weak? Miguel growls and says, Merciless blow. His hands and arms glow, and he tries to bring his sword down in a massive overhead swing. I let go of Blitz with one hand and easily grab the sword and stop it before it comes near hitting me. Even using a heroic skill, he is far too weak for me to consider him a decent opponent. Miguel says, Impossible! What kind of monster are you? Ha! I am the anti-hero. As I hold his sword in place, I bring Blitz between his legs and turn it so that it is blade up. Then I slowly start raising the blade towards his most valued possession. His eyes keep darting between me and Blitz as he tries with all his might to move his sword. He finally gives up on moving his sword, lets go of the hilt, and grabs my other arm to try and stop Blitz from moving. As I lift my arm, his feet leave the ground, as he tries to hold himself up away from the blade. As his arms start trembling, he starts begging. Miguel says, Stop, don't. I can give you information. I can give you wealth. I will serve you. Just don't. This is for all the women you have abused. Before he can utter another word, I give a strong jerk of my arm. He screams in agony as Blitz cuts through his crotch and into his stomach. As much as he deserves to suffer more, I don't want to hear it, so with another jerk, I finish splitting him in half. Isabella says, Are you going to kill me next? That entirely depends on you and which side you are on. But before that, can you fix your clothes? It is very distracting. Isabella realizes her shirt is still wide open and blushes bright red as she covers herself with what is left of her shirt. She stands up, turns her back to me, pulls a new shirt out of nowhere, and quickly changes into it. Even once she has changed, she waits a few minutes before turning to face me again. Draga, why would you ruin the view? Shut up, Isabella says. What did you mean by which side I am on? Before that, quick question. Did you just pull that shirt out of an inventory? Isabella says, yeah, that is so unfair. Isabella says, What, you don't have one? Inventory? Nope, I don't. Isabella says, I wonder why. You were summoned just like us after all. Not quite. You were summoned by the king. I was summoned by his daughter's wish for revenge. Isabella says, Why would his daughter wish for revenge? Because she was the sacrifice to power the summoning. Isabella yells, What? Yeah, pretty much everything you have been told since you were summoned is a lie. Isabella says, I am going to need you to elaborate. Okay, but we can do it while we are moving. Once I deal with these corpses, bones, start bringing them to me. Isabella stands quietly and watches as we start piling up the bodies after checking them for loot. She doesn't say anything about me looting the bodies. She only speaks up when the pile is complete and I set it on fire. Isabella says, Why are you burning the bodies? So they can't be used to host more shadow demons. That shuts her up for a few minutes. Long enough for us to start walking towards the west. I have to slow down to her pace since she doesn't have a horse, which means it will take days to catch up to my friends. As we walk, I start telling her my story from the time I was first summoned. As soon as I start talking, she summons a little white bird which sits on her shoulder. As I tell her my story, she keeps glancing at the bird as if expecting some kind of reaction. Isabella says, Please, tell me a lie. You are ugly. The little white bird instantly lets out a high-pitched shriek and flies over to attack me. Isabella starts laughing as I wave an arm at the silly little bird that is trying to peck at my head. It seems that she uses the bird as a type of lie detector, which explains why she summoned it. The bird returns to her shoulder after a minute, and I resume telling her my tale. By the time I am done explaining everything that has happened, it is getting dark, so we stop to make camp. Isabella says, "Well, based on what you have told me, I am definitely not on the king's side anymore. Judging from what was about to happen to you, it is safe to say you won't be joining the Shadow Demon side by choice." Isabella says, "True. I guess I will just have to join your side." "Don't you mean the rebellion side?" Isabella says. "Nope, I mean your side." "Sure, I will help you help the rebels, but I also want to go with you to the temples to help the goddesses." "You realize my path will always be very dangerous, right?" Isabella says, "Yes, and that is fine. I am a summoner. The only reason I am weak right now is the king's people would never let me go out to get my summons some experience." "Oh, how many summons do you have?" Isabella says. "Right now, 6 including this little guy." "The other 5 are a tiger, a wolf, a bear, an eagle, and a giant fox. They are normal animals for the most part, but will become beasts as they level up." "Yeah, I know leveling up a summons is important," says Hello the Camp. Chapter 145. I jump to my feet and draw Blitz at the sound of the strange voice. I quickly look all around, but I don't see or smell anyone else. "Summon bones. You can come in, but your hands better be empty and where I can see them." A man appears as if by magic, although he just blended in so well with the grass that it seemed like magic. He is dressed for camouflage and appears to be very skilled. Either a hunter or a scout would be my guess. Even now that I can see him, I can't smell him. There could easily be others nearby if they are as skilled as him. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Hawk says. "My name is Hawk, and I work for the rebellion. I was ordered to find you and guide you safely to the rebel camp to meet our leader." "Are you alone, Hawk?" Hawk says. "There are 20 other scouts scattered across the plains, but I am the only one here." "Well, other than my partner?" He holds his arm out and lets out a piercing whistle. A minute later, a hawk lands on his arm. This must be what he meant by partner. The hawk seems normal, although I detect a glint of intelligence in its eyes. Not sensing any hostility from Hawk, I decide to sheath Blitz and sit back down before motioning him to join us. "So, how did you find me?" Hawk says. "Our leader ordered us into the plains as soon as we heard about the Harrows being sent out here to hunt you. Other than that, it was just luck that I was the one who ran into you. Your leader seems to have put a lot of effort into finding me. Why is that?" Hawk says. "We share a common enemy in the king, and word of your actions against him has spread throughout the kingdom." "Well, I was already planning to head to the forest, but first, I must reunite with my friends," Hawk says. "Oh, where are they?" "They should be 4 or 5 days west of here," Hawk says. "Then I will help you find them. Then I will guide all of you to our base." "All right, sounds good," since Isabella still has her little truth bird out. I know Hawk hasn't told any lies, so I think I can trust him. It would make sense for the rebels to be looking for me. If nothing else, I am sure they want information from me. I will just wait and see how it goes. For now, I will start making some drake stew for dinner," Hawk says. "So is she your prisoner? I recognize her as one of the king's heroes." "No, she was betrayed by the king and one of the heroes. She is on our side now." "Her name is Isabella." Isabella says, "Hello." Hawk says, "Hi. Are you sure you can trust her?" "So far, I trust her more than I trust you." Hawk says, "Fair enough." Isabella says, "What is that? It smells so good." "It is drake meat." Both say, "What? What?" "What is with the shouting?" Hawk says. "You can't just casually mention a legendary creature and not expect a reaction." Isabella says, "Is it really drake meat?" "Where did you find it? How many people did it take to kill it?" "Yes, it is really drake meat. I found it in a cavern below these plains, and I killed it by myself. Both of them just stare at me with their mouths hanging open." Maybe I shouldn't have said that. After all, Cronotia said the drake was capable of wiping out a city, didn't she? "Oh well, the cat's out of the bag now. I doubt it will be much of a problem." Isabella says, "You seriously killed it all alone? The white knight over there didn't help?" "Yeah, I hadn't created bones yet. In fact, he is made from the drake's bones." Hawk says, "Created? Made from? What do you mean?" Bones, take off your helm for a minute. When Bones takes off his helmet, both Isabella and Hawk gasp and lean away from him. When he sees that he's scared them, instead of looking hurt, he chatters happily and puts his helm back on. So he apparently has a sadistic personality, which makes sense since he is undead. Isabella says, "So your class is Death Knight then?" "Actually, I don't have a class." Isabella says, "Then how the hell are you so powerful?" "That is a bit harder to explain. I am a unique type of mana beast, not a beast man. I have been growing and evolving as a mana beast since I was not able to take a class. I also have developed a lot of skills to increase my stats." Isabella says, "This might be a sore subject, but I've always been curious what was in that pit they threw you into. So while I finish cooking and throughout our dinner, I tell them all about the pit and the ancient sewers and the things I encountered down there. The only thing I don't tell them about is Drog. I don't think they need to know I have a demon with me or that I am part demon. They don't notice the omission. If anything, they act like kids at story time." Isabella says, "What a horrible experience. Also, this is the most delicious food I have ever eaten." Hawk says, "I have to agree with her on both points." Isabella says, "You have really been through some horrible things since you were summoned. I don't think I could have survived what you have been through. You would be surprised at what you can survive when you have a goal to achieve." Hawk says, "And what is this goal that fuels your survival?" "To kill the king." Hawk says, "As soon as we find some booze, I will absolutely drink to that." Isabella says, "Is that your only goal?" "Of course not, just the most immediate." Isabella says, "Then why haven't you just killed him?" "Because I am not strong enough yet to defeat the shadow demon that lives in the castle." Hawk says, "What? What shadow demon?" "There is a rank 7 shadow demon infesting the castle and hiding behind the king. Otherwise, I would have already assassinated the king." Hawk says, "That is information we didn't have. Our leaders will be very glad of your help." Hawk takes a ribbon out of his shirt and ties it to his hawk's leg. He then throws the hawk into the air and it proceeds to fly off. "What was that?" Hawk says, "A signal. It will lead the other scouts and any other rebel forces to gather to us. As I said, we are all out here looking for you, but so are a lot of the king's forces. Our job now is to protect you and get you safely to our leaders." Isabella says, "Does it seem to you like he needs protection?" Hawk says, "Whether he needs it or not, it is still our job. Besides, more people will make finding and protecting his friends easier. In that case, I will accept your help, but next time it would be wiser to ask first." Chapter 146. Hawk says, I apologize. I didn't think about how it might seem to you. You don't trust me yet, but knowing that you have valuable information, I have to act accordingly." As I said, "It is fine." Isabella says, "Well, I have had a long day and would like to get some sleep before having to walk all day again. If that is all right with you, Ash. You know, you don't need my permission, but you bring up a good point. We should all get some rest." Isabella pulls a tent out of her inventory and climbs into it once she sets it up. Hawk just rolls himself in a bedroll by the fire. I wait until both are asleep before pulling out Miguel's sword and laying it across my lap. "Create Soulscape?" Ding, congratulations. Skill Soulscape has progressed to level 3. Soulscape level 3 Wiz plus 15. You can create a basic Soulscape. As soon as the Soulscape forms around me, I focus and drag the Shadow Demon out of the sword and into the Soulscape with me. Only once it is in the Soulscape and immediately attacks me do I realize that it is a rank 4 Shadow Demon. Dodging its attack out of reflex allows me to counterattack with Blitz and cut the attacking arm off. The Shadow Demon backs off when it loses an arm. Instead of chasing it, I stop to eat the arm. I have no intention of letting any of its power escape me. Once I am done eating, I try to summon the Shadow Demon back to me, but it doesn't work. It isn't strong enough to escape my Soulscape, but apparently it is strong enough to stop me from just summoning it. Oh well, that just means I get to enjoy the hunt. I set off after the demon, easily tracking it by scent. The demon is crafty. It actually sets an ambush for me. Fortunately for me, the demon completely underestimated my speed, and I am already past the point when it lands. The demon had run past then, circled back and climbed a tree to wait for me. Hearing the demon land behind me, I spin around and slash with Blitz before I even see the demons. As my eyes lock onto the demon, Blitz has already swept past, and I think I missed until the demon's head falls off. I guess my reflexes have gotten better as well. Good to know. As I sit down and eat, I use my imagination to play some music. That is the one thing I think I miss the most from the old world. After listening to a few rock songs and eating the rest of the demon, I end the soulscape and return to the real world. Core upgrade progress. 100%. Huanding congratulations. Core upgrade is complete. You have become rank 4. Rank 4? HP plus 500 DP plus 100 endurance, plus 50 physical resist, plus 15 poison resist, plus 30 core upgrade progress. 10% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 20% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 30% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 35% Drog wow. I can't believe you are already rank 4. That took me over 500 years. I am guessing you didn't have the strength to kill and eat demons that were higher rank than you. Drog, of course not. I was just a normal demon, not a monster like you. Oh, so I am a monster now? Drog, yes. You are my master and you can destroy me, but you are still a monster. If being a monster is what it takes to achieve my goals, then I have no problem with that. After that, Drog doesn't say another word, although I do hear him chuckling very faintly. Leaving Bones to act as our guard, I let myself relax and get some sleep. In the morning after a quick breakfast, we set off again heading west. Hawk says, "What is it? Why did you stop?" "I smell horses," Hawk says. "Just wait. It might not be enemies. We have people out here too." At Hawk's request, I stop and wait instead of going and hunting them. I want to keep moving, though. We only walked for 2 hours before this. After a few minutes, 3 people on horseback appear through the grass. Hawk says, "It is okay. They are rebels." Hawk stands up and waves the 3 riders down. They come closer until they can recognize Hawk. 2 of them stay watching us while the 3rd rides off quickly. I assume he is reporting to his commander. So we wait another 10 minutes, then I can hear a lot of horses approaching. It turns out there are about 80 rebels in this group, and their captain talks to Hawk for a minute before he turns the group and heads west. Thankfully, they have 2 extra horses for Hawk and Isabella, so we can pick up our pace quite a bit. I could still easily outrun them if I wanted to, but since I plan to work with the rebels, I keep pace between Hawk and the captain. Hawk says, "This is Captain Rickon. Captain, this is Ash." Rickon says, "Pleased to meet you, Lord Ash." "Ha, I am no Lord Captain. I am just a warrior." Rickon says, "You may not be a lord yet, but I imagine you will be soon enough." "What makes you say that?" Rickon says, "Assuming we win, you will play a very large part in our victory. I don't see our leader not rewarding you with at least a title." And do you think the other nobles would tolerate a beastman noble in your kingdom?" Rickon says, "Considering most of the nobles will be new and made from members of the rebellion, I don't think it will be too much of an issue." "Huh? Being a noble sounds annoying, though." Isabella says, "Don't all men dream of power? Nobles can command power, but the responsibilities attached to it would be boring. Besides, I already have power of a different kind." Rickon says, "True? I am just saying this is my prediction." Well, if they try to make me a noble, I can just leave the country. Chapter 147. Isabella says, "Would you really just run away?" "Of course. I have a war to fight. I can't waste time managing lands and people." Hawk says, "What war?" "We are talking about after we win this war. This is more like a battle before the real war." Rickon says, "Who will you be fighting in this war?" "The demons." Isabella says, "What?" "In the near future, an army of demons will come across the land bridge. The goddesses have tasked me with fighting and defeating that army." Hawk says, "Goddesses and demons? Are you insane?" Haha. A lot of the soldiers start laughing, even Hawk and Rickon. The only one not laughing is Isabella. She is staring at her little white bird in shock. Then everyone goes quiet as they notice a light in the sky. I am preparing for an attack, but even I am surprised when the light takes forms. Saronia and Krenosha, are now standing on thin air and staring down at the group. Saronia says, "Do not dare to ridicule our chosen champion." Krenosha says, "Ash is the one and only hope for the people of this continent." After saying that the goddesses disappear in a blinding flash of light, leaving all the soldiers speechless. From the smell of it, quite a few of them wet themselves. But what surprises me is that they are now powerful enough to manifest physically. I just don't understand why they would bother with something like this, unless for some reason they think my credibility is going to be important soon. Rickon is the first to wake up from his dazed state. He dismounts and kneels down facing me. As soon as the soldiers see that they all quickly do the same, soon the only one still mounted is Isabella. Rickon says, "Lord Ash, I swear my life and my honor in service of you." As the rest of the soldiers shout the same thing, I can't help but be embarrassed. Is this what the goddesses wanted? Wait, they want me to lead armies against the demon invasion. Soldiers talk. News of this will spread across the continent. Rickon, are you sure about this? I have not yet joined the rebellion. What if your leaders and I don't get along? Rickon says, "The goddess said you are the only hope for us. That trumps the rebellion in my eyes." Fine, I guess I will accept your fealty. Now remount, we have ground to cover. The soldiers cheer as they hurriedly remount and resume the march. I don't know why this makes them so happy. Maybe they think following me will lead to glory or something. Chances are not one of them will survive what is to come. We ride hard for the next day and a half. Along the way, we pick up another group of cavalry and 5 more scouts. We have only stopped when we needed to rest the horses and have covered a decent amount of ground. It still has taken way too long. The battle is long over, and I have no idea if any of my friends are even still alive. Scout says, reporting. I found the site of a battle a mile ahead of us, sir. How long ago was the battle? Could you identify the bodies? Scout says 2 to 3 days ago, and the bodies are church soldiers, sir? All right, lead us to the site. But why would church soldiers be out here? Hawk says, this entire area of the plains is under the control of the church? Isabella says, why would the church control land? Isn't that unusual? Rickon says, yes, technically it is illegal, but the king doesn't care about the law. He gave the church this land in return for their support of him becoming king. So the church is corrupt and allowed to do whatever they want in this area? Hawk says, yes, they have absolute authority here. Rumors are that they are worse than the most corrupt nobles, but information is hard to get. Well, looks like we will find out soon. Let's pick up the pace. We ride hard for the next mile until the scout signals that we are close. I signal the troops to stop and rest and continue on with Rickon, Isabella, Hawk, and the other scouts. We smell the bodies before we see them. They have already started to rot. Drog, are these the guys that you were fighting? Drog, yes, master. Scouts, circle the area and find any tracks leading away from this battle. Scouts, yes, sir. Rickon, once we have taken a look at the bodies, I want them all gathered and burned. Rickon says, yes, my lord. Looking around, there are a little over 50 bodies, all but 2 wearing armor. The armor is low quality and more gaudy than useful. Over half the dead died from arrow wounds. It seems Miria did very well. The last 2 bodies are wearing robes and have a lot of expensive jewelry, so I am guessing they were priests. So obviously it was the church that attacked my people. The question is why? I need to find my friends first, but now I am seriously considering paying the church a visit as well. After all, I did promise the goddesses to wipe out any false priests I find. Hawk says, we found tracks of 2 groups leaving this area. One retreated south and the other headed west. All right, we deal with the bodies then. We head west. That group should be my people. Rickon says, yes, my lord. Once the bodies are piled up and burning, we ride hard for the next 4 hours. On my orders, the scouts stop us before we reach the group. After all, I don't want Miria to kill any of them. I leave my troops behind and walk alone into the clearing where they have made camp. Miria yells, master. As soon as she sees me, she cries out, drops her bow, and flies into my arms. Everyone else is standing still in shock and staring at me. But even now I can see something is very wrong. Numerous people are injured and wearing bandages. The whole group looks fairly worn down, and there are not enough people here. Miria, what happened? Where are the others? Miria says. Layla and several others were captured by those church dogs. Chapter 148. What? How? How? Miria says. When they attacked, they used some big spell that took out Drog and Ruby. Maricel was also taken out by a spell. Alanis and I fought back and killed a lot of them, but there were too many. It is all right. I know you did your best. We saw the corpses of the soldiers and priests. Now I need you to calm down and tell me as much as you can so I can rescue our people. Miria says. They attacked without warning. There were around 200 soldiers and 20 priests. They seemed to know everything about us after their spells took out Drog, Ruby, and Maricel. They went after Layla first. So they either had scouts watching you or used magic of some kind. Miria says. We never smelled anyone near us. Anyway, other than Layla, they went after 20 of the human women. It was like they had specific targets already set. Another weird thing is they didn't kill anyone. Then they only came to capture. Let me guess, the 20 taken were the most attractive of the women, right? Miria says. I guess so. They were all human. None of the beast women were targeted. All right, I get the picture. Hawk? Hawk says yes, my lord. Bring up the troops? Hawk says yes. While waiting for the troops to join us, I walk around the camp and check on everyone. The only tent is for the worst injured, including Alanis. The fact that she wasn't taken means either they don't know about her armor disguising her, or she put up too great a fight. Her injuries are pretty bad. She needs magical healing. I need to rescue Layla or Alanis might die. Rickon says, my lord, your orders. Rickon, does the rebel camp have healers? Rickon says, yes, a few. All right, you and your men are going to help these women get to the rebel camp. The woman in the tent is Alanis and important, so do everything you can for her. Rickon says, what about you, my lord? I am going to go teach the church a lesson and get the rest of my people back. Miria says, I want to come with you. No, I need you to take care of our people. Besides, I can handle this on my own. Hawk says, that is not a good idea, my lord. The church has over 500 soldiers and around 100 priests, but their real power is that they have a priest of Krenosha and a high priest of Saronia. Hawk, tell me everything you know about the church in this area. Hawk says there are 7 villages in the church's domain, but the central one to the south of us is their main base. The soldiers occupy the towns and patrol between them, but they are brutal to the villagers. I have heard that any woman who is attractive vanishes without a trace. Are there any kingdom troops in the area that would come to their aid? Hawk says, normally no, but with all this activity in the plains there might be. The only forces wandering around in the plains should be the hero groups, and they only have 100 troops each. Isabella, how many hero groups are out here? Isabella says, I think there were 15 originally. So at most 13 now. As long as no more than 3 help the church, it shouldn't be a problem. Rickon says, what exactly are you planning to do? I am going to annihilate the church. Hawk says, you serve the goddesses. Is this going to be okay? Not only is it okay, they specifically told me to kill the false priests, and any priests who treat the people like this are definitely false. Rickon says, all right, here is where we are roughly. This is where the 7 villages are. Are you sure you don't want to take some men with you? I am sure. Just protect my people. I will meet you at the forest if not before. Miria says, are you sure I can't go with you? Yes, you are still in charge of our people. Oh, by the way, this is Isabella, and she will be joining our group. As Miria and Isabella start talking, I walk away from everyone. The soldiers will keep them safe. Now I need to get our other people back and teach the church not to mess with us. Then again, even if they hadn't attacked my people and I heard about the way they act, I would still go after them. With the church acting like this, I am sure Saronia and Krenosha have lost a lot of followers. If people lose faith because of the actions of the church, then the church needs to be purged. Once I can clear one of the temples, I am hoping the goddesses will have enough power to clean up their churches. But until then, I will do what I can. After checking to make sure everyone understands their orders, I march off to the south. As soon as I am out of sight of the others, I break into a run. No need for them to know just how fast I can move. It only takes me 2 hours to reach the nearest village. So I settle down to wait for nightfall. The village is very crude and poor looking. The buildings are all poorly made of wood, except for the building in the center, which seems to be the church and also the garrison of the soldiers. It is made of stone and has ornamentation. It is also as big as the rest of the buildings combined. Once night falls, I watch for an hour to see how the church soldiers move. Only about 20 are on guard around the village. From the movements, I am guessing about 60 to 70 more soldiers will be in the church building. From the way the villagers acted during the day, they live in terror of the church. Drog, can you manifest a physical body yet? Drogno, Master, I am sorry. It is fine. To start, I slowly make my way all the way around the village to make sure I haven't missed anything. Then I sneak into the village between two guard posts, making sure no one sees me. It will be much easier to kill the guards from inside since they only really watch the roads leading to the village. Not that I would call these dirt paths roads, but from the map Rickon showed me they should lead to 2 more small villages. There are 6 villages in a rough circle around the main village. The rough road connects all the villages on the outside, and each village has a road to the center. My plan is to go around the circle to all 6 of the small villages and then hit the center one last. If the other 5 villages have about the same number of soldiers, then there are around 500 in the 6 villages. That means the church probably has around 1,000 total, almost double what Hawk thought their numbers were. That is way more soldiers than needed just to control the area. I wonder what the church is planning. Well, whatever they had planned is no matter now, since soon they will all be dead. For this, speed and silence are the best bet. I don't want to let them use hostages against me. Now it is time to start the killing. Chapter 149. Even though there is no road to the north, there are 10 guards posted there. The east and west have 4 each, and the south only has 2. I easily sneak up behind the 2 guards who are sitting passing a bottle back and forth. They are very lax and don't seem worried about getting caught. That should mean no one checks on them until shift change. But since the last shift change was only a few hours ago, everyone should be dead before the next change. I easily sneak up right behind them and reach around to cut their throats with my claws without them knowing what happened. They die quietly and I sneak off to head to the eastern group of 4. They are not paying any more attention than the first 2. They are sitting in a circle playing a dice game from the looks of it. The fact that they are all looking at each other makes it a little more difficult, but I have played plenty of stealth games in my last life. Gently tossing a rock over by the road makes all of them turn to look in that direction and allows me to kill the 2 closest to me with ease. As soon as my claws slice across the necks of the first 2, I jump over them to cut down the other 2 before they can even turn to look back and see what the noise is. All 4 of them die with no more than a quiet gurgling sound. I crouch down and wait a minute to make sure no one comes to investigate before sneaking across the village. I head to the west side of the village to take out the other group of 4. I will leave the biggest group for last. These 4 are a bit more vigilant than the last 4. 2 of them are sitting by a fire warming themselves while the other 2 stand by the road. I circle around one of the shacks and approach through an alley to get behind the 2 by the fire. The 2 by the road are just far enough away that they don't hear their 2 comrades' gurgling demise. A few seconds later, they enjoy the exact same fate. Now, I sneak over to the north side of the village to take a look at the group of 10. Binding, congratulations! Skill stealth has progressed to level 6. Stealth level 6 DP cost 15 AGI plus 6. You can sneak up on average beings. Huh, I forgot I even had the stealth skill. There are 9 guards gathered around a fire. They are talking and passing a bottle around. I quickly move around them looking for the 10th. I find him in an alley relieving himself. I move up behind him swiftly and slash his throat silently. I catch his body as it falls and drag it further back behind a shack. Then I crouch down and watch the alleyway. I expect after a minute or 2 someone should come looking for him. I would love to use the roof of the shack to get the drop on them, but I don't think it will hold my weight. After a minute, 2 soldiers come to the alley, joking about the dead soldier not being able to hold his wine. I reach them in one leap and slash them even as their eyes widen in surprise. I move past them as they fall and rush the remaining 7 soldiers. Blitz becomes a flash of light as I draw and slash in a single move. 2 more swings and all 7 soldiers are dead. Before the bodies even hit the floor, I am off and running towards the church. When I get in sight, I slow down and am happy to see there is no movement at all. I circle the church once. There are two doors other than the main one large and one small. The large door should be for deliveries, so I move to the small door, which I find locked. Oh, been a while since I've seen a locked door. Do I even have any lockpicks anymore? Searching through the pouch, I find I don't have any lockpicks. My first thought is that I can make some fairly easily, but then I realize that is thinking far too much. I simply hit the door with my shoulder lightly, and it pops open. Inside, I find a dark and empty kitchen. I quickly move through it and check the door further in. The hallway is lit, but empty. I quietly move through the hallway, checking each room as I pass until I find the soldiers' barracks. About 10 soldiers are awake with another 30 sleeping, less than I expected. I draw Blitz and charge into the room, cutting down everyone in my path. I kill soldiers who are still sleeping, just waking up, stumbling out of bed, or already awake. I don't fight fair or honorably, I just slaughter them all. Once all the soldiers are dead, I search the rest of the church. All I find are 3 young priests. I might have spared them if I didn't also find over a dozen young women held captive. After freeing the women and executing the priests, I check the church one last time. The only thing of interest I find is a small chest of gold hidden away. I dump it into my pouch without bothering to count it. I leave the church and the village, taking the road east. By dawn, I have purged the churches of 3 more villages. Only 2 more small ones, and the main one remains. I decide to rest through the day and continue at night, so I find a random spot in the grass and curl up to doze the day away. I am hoping contact with the outer villages is not frequent, so I can keep the element of surprise. When nightfall approaches, I head to the 5th village and observe it as the light fades. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, so once the night is fully upon me, I resume my massacre. The 5th village falls as easily as the rest. But when I move on to the 6th, I run into a problem. There are 100 of the king's soldiers camped around the 6th village. Chapter 150. The soldiers don't really worry me, but I can't kill them quietly. This should mean there is another hero here somewhere. I need to see them to decide if they need to die or not. There is also a chance the hero left his troops here and went to the main church to talk to the leaders. My main question is why? The hero should be out searching for me. So why is he here? Maybe I will find out when I meet him, but for now, I just need to slaughter everyone. The soldiers have sentries out around their camp, and the church has sentries around the village. If I attack either group of sentries, the odds are I will end up fighting everyone, and the village might suffer in the battle. So instead, I sneak past all the sentries and head for the church first. Killing the soldiers and priests is fairly easy. Once I free the women they held captive, I have them quietly gather the villagers. Once the villagers are gathered, I have them lock themselves in the church out of harm's way. Now that the village is empty, I start sneaking around killing anyone I can without raising the alarm. Once one manages to scream and the alarm is raised, I give up sneaking and charge into the soldiers' camp. Summon Bones! Bones, kill them all! Bones and I charge into the soldiers, swinging our swords. Within an hour, we are the only ones left standing. No sign of the hero anywhere. He must be in the central church. I let the villagers know that it is safe now, and that they can loot the soldiers. Then Bones and I head south. The priests I have dealt with so far haven't even managed to get a spell off, but I am expecting the ones in the main church to be more dangerous. If the hero fights with them, it could end up being really troublesome. I think I need to use a different strategy for the big church. Trying to deal with all of them at once isn't a good idea. After 3 hours running, we get close enough to see the central village and the big church. Although, from its size, it would be more accurate to call it a cathedral. It is a massive building of stone. The main building is 4 stories with towers and spires coming off of it. The village around is about the size of 4 of the smaller ones, combined, and just as poor-looking. It angers me to see such a poor village surrounding that massive and expensive building. There are 6 roads leading into the village, and each one has a guard post, manned by 15 soldiers. Okay, Bones, you attack that one and I will attack this one. Kill them all and make it noisy. When you see reinforcements coming, return here and we will wipe them out together. Bones chatters and nods at me, then heads off towards his guard post as I do the same. The guards see me coming, but that doesn't really help them. Soon, screams and blood fill the air as I wade into them with Blitz. After I kill all 15 guards, I wait around for a few minutes before I see more soldiers running my way. Once I am sure they have spotted me, I turn and run back to where I told Bones to meet me. When I get there, I find Bones is already there and surrounded by soldiers. There are about 50 soldiers surrounding Bones, and another 40 or so following me. We got more of a reaction than I thought we would. I easily cut my way to Bones, and we start working together to kill all the soldiers. Even when the soldiers chasing me join in, they still are no match for the two of us. Bones has gained a level. The bodies of the soldiers start piling up around us, making our footing uncertain, and the ground is quickly turning to mud because of all the blood. I feel kind of bad for the soldiers. I am so much stronger than them that it feels like I am being a bully. But the church attacked my people first, so it is their own fault. With my strength, Blitz can cut through armor and even shields like it was made of paper. In this crowded situation, I am killing 3 or 4 soldiers every time I swing. Bones is not quite as fast at killing as I am, but he is still killing a soldier every few seconds. Surprisingly, the soldiers do not back down or try to run away. They are screaming and cursing, so I know they are not being controlled. Yet they seem to have no care for their own lives whatsoever. They must be religious fanatics. That is the only answer I can come up with. By the time the last church soldier falls, Bones and I are standing atop a mound of corpses. Even when it came down to the very last soldier, he didn't pause before throwing himself at us. They have to be religious zealots. Nothing else explains such suicidal stupidity. I sit down on top of the mound to catch my breath. The smell of death doesn't really bother me. As I look at the village, I see quite a bit of activity. The soldiers at the other guard posts have retreated to the church. I am surprised to see more King's soldiers gathering in front of the church. Is there a second hero here? Soldiers keep gathering. Soon the 100 King's soldiers are joined by another 100 church soldiers. Looks like they are going to throw everything they have left at us in an attempt to overwhelm us with numbers. I must admit I am surprised. I thought the next attack would be to use the hostages against us. As the soldiers start marching towards us, I can make out 3 figures leading them. One is in black robes, and the other 2 are in tight-fitting clothing and have swords. All 3 have very dark auras, but I can tell the 2 with swords are the heroes, meaning the one in robes is a priest, but I don't see either goddess's mark. So definitely a fake priest, meaning I won't get in trouble for killing him. All the priests have been fake so far. I've checked every time to make sure I don't kill a real priest by accident. Then again, I don't see how a real priest could live here. The fake priests would either corrupt him or kill him. But I will keep checking just to be safe. I don't want to hurt someone loyal to the goddesses. For now, I don't have to worry about that. I just have to kill a fake priest, 2 heroes, and almost 200 soldiers. Bones, when they come, you keep the soldiers busy. I will kill the priest and the heroes, then help you. Bones nods and readies his sword and shield, as the soldiers start to fan out to surround us. As the fake priest gets closer, I can see that he is muttering and holding something in his hands. The 2 heroes are flanking him and have drawn their swords. Now that they are closer, I can tell they are definitely twins. Priest shouts, "In Krenosha's name, I command you, die." Chapter 151. The priest waves his hands, and a mass of eerie green energy leaves his hands and heads towards Bones, and I feel no threat whatsoever from the energy, so I ignore it and start walking towards the priest. I don't feel anything as the energy washes over me, and a quick glance shows Bones is unaffected as well. Priest says, What? Impossible. How could my spell have no effect? I smile as I take the last few steps to the priest and casually swing Blitz. His head goes flying before the 2 heroes can even react. I guess the heroes expected the priest to do a lot more. I am about to swing at the heroes when a ghostly figure slowly appears above the priest's body. Maricel, I am so glad you are okay. Maricel says, huh? What happened? Where am I? I'll explain later. For now, kill soldiers. Maricel looks around and then rushes off to kill the soldiers while I face the 2 heroes. Before I can attack, they rush me and I am forced to defend. They attack simultaneously from different directions. I parry one and have to dodge the other. They seem surprised that they failed, but they recover and attack again in an instant. They are fast, even faster than me. It takes all I have just to keep defending. I've never encountered anyone this fast before. Even with the boost I get for anti-hero, they are a bit faster than me. They use their speed to keep pushing me back. So far, I have just barely avoided taking any damage. I can't count on that lasting. I need to finish these two off and go help Bones and Muracell. They are really well coordinated. I will have to surprise them and end it in a flash, dash, slash form. I step back then. As they pursue, I activate dash and dart forward. Then, as I execute slash form, right in front of them, they both fall in several pieces. Using dash, they didn't even see me move. They might have seen the flash of Blitz moving in their last second of life. With the heroes dead, I move to help with the soldiers. Bones and Muracell have already killed about half of them. Since both of them are undead, they don't get tired, so I could just leave them to kill all the soldiers. But that really isn't my style, so I charge in swinging Blitz. With all three of us working together, killing the rest of the soldiers only takes a few minutes. Those that try to run at the end are quickly chased down and dealt with. Now all that is left is whoever is in the church itself. Muracell, I am glad to see that you are all right. Muracell says, "Okay, tell me what happened, and who is this skeleton? The church attacked you guys, and this priest was somehow able to trap you. This is Bones. He is my summon for lack of a better term." Muracell says, "I remember the beginning of an attack, and then I was here. Drog and Ruby were banished. You were captured, and several others, including Layla, were taken prisoner." Muracell says, "Where are they now? They should be somewhere in that church." Muracell says, "Do you want me to go scout it out?" "Yes, please. Be careful, though. They might have other spells that will affect you." Muracell says, "Okay, wait here." Muracell disappears, and while we wait, I have Bones help me pile up the corpses. Of course. I check them for money before tossing them on the pile. After all, I will eventually need money. I can't wait to get somewhere I am accepted and can actually buy things. Bones and I finish with the corpses, and Muracell still isn't back. I am starting to get a bit worried. Another 10 minutes pass before Muracell finally returns, and she does not look happy. I can already guess the reason why. Muracell says, "There are over 100 women held prisoner in the basement, and all of them have been abused. Leela and the others." Muracell says, "Yes, they are there. We will rescue them." "How about enemies?" Muracell says. "There are 10 guards in the basement and 80 or so in the main chapel." "Is there a back way in? Can you get to the basement without going through the chapel?" Muracell says, "Yes and yes." "Okay, then here is the plan. I will attack the chapel through the front door while you lead Bones in the back way." Muracell says, "Are you going to turn all those bodies into skeletons?" "No, I don't have that ability," Muracell says. "Oh, I thought you had turned into a necromancer." "No, I am not a necromancer." Muracell says, "Well, between me and Bones, you sure are starting to look like one. I wouldn't mind being a necromancer, but no, Bones is unique." Muracell says, "So? You plan to charge the enemy all alone?" "Yeah, they deserve a slow and painful death, but we will have to settle for just killing them." Muracell says, "I meant how are you going to deal with that many enemies? 50 are soldiers, 20 are acolytes, and the last 10 are priests. I only have to worry about the soldiers. The fake priest spells can't harm me." Muracell says, "So what are we supposed to do?" "I want you to lead Bones to the basement, kill the guards there, then protect the prisoners so they can't be used as hostages." Muracell says, "That will be easy enough, but are you sure you will be okay?" "I should be fine. I doubt they are as strong as the Drake was." Muracell says, "Drake? What Drake? Chapter 152? So I end up telling Muracell a quick version of what happened to me. I try to keep it short so we can get to work, but she just keeps asking questions. At least the story and questions distracted her from worrying about the plan, and when she finally runs out of questions, she leads Bones off to do their part. This leaves me free to head to the main doors of the church. Time for these fake priests to get what they deserve. I really wish I had time to make them suffer, but I will count on Krenosha to make sure they get everything they have earned. When I reach the main doors, I decide to do it the fun way, and instead of opening the doors, I kick them as hard as I can. The left door flies back and slams into the wall before hanging drunkenly off one hinge. The right door slams to the ground and skids across the floor. Of course, all eyes in the room are focused on me. This should be plenty of distraction to make sure Bones and Maricel get in easily. I need to buy them enough time to deal with the guards and get ready to defend the prisoners. High Priest says, "How dare you? You dare to go against the church?" Before answering, I take a careful look around. The 50 soldiers are different. They are wearing full plate armor, and from the aura it looks to be enchanted. Other than that, I realize I don't need to worry about the acolytes. Their auras are clean, although they look to have been abused as well. They are all beautiful women, and their auras actually bear Saronia's mark. So I need to keep them alive. The priests, on the other hand, are all scum and do not have the mark, so they will all die here. I get the feeling the soldiers, or should I say church knights, are going to be the only real problem for me. I guess I should chat with them a bit to buy some time. As fake priests, your death has been ordered by Chronosia and Saronia. High Priest says, "Who cares? Power is all that matters in this world, and the goddesses are weak. We have more power now than we ever did when we served them." "What power? You are all dead men." High Priest says, "Enough of this. Whoever kills him can keep the king's reward." With that, the greed of the knights spurs them into action. They charge at me, recklessly trying to overwhelm me with numbers. As the first one reaches me, I swing Blitz normally to test the armor of the knights. As I expected, Blitz can't cut through magical armor. However, the force of the strike sends the knight flying into a group of his friends. When the next knight reaches me, I try using Pierce Form on him. The strike goes through his armor and impales him completely. I pull Blitz back and kick the corpse out of my way to give me room to ready Pierce again. The fact that I killed the knight in one blow makes his comrades pause. No one wants to be the next one to reach me. High Priest says, "What are you doing? Kill him already." With that, a group gathers their courage and rushes at me. There are 5 of them grouped together. If I use Pierce, I can kill one, but the other 4 will hit me. So instead, I use a 2-handed grip and swing at their necks. Even if the armor can stop it, they should still take some damage. What I am not expecting is that the neck piece of the armor isn't enchanted. So instead of knocking them back, I end up decapitating 3 of them. The last 2 don't lose their heads but take heavy damage and fall to the ground. Now that I know their weakness, I charge into the remaining knights, swinging at their necks. As I am busy cutting down the knights, the High Priest gathers the other priests, and they start chanting a spell. Since they can't hurt me as far as I know, I ignore them and keep killing the knights. Thankfully, the acolytes have all moved to the very back of the chapel out of harm's way. The knights have realized I am targeting their necks and have gotten harder to kill. Those with enchanted shields are blocking my swings, even though it costs them broken bones to do so. The knights keep yelling for the priests to heal them, but the priests are still chanting a spell in a circle around the altar. Without healing, the knights' wounds are adding up. They won't be able to keep blocking me for long. But what spell are the priests casting? It is taking a long time, and they are ignoring the knights. The priests must have something up their sleeves, but I can't interrupt the spell with the knights keeping me busy. All I can do is try to finish the remaining knights before the priests finish whatever spell they are casting. So I focus my attention and redouble my efforts to cut down the knights. Each time I cut down one of the knights with an enchanted shield, another knight will pick up the shield. It is taking me much longer than I want it to cut down the knights. At this rate, the priests are sure to finish whatever major spell they are casting. What spell could take a circle of 10 priests and over 5 minutes of casting time? I know they can't be calling on Saronia for their power, so they must have found some other source of power. Before I kill them, all I should really ask them. It might be something that the goddesses need to know. Now that there are less knights, I can use Pierce Form again without getting mobbed. The knights are just focusing on defense and are too scared to really attack me. Even the enchanted shields can't stop my Pierce Form, and after a few attacks, the shields break so I can kill them faster again. "Hey, Drog, do you know what spell those priests are casting?" Drog not specifically, but it seems to be some type of summoning spell. What? Priests can summon? Drog not normally, but this is ritual magic. The same rules don't apply. If they are summoning, maybe I should let them finish. It might be a demon I can eat. My curiosity is piqued, so when I finish the last night, I just stand and wait to see what they summon. The chanting is reaching the peak. I shouldn't have to wait too much longer. Am I seeing things? The priests suddenly look a lot older than they did when I first came in. As I watch, they continue aging at a rapid pace until one by one, all but the high priest falls down dead. High priest yells, "Summon angel." Chapter 153. The altar is bathed in golden light, and the 9 priests' bodies turn into dust and blow away. The high priest sacrificed all of them just to summon an angel. I wonder, can I eat an angel the same way I do the demons? Drog, can I eat an angel? Drog only if you want to die. Just touching an angel is painful and causes burns to demons. All right, got it. As I turn my attention back to the altar, I see a form taking shape within the golden light. Sure enough, it is a humanoid figure with feathered wings. I hope it is a male angel. I don't know if I can bring myself to kill a female angel. Luckily, as the form develops, it is definitely male, so I don't have to worry about that at least. I never asked, but I am pretty sure Saronia doesn't have any angels, so I wonder where this guy was summoned from. I also would like to know where the high priest gained the knowledge to summon an angel. Drog, anything else you can tell me before I fight this guy? Drog angels use holy magic for both attack and defense. Also, they can heal themselves. That is all I know. I've never seen one before. Guess I will figure out the rest by fighting him. Hopefully he isn't as powerful as the Drake. It sure is taking it a long time to form a physical body. I could have attacked dozens of times by now. Maybe I can pump the high priest for some information while I wait. Hey, fake priest, how long will this take? High priest says, I am not a fake priest. You insolent cur. The angel will rip you into pieces shortly. I don't know about that. It looks fairly weak to me. High priest says, you dare mock the angel of Holos. Holos? Who might that be? High priest says, he is God, our one true God. Someone drank the Kool-Aid. There is a sudden tearing sound, and when I look over, I find the angel is fully formed and is now armed as well. He is wearing a golden breastplate and has 2 swords hung on his waist. His skin is almost as white as his wings, and his hair is golden, which makes me wonder if the breastplate was chosen to match his hair. He looks around at the chapel. He doesn't seem to care about all the corpses. When he spots me, he takes a long look at me before finally turning to the high priest. Now that he is fully formed, I can see his Arua. It is blindingly bright, but I can see a mark on it that is nothing like the goddess's. High priest says, Great angel of Holos, as a priest of Holos I beseech you to kill this beast who dares attack our church. The angel turns back to look at me and I just give it the most evil grin I can muster. He doesn't feel all that strong to me. I can't wait to test myself against him. He draws his swords, and as they clear the sheath, they are enveloped in golden fire. He hops off the altar and walks towards me. When he is close enough, I give him a test swing with Blitz. He blocks it using both swords, but he slides back 2 feet when he does. He is strong, but not as strong as I am. Still, he is an angel. This should still be a fun fight. I stand ready and wait for his move. I want to see what kind of skill he has. He is still looking at me in surprise. I guess he wasn't expecting me to hit him so hard. He takes a few seconds to overcome his surprise before approaching me again. Much more cautiously. When he is close enough, he starts attacking with both swords. He is doing a sword dance. Thanks to my high agility, I am able to parry or dodge all his attacks. When his sword dance fails to hurt me, he backs off a few steps and points one finger at me. Angel says, Holy light! A ray of golden light comes out of his finger and shoots towards me. Curiosity gets the better of me and I let the ray hit me. It causes intense pain, but only does a few points of damage. Thanks to pain resist, I can tolerate it without showing any signs to my enemy. Seeing the ray has no effect, the angel stops trying to use it and attacks me with his swords again. Again, I block or dodge all his strikes. But this time, when I see an opening, I punch him in the chest. The angel goes flying back until his back slams into the altar. The impact turns the altar to rubble, and there is a nice big dent in the angel's breastplate. Sounds like he is having trouble breathing, so I am guessing at least broken ribs. And when he stands up, it is obvious his wings are broken. He glares at me as blood dribbles from his mouth. I am surprised how much damage he took just from a punch. Angel says, "Full heal." The angel is bathed in golden light, and I watch as his wings are repaired. Even his breastplate is fully restored when the light fades away. He is once again in perfect condition. This is going to be more annoying than I had thought. That is annoying. I am going to have to kill him in one hit, or this will never end. Drog, I told you so. Shut up. The angel charges at me and swings both swords again. I dodge as I try to think how to end this fight. The angel has lost his cool. There is now rage and hatred on his face as he tries to cut me down. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the high priest pull himself from the rubble of the altar and hide behind the acolytes. Now I want to kill the angel in one move. Either pierce or chop. Should be strong enough. The problem is the time it takes to set up either move. Maybe if I let the angel stab me, he will be surprised enough for me to kill him. The problem is I want to kill him without destroying his swords or armor. They could be very useful if I can find myself a paladin. Chapter 154. As I am dodging, I have a sudden idea, so I stab Blitz into the ground and free my hands. Then, as the angel swings at me again, I use my greater agility and strength to grab both his wrists. I easily stop his arm's momentum and hold him in place. Angel says, "Release me, you cur." I stretch his arms out to the side and lift him so we are eye to eye. His feet are dangling a foot off the floor. He panics and starts trying to kick me, but he doesn't even hurt me. I feel a slight burning sensation on my hands where I am holding his wrists, but nothing worth worrying about. I once saw in a movie that if you rip an angel's wings off, they lose their power. Is that true? Angel screams, "Holos, aid me." A quick look around shows nothing happened. No divine visitation, no backup, no nothing. If he is an angel of Holos, I would expect some kind of response. Or is he just a foot soldier? If Holos has an army of angels, then he wouldn't really care about one little weakling, I guess. "Looks like you are all alone." Angel screams, "Marin, Cormer, Celeste, save me." This time, there is a response. A pillar of golden light crashes through the roof and lands a dozen feet away from us. When the light fades, another angel is revealed. This one has 2 sets of wings. He feels a lot more powerful than the first angel. From the feel of him, I would say he is rank 5 or so. Angel says, "Graylin, thank you for coming. Please save me." Graylin says, "You dared to call on all 3 of our Lord's archangels just to deal with some beast." Angel says, "He is no mere beast. He is a demonic beast. He is stronger than me. I wasn't able to even wound him." Graylin says, "If Celeste hadn't ordered me to save you, I would kill you myself, you weakling." Before the angel can respond, I decide I have had enough of their bickering. With the power in my arms and shoulders, I tear the angel's arms completely off. Then, while he is screaming in pain, and before he can cast heal, I grab his head with both hands and rip it off. Graylin looks at me angrily as I drop the angel's head on the floor and pick up Blitz. He is armed with a long spear and has interesting armor on. It is made of thousands of diamond-shaped pieces of a silver metal I have never seen before. As a blacksmith, I want to examine that armor and figure out how it was made. It looks to provide excellent defense without impeding movement at all. Graylin says, "You just caused me to fail my mission. For that, you will die." It is his own fault for coming here and picking a fight to protect a piece of scum. Graylin says, "I care not for fault. I only care for my mission which you ruined. Then you can just die here as well." Graylin leaps at me and I quickly use Blitz to parry his spear strike. From just that one contact, I can tell he is almost as strong as me physically. He is going to be much harder to kill, especially since if I don't kill him in one hit, he can just heal. After blocking the spear again, I counterattack with Blitz, but his armor absorbs the hit and he barely stumbles from the impact. That armor is way better than anything I have seen so far. It covers him from the neck down. So my only chance is going to be a headshot. Wait, I just noticed he has no halo. Does that mean he is a different type of angel? Or is it just something the humans made up about angels? My distraction causes me to almost miss a dodge. His spear graces past my chest, leaving a small cut. It parted my armor like it was made of paper. If I hadn't dodged most of it, I would be dead, Graylin says. My only answer is a growl as I set my feet and ready Pierce. I need to fake him out somehow. I have the edge on him in speed and agility. Maybe if I attack and let him block, then go for a faster second attack. I can't think of any other options, so I aim Pierce at his gut and attack. He blocks with his spear easily. Demonic assault, dash. In a flash, I set for Pierce again and aim for his head. I strike as fast and as hard as I can. My only hope is to kill him with my boosted speed before he can respond or dodge. My speed completely overwhelms him, but as Blitz is about to pierce his head, a golden glow envelopes his head and then shatters. Belatedly, he raises his spear to protect his head. I have to finish him before Dash wears off, so I kick him in the stomach. The armor blocks most of it, but the impact is still enough to make him bend over. As he does, I jump to his left and raise Blitz over my head as I set my footing. Using chop form, I aim at the back of his neck, and I swing Blitz with all my might. Again, the golden shield appears and shatters, but this time, my swing still has enough energy left to sever Graylin's head. Congratulations! You have earned the title Angel Slayer. Angel Slayer plus 10% damage versus angels. Well, that will be useful if I run into any more. As I stand over the body, it starts to dissolve until nothing is left but the armor and spear. Looking over, I see that the first angel's body has also disappeared. As I pick up the nifty silver armor to take a look at it, I hear something rattle around inside it. When I tip it upside down, a golden orb falls to the floor. I quickly put the armor in my pouch since touching it burns my hands. Curious, I go over and pick up the first angel's breastplate. A smaller golden orb falls to the floor. I put the breastplate in my pouch. I also collect the 2 swords and the spear and put them in my pouch as well. These orbs are angelic cores, but it doesn't give me the option to absorb them. Probably because I am a demon. I am not compatible with them. After putting the cores in my pouch, I turn to look for the high priest. I find him in the corner of the chapel, beaten and bloody. Seems the acolytes got some revenge once they saw the angels defeated. Can't say I blame them one bit. I pick him up roughly and slap him until he wakes up. Now you are going to answer my questions, or I am going to cut you apart piece by piece. Chapter 155. High Priest says, if you promise to let me go, I will answer your questions. If you tell me the truth, I promise I won't touch you. High Priest says, all right, what do you want to know? First, where did you acquire knowledge of hollows? High Priest says, I was taught by another, but the knowledge originally came from ancient records. So Hollos is from one of the other 2 ancient empires. High Priest says, how could you know about that? The goddesses told me about it. High Priest says, why would they speak with a beast when they have ignored their worshippers for so long? I am asking the questions, not you. Now how widespread is the worship of Hollos? High Priest says, this was the only group in this kingdom, but it is widespread in the empire. All right, that is all the questions I can think of. High Priest says, then I am free to go. Sure, ladies, he is all yours. High Priest says, you promised to let me go. No, I only promised that I wouldn't hurt you. I have no reason to save you from your own karma. As I leave the chapel to look for the stairs to the basement, I am followed by the High Priest's screams. The sound of them greatly improves my mood. It takes me a minute to find the stairs down to the basement, and once I make it downstairs, I am mobbed. Leela is the first one to slam into me and cling to me as she starts bawling. She is soon joined by others until I am worried. They are going to suffocate me or drown me in their tears. I can't bring myself to push them away, though, not after what they have suffered. Layla keeps trying to say something, but with all the crying, I can't tell what she is trying to say. It is probably either thank you or I am sorry, but I will have to wait for the crying to stop to find out. Faintly over the crying, I can hear a chattering sound. I can't see him, but I know Bones is laughing at me. It takes quite a while for the girls to all settle down, which is understandable. Once things quiet down, I get a rough head count. There is Layla and 18 other girls from my group. Then there are about 80 village girls down here plus the 20 acolytes upstairs. The first thing to do is move everyone upstairs. Staying in this dungeon won't help anyone's mental state. Also, I think seeing the bodies of their tormentors might help them. Knowing that the people who abused them are dead and can never hurt them again should bring some peace of mind. Layla says, "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I am really sorry." "You are welcome. You should have known I would come for you. But why are you sorry?" Instead of answering, Layla holds out my medallion. It is broken, cracked right up the middle. I almost scream in rage, but then I sense the tiniest little bit of mana within the medallion. It isn't completely dead. There should be a way to repair it. Layla, it wasn't your fault. It broke because Ruby was banished. The same thing would have happened if I was there, but there is still hope. I think the medallion can be repaired, Layla says. Really? You aren't mad at me? Of course not. I blame those fake priests, not you. Layla hugs me and starts crying again, although this time it isn't as bad, just gentle crying. My guess is it is from relief. She was probably scared I would blame her and leave her behind or something. After a minute, she gathers herself and goes around healing the girls who have injuries. After asking the acolytes to talk to all the local girls and see if they want to stay here or go with us, I go around to my girls to see if any want to settle down here. To my surprise, not a single one wants to stay here. Most want to join the rebels or try to make it back home. Another 20 of the local girls want to go with us. After a few questions, I realize their families were killed, and they have nothing to go back to. The rebels should be looking for new members. At least I hope they are. I really don't want hundreds of women following me around. Every man who sees them will become my enemy. Some of them are from the Free Union or Ilium. I really want to get them home if it is at all possible. Maricel says, "Master, I found the priest's treasure room." "Oh, excellent. Show me." Maricel leads me through the back half of the church until we come to a very lavish bedroom. It is obvious from the smell. Some of the things that went on in here, but Maricel heads over to a huge painting of the high priest. She disappears through the wall and then returns seconds later. Maricel says, "It is behind this wall, but I don't know how to open it." "That is simple." I walk over and punch the wall. My fist goes right through it and a large section of the wall collapses. This also destroys the painting, but I consider that a bonus. Looking through the hole, I see piles and piles of gold. The entire room is filled with gold. It looks like a dragon's hoard from a movie. I could even swim around in it like a certain cartoon duck. Tearing down the rest of the wall is easy enough. Once I step through and look around, I realize just how much gold there is. It is strange, though. It is only gold coins, no jewels or items at all. Just to be sure, I search through several piles, but after all, it is only gold coins. While gold will surely be useful later, I was hoping for something more useful right now. I will take what I can get, though. I take the pouch of my belt and start shoveling coins into it. My pouch is full after only about a quarter of the piles in the room have been shoveled into it. I am guessing it is several 100,000 coins, but I am not going to stop and count them. If that is all I can take with me, then so be it. I do not feel the need to be greedy. Maricel, go fetch those acolytes here, please. Maricel says, "Yes, master." When Maricel returns with the acolytes, their eyes nearly pop out of their skulls when they see all the gold. That is enough to convince me that they did not know about this room and were not working with the priests. Based on that and their auras, I think I can trust them to handle this gold properly. I am leaving this here for you and your villages. I suggest you spend it carefully. This kind of wealth should be kept secret, or it will bring enemies. The first thing I suggest would be hiring some mercenaries from outside the kingdom to guard your villages. Chapter 156. The acolytes are silent as I get up and walk out of the treasure room. The sudden shock of seeing all that gold and finding out it is theirs now has probably left them in a state of shock. I make it almost all the way back to the chapel before the leader of the acolytes catches up to me. Acolyte says, "Wait, are you leaving? Can't you stay? We will make you our lord." "Yes, we are leaving. Sorry, I have no interest in being a lord." Acolyte says, "Thank you for saving us. If you ever need more money or a place to hide, we will do anything we can for you." "All right, I will remember. If you want the king to leave you alone, Pretend the church is still here. Acolyte says, whether you want to be or not, from now on our villages will regard you as our lord. If you wish, but I have no idea if I will ever pass this way again. Acolyte says, whatever fate may bring, Lord Ash. After saying farewell to the acolytes, I gather my people and head to the church's stables. Luckily, there are more than enough horses for everyone, even with 20 extra people. Once everyone is mounted, we set off for the Forest of Fangs. Thanks to the horses, it only takes us 3 days before the forest comes into sight. The forest's edge stretches north and south out of sight. Not knowing where the rebel camp is, we just ride openly towards it. About an hour's ride from the forest, I see Hawk riding towards us. Hawk says, Lord Ash. Hello, Hawk? I take it everything went well on your end? Hawk says, yes, my lord. And I am glad to see you were able to rescue your people. What is the status now? Hawk says, we are camped just inside the forest. We have reported to the leadership, but have waited for you before making any further moves. Excellent. Lead us to the camp. We will settle everyone down and then go to meet the leaders tomorrow. Hawk says, by your command. Hawk turns and leads us into the forest until we come to a clearing where my people are camped. At first, I don't think we are in the right place, since there are over 500 people that I can see. When I ask, Hawk explains that some other groups of cavalry met them on the road, and then decided to join up. Why would they join up with us instead of returning to the rebels? Hawk says, well, they may have heard about the appearance of the goddesses. Why are your people spreading the story? You do know, I am not keeping you right. I have no need for troops, nor do I plan to lead any. Hawk says, I guessed as much. I tried telling them. They are convinced you will lead an army into glory undreamt of. I will lead no armies. The most I will lead is an adventuring party. Tell everyone to rejoin the rebels. Hawk says, as you command. As Hawk starts going around to talk to various groups, I head over to where my friends are gathered. I join Miria, Alanis, and Layla at their camp and invite Isabella to join us. The next couple of hours are spent catching each other up on what happened after the night I fell into the trials. Alanis says, what are your plans now? Same as before, we will meet with the rebels tomorrow. I am hoping they will be willing to help all the women we have rescued. Isabella says, what, you don't enjoy having almost 200 women following you around? No, I especially don't like the hatred in the eyes of every guy who looks at me. Maricel says, can you blame them for being jealous when you have such a large harem? But I don't have a harem at all. I haven't slept with anyone since being summoned to this world. Layla says, really? I thought you and Ruby? Miria says, I volunteer. No, Layla, nothing happened between me and Ruby. Miria, you are beautiful, but there is a reason that I can't sleep with anyone. Miria says, what reason? To demonstrate, I pick up a thick log from beside the campfire and hold it with 2 fingers. I apply just a little bit of pressure and it shatters into splinters. All the girls stare at me in shock as I dust the splinters off myself. I have become too strong. I cannot control my strength enough. If I were to be with someone in that way, they would likely end up with broken bones at the least. Layla says, but isn't Ruby really strong? Ruby is very strong in magic, not physically. I notice Miria has gone quiet and is giving me a strange look. The others are definitely giving me pitying looks. I understand the pity from the girls, but the fact that I can't understand Miria's look really worries me. Oh well, I have told them the truth. Maybe now the teasing will stop. We stay up late talking and end up sleeping in quite late. When I wake up, I find myself uncomfortably warm and unable to move. I am pinned in place by the girls sleeping on me. Layla is no surprise considering what she went through. Miria is also no surprise considering her teasing. What is surprising is Alanis and Isabella. The 4 of them have somehow ended up forming a cuddle pile with me at the center. It is probably part comfort and part the natural attraction women have to soft, fuzzy things. They have all had a hard time, if for different reasons, so I decide to lay back and wait for them to wake up on their own. While I am waiting, I try to plan out my next steps. But it is fairly difficult since I don't yet know how the rebels are going to respond to me. I am just starting to get bored when I sense one of the girls is starting to wake up. Chapter 157. Layla says, good morning, Master. Good morning, Layla. Layla says, "What is going on? Why can't I move?" "Apparently, at some point during the night, you all decided to cuddle up to me," Layla says. "That can't be. I remember going to sleep across the fire from you." "Well, it happened somehow. You are currently pinned in place by Isabella," Layla says. "Is that why it feels like I am being smothered by huge pillows?" At that, I can't help but bust up laughing, which wakes the other three girls. Isabella is grumbling and groggy. Alanis seems embarrassed and quickly moves away, and Miria just snuggles in closer against me, trying to wrap herself around me. It was a nice night, so we didn't bother to set up tents. I am sure I am receiving a lot of glares, but I don't care. Drogmaster, I am so jealous of you right now. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. All right, everyone up. We need to get ready to go meet the rebel leaders. Miria grumbles the most as I force her off of me, but everyone gets up and starts getting cleaned up. As I stand up and stretch, I notice most of the camps around us have already been broken down. It looks like all the soldiers already left to return to the rebel camp. The only man I can see is Hawk. Other than him, all I see are the women I have rescued. When they see us finally up and getting ready, they quickly finish preparations and are ready to go before we are. Once we are ready, Hawk leads us deeper into the forest. There are no paths in the forest, so all the women are walking and leading their horses. At that pace, it takes us 3 hours to reach the rebel camp. The rebel camp is very well organized. It is obvious someone in charge knows what they are doing. However, it is quite a bit smaller than I was expecting. There can't be more than 5,000 troops here. That is a much smaller force than you would need to be able to fight the king's army head-on. My hopes for the rebels being able to win on their own are completely crushed. Hawk says, "This is the commander's tent. She asked to meet with you one-on-one first." "All right, everyone else wait here." I have to duck quite a bit to enter the tent flap. As I let it fall closed behind me, I look around the inside of the tent. There is not much to see, just a folding table and several chairs. But the woman facing me is definitely worth looking at. Her hair is blonde, but cut short in a no-nonsense way. Her green eyes are sharp and show high intelligence. Her figure is generous yet shows the muscles of combat training. But the thing that catches my eye the most is that she looks like a mature version of Maricel. It is not just a passing resemblance. If Maricel was the same age they could pass as twins. "Are you Princess Amercy?" Mercy says. "Yes, but how could you know that?" "Maricel, come out!" Maricel takes form, and then the two sisters just stare at each other in absolute shock. I just stand quietly and wait. This kind of shock isn't good to interrupt. They both thought the other dead, although in Maricel's case, she actually is dead. Mercy says, "Murmur. How is this possible?" Maricel says, "I am a ghost tied to Ash. It was my death wish that summoned him." "But didn't you die with our mother?" Mercy says, "Almost. Alexa saved me." Maricel says, "Is Alexa alive too?" Mercy says, "Yes, she is the military commander for the rebels." Maricel says, "She is in for a surprise. Her little sister is here with us." Mercy says, "It seems there is even more to talk about than I thought, and also more to thank you for, Ash. You make it sound like you already had things you wanted to thank me for." Mercy says, "Yes, quite a bit actually. You have caused quite the headache for the king. You killed Tarek. You caused the army meant to wipe us out to retreat. You have killed enemy heroes, and you have killed a large number of the king's soldiers. You seem to be very well informed." Mercy says, "A lot of the common people are on our side and pass us information. I even know about your recent massacre of the church, which they totally deserved. Then do you already know about the women with me?" Mercy says, "I know some. Are they all slaves you freed?" "Yes, and I would like your help with them. Some want to return to their families. Others want to join the rebels." Mercy says, "Of course, those who want to join us will be welcomed. Those who want to return to their families, we will do our best to help. Although, to be honest, those from our kingdom will be the hardest to help." Maricel says, "Shouldn't that be the opposite way around?" Mercy says, "Thanks to Zamart, we have a portal to Ilium, so that makes it easy. Those from Free Union can return from Ilium almost as easily, but our kingdom is currently much harder to move around in." "All right, What about the beast women? Mercy says. Getting them home is also easy. The real question will be if they want to return home. Maricel says, true. They probably won't want to. What? Why? Maricel says, following you has much better prospects than returning to being an outcast of the Beastmen. Oh, I guess I see your point. I hadn't thought of it like that. Maricel says, you should really talk to Anya about it. Okay, I will make a point to talk to her later. Mercy says, is there anything else you want from us? Drog asks her to join your harem. Would you just knock it off? Now that I know about it, I might like to use your portal and visit Ilium. Mercy says, using the portal is no problem, but we will have to let them know beforehand. Ah, yes, good point. Once the king learns I am here, he is sure to launch an attack against you. Mercy says, from what our sources say, he already knows you are here. Chapter 158. So even if I leave, he will likely launch an attack against you. Mercy says, almost certainly. Well then, I should probably stick around to help you defeat the attack before I deal with other things. Mercy says, that would definitely be appreciated. What plans have you made? Mercy says, let's wait to discuss that until the others join us. I wanted to meet you alone first so we could get a feel for each other. Drogai told you, add her to the harem. Until you have something relevant to say, stay silent. All right, princess, we can do it that way. Mercy says, please just call me Mercy. Mercy then, I will tell you my story if you tell me yours. Mercy says, deal. So for the next 2 hours, I tell her everything that has happened since I was summoned. She asks numerous questions during the story, but surprisingly, she is asking about how I felt or why I chose a certain option. Of course, Maricel throws in her 2 cents whenever Mercy asks a question, and that is how I ended up here. Now it is your turn. Mercy says, okay, I am guessing Murmur already told you what life as a princess is like, so I will skip the boring parts. The only thing about my childhood that was unusual is that from a young age I was convinced my stepfather wanted me out of the way. Maricel says, what? You never told me that. Mercy says, that is because he was your father, and I didn't want you to think I was trying to come between you two. Anyway, because of that, I did a few unusual things for a princess. Oh, what might those be? Mercy says, I convinced the royal guard to train me in the sword, and I convinced Zamart to teach me some magic. Both in secret, of course. Only my mother knew, and she approved. Well, that is definitely unusual for a princess. Maricel says, wow, I had no idea. Mercy says, I was hiding it from your father, so of course I couldn't let you know. I take it those skills are how you survived the assassination attempt? Mercy says. Yes, and several others since then. Unfortunately, Alexa and I were too late to save our mother, Maricel says. Thanks to Ash, I was able to avenge her. The man who killed her died at my hands. Mercy says, that is good to hear. I had been searching for him for a while. Mercy then continued her story, telling us of the hardships and adventures she went through to build the rebellion. She has a very strong character, and I think she will make an excellent queen. This country will flourish under her rule after we kill the king. Mercy says, you haven't asked me any questions. Is there a reason? Your aura is pure and strong. I knew from the moment I saw you that I could trust you. Mercy says, oh, as she blushes, what I do want to ask about is Zamart. Mercy says, what would you like to know? How powerful is he? And would he remain a trustworthy man if he suddenly gained a lot more power? Mercy says, he is the most powerful mage in the kingdom, probably one of the top 5 on the continent. I have known him my whole life, and I trust him completely. Gaining power will not change his personality at all. Okay, good. I want to go have a talk with him. Why don't you summon Alexa and Alanis while I am gone so you 4 can catch up? Mercy says, okay, I will do that. Why don't you and Zamart rejoin us for dinner? Okay, princess. Hawk, guide me to Zamart, Hawk says, as you command. As I follow Hawk through the camp, I can feel the eyes of everyone I pass watching me. I hope it is just curiosity and that the cavalry troops haven't been spreading tales. Hawk leads me to a plain-looking tent not too far from the center of the camp. Zamart says, "Come in." As I duck into the tent, I am amazed at how much clutter he has managed to fit into this small tent. Other than the chair in front of his desk, there is no free room anywhere. I don't even see a place for him to sleep. I hope he has a second tent to sleep in and doesn't just sleep at his desk. Zamart says, "Ah, welcome. You are the beastman who was summoned. Ash, right? Yes, that is me, and you are Zamart, the archmage." Zamart says, "I am Zamart, and I am a mage, but I am not an archmage." "What are you missing to qualify as an archmage?" Zamart says, "Knowledge and power." "If you gained those, what would you do?" Zamart says, "Help the rebellion overthrow the king, and after the king is dead," Zamart says, "help Mercy become the queen and rebuild this nation." "Would you swear the rest of your life to her and her descendants?" Zamart says, "Absolutely." "Good. Are you familiar with the ancient empire?" Zamart says, "I have heard of it, of course, but my knowledge is limited." "Can you read the language of the ancient empire?" Zamart says, "No, I can't." "Why?" "Do you have writing implements?" Zamart says. "Of course." Zamart hands me a quill, jar of ink, and a stack of paper. I spend the next half hour writing. After watching me for a few minutes, Zamart goes back to what he was working on. When I am finished, I wait until Zamart finishes and hand him the stack of papers. Zamart says, "What is this?" "A primer for the ancient language." Zamart says, "What is a primer?" "It is to help you learn the language," Zamart says. "Oh, thank you. I will learn it once I have some spare time. You might want to do it sooner than that." Before Zamart can reply, I pull the 5 books out of my pouch and set them on the table. I put out the mass-produced diary. I am definitely keeping the real diary since I haven't finished it. Zamart picks up the books and looks at them. He recognizes the language and his hands start to shake. Zamart says, "Where did you get these?" "What you call the pit was once the basement of the personal castle of the last archmage of the empire." Zamart says, "Are you giving these to me?" As he clutches the books to his chest. "Yes, I am. That is for the knowledge." Again, I reach into my pouch and pull out the archmage's robe that I got so long ago. I place it on the table between us and watch as Zamart stares at it. Then, he suddenly cries out in pain and clutches his head. "Ouch! I didn't expect you to try and examine them with magic." Zamart says, "Yeah, that was stupid of me." "These are the robes of the last archmage. I trust you will be able to make use of them." Zamart says, "Do you realize how much these are worth? You could buy a kingdom with these." "I have no interest in owning a kingdom. Besides, from everything I have learned about the archmage, I think they suit you," Zamart says. "I don't know what to say." "Then don't say anything. I will see you at dinner." Chapter 159. Leaving the tent, I wonder how long Zamart will sit there stunned. Probably a while, since those robes are the most enchanted item he will have ever seen in his life. But they are worthless to me. And everything I have heard about him and his aura makes me think he is worthy of them. Besides, with him being more powerful, the rebels will have a much better chance of winning this war. I want them to be able to win it on their own. I have too many things to get done to sit here babysitting them. Speaking of other things to get done, I start looking for Anya. Miria says, "Master, what are you doing here?" "I am looking for Anya. Do you know where she is?" Miria says, "Of course. This way." Miria grabs my hand and happily leads me out of the camp. She takes me through some trees and into another clearing where soldiers are being drilled. To my surprise, all the Beastmen are here, and it looks like they convinced the humans to teach them how to fight. Miria says, "Anya, Master wants to talk to you." Anya says, "Okay." Anya puts her weapon aside and gives the instructor a respectful bow before walking over to where we are standing. I nod at her and then turn and lead her back into the trees where we won't be overheard. Miria also follows me, but I was pretty much expecting that. "Anya, do you and the other Beastmen want to return to the lands of the Beast Kingdom?" Anya says, "No, we don't." "You are all set on not returning?" Anya says, "Everyone is of one mind." "All right, then what do you want to do?" Anya says. "We know you don't want a large group following you, so we plan to help the rebels for a while. We will get training and experience. so later we can be of more use to you. Besides, there are more like us still being held as slaves in this rotten kingdom. All right, I can respect that. But why are you worried about being more useful to me? Didn't Miria already take over all the debt owed to me? Anya says. Yes, Miria took on the debt for you saving us from slavery. Since then, you have earned our loyalty by treating us well and caring about what happens to us. You are unlike anyone I have met in this life. You are worth following, Miria Master. I would follow you even if there was no debt, even if I knew it would mean my death. All right, stop trying to make me blush. I guess there is really no point in trying to argue with you anymore. Just do as you wish. As Miria and Anya celebrate their victory, I head back to the rebel camp since it should be about time for dinner. I am curious to see what the princess plans to do next. I figure if I help them win the next battle, then use the portal to Ilium, I won't lose much time. Considering travel time to Ilium, without the gate, I may even gain some time. I remember someone mentioning that the Mages Guild is based in Ilium. I wonder if they have someone there capable of repairing artifacts. I will definitely have to stop by the guild and see if there is. I have to get the medallion repaired. Miria catches up to me as I near the princess tent. She seems far too pleased with herself, but it is good to see her happy, Alanis. Layla and Isabella are waiting for us outside the tent. We all enter together and find a long table laid out with food waiting for us. There are 5 seats for us on our side and 4 on the opposite side. The princess is opposite the middle chair, which I am guessing is meant for me. On one side of her is Zamart. On the other is a red-haired woman, who I guess is Alanis's older sister Alexa. Past her is Rickon. I pull out the chair meant for me and set it aside. Then I crouch in the spot where the chair was. Alanis sits on my left opposite her sister with Layla next to her. Miria sits on my right with Isabella next to her. The food on the table is plentiful, but plain fare. I would be surprised to see rich food here. Mercy says, I am sorry, Ash. I should have realized our chairs won't be comfortable for you. Don't worry about it. I am not your typical beastman anymore. Mercy says, you know Zamart and Rickon. This is Alexa, our military commander. Alexa says, it is nice to meet you, and thank you for sparing my sister. You are welcome. As we begin eating, I notice Maricela is also in the room, although she seems to be staying out of things for now. The main topic of discussion is put off until after dinner. While we are eating, it is only casual conversation. I eat sparingly since I could eat everything on the table before feeling full. I don't want to put everyone out. I catch Zamart several times during the meal, ignoring the conversation to glance at some papers. I am pleased when I recognize the primer. Rickon stays quiet unless asked a question. He is obviously nervous to be here. Alexa is polite, but she obviously doesn't like these types of dinners. Her sister is almost a mirror of her. The only one who seems truly at ease on their side is the princess. But she was raised for court dinners, so to her this is probably quite relaxing. Miria, Layla, and Isabella are also showing signs of nerves as they eat quietly. My people are not used to being in the presence of a royal, I guess. For myself, Mercy doesn't make me nervous. I am just eating and observing everyone. Once most of the food is gone, servants come in to clear the table and bring in several bottles of wine. It doesn't look like there is going to be any dessert, so we can finally start the real meeting. Mercy says, now that we have all met each other and are all caught up on past events, I believe it is time to discuss the future. I agree. Mercy says, first, before I tell you the rebellion's plans, can I ask what you plan to do? I plan to help with the next battle since it is partly my fault. Then I must journey to Karabos the Sacred Giant. Mercy says, may I ask why you need to go there? There is an ancient temple somewhere on that mountain that I have been tasked to destroy. Mercy says, tasked by whom? The twin goddesses Crinosia and Sironia. Mercy says, so the rumors are true. Well, I don't know what rumors you may have heard, but I serve the goddesses directly. Mercy says, is there another war coming after this one? Yes, a war that will make this one look like a bar brawl. Chapter 160. Mercy says, and the goddesses have selected you to lead us in this war. I don't know that I am supposed to lead you, but I am supposed to unite you, and not just the humans. The beastmen must help as well, or all is lost. Mercy says, So you are supposed to convince the three kingdoms to not only work together but to fight alongside the Beastmen? Pretty much. Mercy says, tell me, are you good at performing miracles? Not so much, but if you don't want to be a demon slave, you better hope I can pull it off. Mercy says, do you know when this war is to take place? Sometime in the next few years, supposedly. Mercy says, supposedly? The goddesses can't see into the demons' territory, so until the demons march, they can't give an accurate time frame? Mercy says, then how do they know it is going to be soon? Because the barrier blocking them from invading is down after 2,000 years or so. You may not know this, but the ancient empire was founded by refugees fleeing the demons. They blocked pursuit with a barrier. That barrier blocked the entire land bridge, but it has recently failed. Zamart says, so since we are descendants of the ancient empire, this is just a continuation of the original war? From the demon's point of view, very probably. Mercy says, so we need to win this war as fast as possible and then start getting ready for the next one. Basically, yes, Alexa says. So where does this temple fit into the picture? From what I know, the temples existed here before the ancient empire. Destroying them will make the twins stronger. Mercy says, temples? There is more than one? There are 4, wind, earth, fire, and water. Zamart says, so your task is to destroy all 4 before the demons invade. Correct, Alexa says. Then shouldn't you leave now and leave this battle to us? The king sent this force because I am here. I will do my part. If nothing else, I will fight just to ruin his plans and infuriate him. Mercy says, you seem to dislike my stepfather. In one respect, I am grateful to him. If he hadn't done what he did, I wouldn't be here. But everything I have learned about him makes me despise him. I want to kill him. Mercy says, then why not just sneak in and assassinate him? If there wasn't a rank 7 shadow demon in the castle protecting him, then I would have already done so. Zamart says, what? Rank 7? Mercy says. Sorry, Zamart, I had received this report, but hadn't had a chance to tell you yet. Zamart says, it is fine, princess, but rank 7 is a serious issue. So that must be why I have never been able to tell what Quill was up to. Mercy says, what can we do to deal with it? Once I get stronger, I will be able to kill it. Mercy says, will you really be able to? I defeated a rank 5 demon already, and I was much weaker then. So yes, I am confident I will be able to. Zamart says, I really want to hear about everything you have been through so far. I've already told the story to Mercy. She can fill you in later. Right now we should discuss the upcoming battle. Have you received any reports on what we will be facing? Alexa says yes. We know what is coming against us already. The king's secret army of 10,000 is being sent to wipe us out, and it will be led by heroes. So the army he planned to use to sneak attack the other nations is now headed here. Alexa says, that is correct. It seems both your group and ours has done too much to anger the king. Now he wants us gone, even if it means losing an advantage against the other kingdoms. If I used the portal to Ilium and his spies saw me there, do you think he would redirect the army? Maricel says, knowing my father, yes, he sees you as the biggest threat to his plans. Mercy says, that won't work. Ilium is defended by adventurers and mercenaries. They may be stronger individually, but they are no match for an organized force. Alexa says, maybe, maybe not. Mercy says, what do you mean? Alexa says, keep in mind his secret army may be very well trained, but they are still green. This will be their first battle, and they were originally conscripts, so I wouldn't expect their morale to be high. If this secret army is wiped out, which do you think would scare the king more? Us wiping them out or Ilium? Mercy says, definitely us. We are inside his borders and can attack the capital much easier than anyone else. Then we should stick with the original plan of fighting them here. Mercy says, I agree, but why do you say that? Because the more scared the king is, the more likely he will make mistakes. Zamart says, that is a good point. He has already made several mistakes where you are concerned. Mercy says, I am curious. What did you say to the king to make him fear you so? Oh, that. I sent him the guard commander's head with the message that I will be the last thing he ever sees, Alexa says. Guard commander? Do you mean Tarek? Yeah, I think that was his name, Alexa says. You did the whole kingdom a favor when you killed that trash. Mercy says. His replacement is even dumber. We have reaped many benefits from him leading the army. Alexa says, except now we are going to be dealing with shadow demons leading the armies, right, Lord Ash? Yes, that is the most likely option. Chapter 161. Alexa says, what should we expect when fighting against them? The low-ranked ones I have faced had a very low grasp of tactics. However, the controlled troops know no fear and don't feel pain. They just keep attacking until they are killed. Mercy says, that sounds difficult to deal with. Also, they will march until they die, so the army may move faster than you expect. Alexa says, we are currently expecting them in about a week, but I will have the scouts double-check that. Drog, can you manifest yet? Drog, I think I should be able to now. Good, do it. I have a task for you. Hawk claimed to be your best scout. Is that true? Mercy and Alexa say yes. Can you summon him, please? Hawk arrives while Drog is still manifesting. Everyone at the table is watching, but only Zamart seems to realize what is going on. He looks to be preparing a spell. Mercy says, what is that? That is Drog, the rank 5 demon I defeated. Don't worry, Zamart, I put him under a slave contract, Drog says. Ah, it feels good to be solid again. What is my task, Master? You are going to accompany Hawk here to take a look at the enemy army. Hawk, Drog will be able to identify the shadow demons in the army. He also should be able to tell if the humans are being controlled. Your job is to get him close enough and then away without being detected. Hawk says, as you command. Drog says, can't you send Isabella with me instead? Isabella says, what? Why me? I am not a scout. I am not even a little bit sneaky. He wants you to go because he is an absolute pervert. Don't ever trust anything he says to you or do anything he asks, Drog says. Master, you are such a spoilsport. Just go, do as you are told, Zamart says. Why would you keep a demon around, even under a slave contract? That is a dangerous idea. When I defeated him, I needed information he had. Besides, the first order I gave him covers any loopholes in the contract. Zamart says, a mage with a decent understanding of it could break the contract. True, but I can defeat Drog again easily, and he knows it. Isabella says, I will make sure to be careful around him. As a summoner, do you have a banish spell? Zamart says, a summoner? Mercy says, wait, is she one of the heroes? Isabella says, yes, I have a banish spell. Yes, I am a summoner, and yes, I am one of the heroes. If Drog bothers you, just banish him. He will return to my sword. Mercy says, if you are one of the heroes, why are you here with Ash instead of serving the king? With a sigh, Isabella begins explaining. She tells her story from the beginning. Mercy and Alexa ask several questions about her training, while Zamart is asking about the other heroes. Apparently, the rebels have collected quite a bit of information on the heroes, including the 4 I have killed. Mercy says, so, counting the 4 you killed and Isabella here, that means the king is down to 18 heroes. Wait, 18? Shouldn't there be 23? Mercy says, we got word that 5 heroes turned against the king and disappeared into the northern forest. Isabella says, do you know who it was? Zamart says, the 5 who left were Justin, Coco, Giles, Rachel, and Amelia. Isabella says, good, I am glad they escaped. Justin, why does that name sound familiar? Maricel says, Justin was that paladin you spared and told the truth back in the forest. Oh, right, now I remember him. Maricel says, I guess you sparing him was a good thing. Isabella says, Justin is a good guy. If you told him what you told me, he will definitely be looking for a way to fight against the king. You said they disappeared in the northern forest? Mercy says, yes, they killed some troops sent after them, and there has been no word of them since. Alexa says. We have tried to find them to try and get them to join us, but we haven't been able to. While it would be interesting to meet him again, we should return our focus to the upcoming battle. Mercy says, I agree. What role do you plan to take in the battle? I plan to hunt the shadow demons that are with the army. Other than that, I will also hunt any heroes that are with the army, Alexa says. So you don't plan to command the troops that have sworn loyalty to you? No, I have no intention of leading troops into battle. I do not want to be a commander or a noble. I want to be an adventurer and complete the quests the goddesses have given me. Mercy says, You know the more the story spreads, the worse it is going to get? I know, but the only way to stop it spreading would have been to kill them all. I didn't think you would appreciate that. Alexa says, You are right there, we would have killed you. You would have tried. Alexa says, Are you saying an army of 5,000 can't kill you? If I was alone, they might be able to, but I am not alone. Alexa says, I know you are strong, but aren't you being a bit too cocky? Summon Bones. When Bones suddenly appears, everyone on their side except Rickon jumps to their feet. Zamart seems the most shocked, but then again he can probably see more about Bones. Mercy looks curious, but Alexa looks ready to fight. Bones, on the other hand, is just looking around innocently. Samart says, You are a necromancer? No, I can only summon him. It was a reward for a quest. Mercy says, What is the point of this? Just to show I am never alone. Bones can hold his own against hundreds of soldiers. Just the two of us killed 2,000 of the king's soldiers. So don't go trying to threaten me. Chapter 162. Mercy says, We are not threatening you. Alexa just doesn't know how to speak properly. Alexa looks ashamed and bows to Mercy, and then apologizes to me. It seems Alexis is a lot like Alanis after all, but that makes sense since they are sisters. Although Alanis seems to be the more mature of the two, maybe because of her experiences. Zamart says, Considering the gift you gave me, you don't need to worry. I would never allow them to attack you. Mercy says, What? What gift did he give you that would turn you against me? Zamart says, Mercy, I would never turn against you. I mean, I will prevent things from coming to conflict between you. Mercy says, Oh, but still, what gift could be so precious? Zamart says, He gave me 5 books from the ancient empire and a primer to learn the language. Mercy says, Ah, that is indeed priceless. Zamart says, He also gave me the robe of the ancient empire's archmage. If we are talking about monetary value, it is worth more than the kingdom. Mary, Alexa, and Rickon say, What? It was just something I picked up along the way. Not that big of a deal. Zamart says, Maybe not to you, but to me it is an amazing thing. Mercy says, Then why aren't you wearing it? Zamart says, To be honest, I don't feel I am worthy of it. Alexa says, That is ridiculous. You are the greatest mage in the nation. Mercy says, Worthy or not, it was given to you. If you don't wear it, isn't that insulting, Ash? Rickon says, I know it is not my place to speak, but Lord Zamart, wouldn't the rebellion have already fallen without you? You seem to be outnumbered, old man. You should probably surrender, Zamart says. It would seem so. Please excuse me for a moment. Zamart gets up, gives a small bow to the princess, and leaves the tent. While he is gone, Mercy, Alexa, and Rickon discuss the readiness of various units within the rebellion. When Zamart returns, he is wearing the robe, and everyone is stunned by the changes in him. Mercy says, Zamart, what is this? You look 20 years younger. Zamart says, What? I do. Alexa says, Yes, your hair is darker and your face is less wrinkled. Mercy says, Could the robe have some kind of rejuvenation effect? Zamart says, I suppose it is possible. I can't say for sure. The robe is beyond my capability to identify. Mercy says, How can that be possible? Zamart says, This robe contains more magic than the castle did before I removed the enchantments. I could study it for 100 years and not fully understand it. Alexa says, Doesn't that mean it is an artifact? Zamart says, Yes, and probably the greatest artifact ever discovered. At that statement, everyone turns to look at me. Then Mercy politely demands the full story of how and where I got the robe. By the time I am done telling the story, it is quite late, and we all agree to end it there for the night. The rebels provide us with a series of tents, all nicely set up already for us. When I go to sleep, I am alone. When I wake up, I am in the middle of a cuddle pile again. If it is going to be like this, I should just tell the rebels we only need one tent. Once everyone is up and has eaten breakfast, we all split up to go do our own things. I have told everyone to get to know people and see what the common troops think of the leaders. I want an accurate gauge of the morale of the soldiers and their loyalty to the rebellion. Meanwhile, I go and spend most of the day helping sort through the girls I brought in. Figuring out who wants to go home and where that home is takes hours. All those who are from Ilium are the easiest to get home. They are sent through the gate as soon as they are all gathered. They may not be home right away, but they are at least with their people. Maybe the rebels will even get some goodwill for having saved some of Ilium's people. Either way, I am just glad they can go home. I just hope their home is still there to accept them back. The next group to go through will be those from the Free Union, but they will have to wait a bit. The Free Union's ambassador has been notified and will be arranging an escort for them. They will also be going home. It will just take a bit longer. Out of all the women from within the kingdom, not one wants to try to return home. They are all joining the rebels in one capacity or another. With all that sorted out, I feel quite a bit less weight on my shoulders. Their safety is no longer my responsibility. It is with a lighter heart and step that I head towards Mercy's tent for our next meeting. We are going to talk over dinner again. It will be the same people as last night. Hopefully, we can get a bit more work about the battle done instead of all the side stuff from last night. Once again, after everyone is seated, we eat dinner before discussing anything about the war. Alexa, Zamart, and Rickon look the same as yesterday, but Mercy seems different. She seems more relaxed, and she is wearing a dress. In fact, she looks quite beautiful. Mercy, you look lovely this evening. Mercy says, "Thank you," and blushes a little. She blushed. A princess should be used to compliments. Why would she blush? Now I am a little worried. I'll make sure not to compliment her again. So how goes the battle plan? Alexa says. Well enough. We will be ready even if they come early? Mercy says, yes, and we have modified our plans to account for the suicidal attacks. Good, sounds like everything is ready. Is there anything you need us to do? Mercy says. Not really. We have been preparing for this for a while now. Your group can just relax until the battle. Guard says, Highness. Scout reporting. Mercy says, send him in. Drog says, Master. Hawk says, Princess. Lord Ash was right. They will be here in 2 days. Alexa says, 2 days is enough time. Anything else to report? Hawk says, they number 12,000, and there is something off about them. Drog says, the 2,000 are animated corpses. The entire army is under mental control. Well, that is going to be a problem. Anything else? Drog says, the hero leading the army is possessed by a rank 5 shadow demon. Chapter 163. Zamart says, what? Rank 5? We can't deal with something like that. You won't have to. I will deal with it. Zamart says, can you? Yes, I am currently rank 4. I can overpower him and suck him into my soulscape. Zamart says, you said you were part demon, but rank 4. I have been through a lot. Alexa says, so what do we do about the 2,000 animated corpses then? Hawk, are the corpses at the front or the back? Hawk says, they stay at the rear of the formations at all times. So they plan to use the controlled humans as fodder and finish us off with the shadow demons. Mercy says, why would the king waste his secret army like this? I don't think it is the king. He may have ordered the army to march, but that is it. Zamart says, you think it is the shadow demon in Quill? That is my guess. Yes, if they only care about collecting corpses for shadow demons to inhabit, then this strategy makes perfect sense. Alexa says, but how could the king not know? Mercy says, the king never leaves the castle. All he knows is what he is told. Zamart says, exactly, and Quill controls all the information coming into the castle. If Quill reports the army suffered massive casualties, but managed to wipe out the rebels, and kill me, the king won't care one bit. Mercy says, but what is the shadow demon's plan? Why do all this? Drog. How do demons and shadow demons feel about each other? Drog says. Absolute and eternal hatred for each other. What are the chances that the shadow demon knows the demons will invade sometime soon? Drog says. Almost guaranteed. Zamart says, why is that? Drog says, demons are known as the corruptors. Shadow demons are the masters of secrets, and devils are known as the hoarders of knowledge. Mercy says, what are you thinking, Ash? I am thinking that this shadow demon is planning further ahead than we think. I think all this is just him setting up to go head-to-head with the demons. Zamart says, you think he wants to use our kingdom as a base for the war? I think this shadow demon wants to use all the nations to not only rank up but as hosts for an army of his minions, Mercy says. Why start with us? Probably pure chance, Zamart says. Most likely because of Quill. Alexa says, if we kill Quill, will the shadow demon be banished? Drog says, no, not now. If his agent had been killed earlier, maybe, Mercy says. So how do we deal with these changes? Drog. Do I have to eat the demon in the soulscape to gain its power? Drog says. No, as long as it dies in the soulscape, you gain the power. The 2,000 animated corpses, what rank are the shadow demons? Drog says. As far as I could tell, they were mostly rank 1. Mercy says. What are you thinking, Ash? I am thinking that when the battle starts, I will attack them from the rear, and the rank 5 should turn around to come after me. Alexa says, are you seriously thinking about taking on 2,000 troops all by yourself? I found out earlier that if the shadow demon is killed, the corpse is reduced to ashes. If I can pull a bunch of the shadow demons into my soulscape, I can kill them easily. I will also get stronger for each shadow demon I kill. Drog says, so you want to kill a bunch of the little demons to make yourself rank 5 and then face the leader. Yeah, that is what I am thinking. Alexa says, well, dividing the enemy's attention is a sound strategy. Mercy says, I am not comfortable with Ash taking on all the risk. Zamart says, I agree with Mercy. This is our war. Fighting the king's soldiers is your job. Leave the shadow demons to me and Drog. Drog says, I get to help? You are going to share? Yes. Whatever I can't pull into the soulscape, and any others besides the leader are yours. Drog says, finally, I'll be able to regain some of my power. Alexa says, if Ash is confident and wants to do this, I say we let him. Maricel says, sister, you can trust Ash. Mercy says, okay, we will try it your way. Good, I will take care of it. You just have to worry about 10,000 mind-controlled soldiers. Zamart says, don't worry, we are well prepared. Okay, then I guess everything is settled. Mercy says, now that we are agreed, let's finish this bottle of wine and retire. Tomorrow is going to be a busy day. Drogmaster, do you really think you can defeat so many shadow demons at once? Yes, I will kill them all with one attack. Drog, I know your imagination is powerful. I faced it, but one attack? Drog, to be honest, physically you were really close to killing me, but in the soulscape I was just learning. Now I could kill you in one hit as well. There are things in my imagination that would give even a demon like you nightmares. Drog, you are my master, so it is wrong to doubt you, but I really can't believe that. Just wait and see then. Drog, anyway, master, what do you think of Mercy? She is quite a good leader. She will make an excellent queen. Drog, that is not what I mean. Doesn't she look sexy in that dress? Oh, shut up, Drog. Mercy says, Ash, can I speak with you? Of course, princess. Mercy says, this battle is important, but not as important as what comes later. If it turns out you can't handle things or something unexpected happens, I want you to promise me you will prioritize your life above all else. Mercy, you really don't have to worry. I am very good at keeping myself alive. Everything will be just fine, I promise. Mercy says, all right. Well then, good night, Ash. Good night, princess. Sleep well. Chapter 164. The next day is spent in preparations. Everyone is running around getting last-minute details taken care of. The only thing I need to do is patch and repair my armor, although it is in fairly bad shape. I really need to find someone who can make me armor from the drake hide and scales. I really hope I can find a master-level leatherworker in Ilium. Come to think of it, why was Mercy only counting 27 heroes? There were a lot more than that standing in that circle when I was first summoned. Zamart says, "Come in, Lord Ash. What can I do for you?" I wanted to ask you about the summoned heroes. When we were talking about the heroes, we were counting them down from 27. Shouldn't there be 50? Zamart says, "There were 49 summoned, not counting you. The other 22 were non-combat classes, so we didn't count them as possible enemies." "So what happened to those other heroes?" Zamart says. "The king basically discarded them. Some were sent to the various craft guilds while others were sent to farm. So they are still in the kingdom." Zamart says, "No, not anymore. The ones in the guilds were moved to Ilium when we spread the news of the king's plans. The others were snuck out of the kingdom by the rebels, and most now live in Ilium." "Good. That means my best chance of finding a master-level leatherworker should be in Ilium." Zamart says, "Yes, that should be true. But why do you need a master-level leatherworker? I want to have armor made from drake leather and scales." Zamart says, "Drake? As in an actual drake? Please tell me about it." So I sit down and have tea with Zamart as I tell of the battle with the drake. Zamart asks me a lot of questions about the drake, how it moved, how its strength was, and what its anatomy was like. It seems like he is just interested in expanding his knowledge. Of course, I don't tell him anything about the trials, just that I fell into a cavern while playing tag with the soldiers. Since the trials are meant for demigods, I don't think the goddesses would want knowledge of them to spread. Even though I trust Zamart somewhat, it is better to be safe than sorry. Zamart says, "This is amazing. Who knew such a powerful creature slept beneath our kingdom? Trust me, I found it quite surprising." Zamart says, "Haha, I bet you did. But it is good that you defeated it. If it had woken up and attacked, the entire kingdom would probably have fallen." I was extremely lucky. I barely survived. Zamart says, "Yes, I can tell from the scars on your armor. Hence why I want to get new armor made." Zamart says, "The master of the Mages Guild is a friend of mine. I will send him a message and have him look for a master-level leatherworker for you." "Thank you. One other favor. Could you also ask him to look for someone capable of repairing an artifact?" Zamart says, "Of course. Could I see the artifact?" When I take the medallion out from under my armor and hand it to Zamart, his eyes go wide in surprise. He shows a lot of excitement as he examines the medallion. I am not sure if it is because of the medallion itself or just because it is something new to Zamart. Zamart says, "I can't believe it. This actually contains a contract for a great spirit. It is so powerful it is even repairing itself." "Really? That is great. I was so worried I wouldn't be able to get it repaired." Zamart says, "That is the good news. The bad news is it will take about 100 years. Ah, that is too long. What can I do to speed that up?" Zamart says, "Honestly, I don't know. I've never seen a contract artifact before. I will forward the information to my friend and have him research it. Hopefully he will have something for you by the time you arrive." "Thank you for your assistance." Zamart says, "Don't even mention it. This is nothing compared to what you have given me. I will do anything within my power to aid you for the rest of my life." "Ah, you don't have to go that far." Zamart says, "Yes. Actually, I do. So just accept it." "All right." Hawk says, "Excuse me." Zamart says, "What is it, Hawk?" Hawk says, "The scouts have reported. The enemy will reach the forest early tomorrow. Alexa has ordered everyone to sleep early." Zamart says, "All right, let's have tea again after the battle, Lord Ash." "Sounds good. I will look forward to it." Hawk says, "Lord Ash, the princess would like to see you before you retire for the night." "Oh, all right. I will head over there right now." As I walk through the rebel camp, I am surprised at how quiet it is already. Being told to sleep early and actually doing it shows good discipline and trust in the officers. That isn't very common in normal armies. It means the rebels' officers are all of good quality. As I am walking, I suddenly feel eyes on me, so I stop and look around. The feeling is coming from the forest, but I can't spot anything out of place anywhere in sight. The feeling follows me all the way to the princess's tent. Guard says, "Princess, Lord? Ash is here." Mercy says. Send him in. You wanted to see me, Mercy? Mercy says. Yes, thank you for coming. I want to discuss tomorrow's battle with you. By all means, Mercy says. I want you to wait to launch your attack on the rear until they enter this clearing. This is where you plan to stage the final fight? Mercy says, correct. At this point, they will have suffered through all the traps and ambushes. This way, when you split their attention, it will give us the greatest advantage. All right, I can do that. Mercy says, good, just be careful. You are very important to the future. I will. Good night, Mercy. Mercy says, good night. Chapter 165. Early the next morning, we gather in the command tent to listen to the reports of the scouts. As expected, the enemy marched through the night and hit the edge of the forest, just as the sun was rising. As soon as they entered the forest, the traps and ambushes started. Knowing the nature of the enemy, the ambushers are all archers. They attack from range. They also make sure to have traps in front of them, so when the controlled soldiers blindly charge them, they fall into the traps. Then the ambushers fall back to the next set of traps and repeat the process. This allows us to wear down the enemy numbers without taking any losses on our side. This is important since the enemy outnumbers us a little over 2-1. If we don't wear them down enough before the main fight, our side will be overwhelmed. The ambushes and traps also serve to slow down the enemy. At the current rate, they won't reach the clearing until around noon. As soon as they are in the open, Zamart and the other mages will attack them with fire spells. That will be my signal to attack the shadow demons in the back. Once the enemy's attention shifts to me, the main force will charge. And then it is all up to fate. My hope is that Drog and I can kill all the shadow demons. If we can, then the army will fall apart. The controlled soldiers have been pushed so hard they may just die once the control is released. Mercy says, it is time. Hawk will guide you to your position. The rest of your people will fight beside me. All right. Let's go, Hawk. Hawk says, yes, sir. Hawk leads me out of camp and through the forest towards the north. Again, I feel eyes on me, but no matter how much I look around, I can't spot anything. Considering I am heading towards a battle, it is a very creepy feeling. Eventually, we cross a large clearing, and then Hawk points to a specific tree. Climbing the tree is easy, but the enemy is getting close, so I have to do it quietly. That makes it a bit more challenging, especially since I can't grip anything too hard or it will break. Due to my increased weight, Hawk had to choose the biggest tree on the edge of the clearing. From the top of the tree, I will have a good view of the clearing, which will become the battlefield. As I near the top, I almost fall, because Drog suddenly pops his head out from above me. Drog, you shouldn't startle me like that. Drog, sorry, master. No, you are not. I can feel you laughing. How'd you even get up here? Drog, don't ask. Hawk had to carry you up, didn't he? Drog stays silent, which means I am right. I finish climbing up and settle on a branch next to the one Drog is on. Now we just have to wait for the army to pass below us. But we have to hide our presence, so the rank 5 doesn't detect us. Soon, I start hearing the sounds of soldiers running below us. That should be the ambushers retreating. Because of all the branches and leaves, I can't see the ground below us, but I can see the clearing. After a minute, it goes quiet. The last rebels have entered the clearing where I can see them running hard for the far side. The mages should be preparing their spells right now. Spell casting takes a bit, especially for higher level spells. Once all the enemies are in the clearing, the spells will fly, and I will jump down over 200 feet into the enemy. I may have sounded confident, but jumping into the middle of 2,000 shadow demons worries me quite a bit. The most I have ever pulled into the soulscape was 2 demons at once. Now I am going to try 2,000. If this doesn't work, I don't really have a backup plan. I guess I will just make it up as I go like usual. If Ruby was around, I would get smacked for this. Who am I kidding? When I finally get her back and the others tell her about it, I will still end up getting smacked. Probably several times, in fact. But even so, I still can't wait to see her again. First, though, I have to survive this insane plan of mine. Now, I can hear soldiers marching below me. A lot of soldiers. This is the enemy army. Things will be starting really soon now. I slow my breathing and focus on hiding my presence. I don't move a muscle until the sounds of marching pass beneath us. After a few more minutes, I look towards the clearing. The enemy is moving into formation. A quick count shows a little under 8,000 controlled troops and 2,000 shadow demons. The controlled troops have spread out to form a long line, but the shadow demons are still grouped up behind them. To reach the middle of them is going to be a very long jump, but I think I can make it. Now I just have to wait for the signal. It should start any minute now. I carefully get to my feet and plan my run along the branch to build up speed. Suddenly, the light fades and I look up to see clouds gathering. It was sunny with not a cloud in the sky a minute ago. This must be a major spell. I just hope it is from our side and not from the rank 5. The clouds continue to gather and darken as the enemy army starts marching across the clearing. Before the soldiers advance more than 20 feet, a dozen or so fireballs fly from the far side of the clearing. Where the fireballs hit the ground is torn, and soldiers' bodies fly high into the air. This should be my signal to make my jump, but those clouds still worry me, so I decide to wait a little longer. A minute later, when fire starts to rain from the sky, I am really glad I waited. From my height, I can see it is not really rain so much as small fireballs. When they hit the ground, they explode. The explosions aren't as big as the normal fireballs, but there are a lot more of them. They are focused on the line of soldiers, and none of them hit the shadow demons. Even so, the shadow demons still move back away from the soldiers, moving them closer to my tree. The controlled soldiers don't even flinch as the explosions continue. They just keep marching forward. When the explosions from the rain of fire, and it looks like there are less than 5,000 of the controlled soldiers left. If that was all there was to the army, the rebels could probably win without any help. So if I can take care of the shadow demons, this should be a done deal. The dark clouds start to break up, and here and there I can see sunlight again. Deciding that the spell is over, I tense up my muscles and prepare to make the jump. I make a quick run along the branch to build up speed. Then I launch myself with everything I have. I feel the branch shatter as I push off. Chapter 166. Flying through the air, I realize I may have underestimated my strength again. Originally, I wanted to land right behind the shadow demons, so I would have time to prepare myself as they surrounded me. Now it looks like I may overshoot them completely. Since I have no ability to let me change direction while in the air, all I can really do is ride it out. It feels a lot like those dreams you get of falling forever, even though it is only seconds. As I get closer to the ground, I realize I am not quite going to clear the shadow demons, so I get ready for the impact. I bend my knees and spread my arms out. I plan to use 2 of the demons to cushion my landing. I will hit them with my arms first, to absorb some of the momentum, then hit with my feet, and try to roll. I am keeping my knees bent because I remember soldiers always did that in movies when landing with a parachute. It goes mostly to plan. I hit the 2 shadow demons on the shoulder with my hands, and I feel their shoulder bones crumble. Then my feet hit the ground, and I push myself into a forward roll. I roll 4 times before I come to a stop. I end up about halfway between the shadow demons and the controlled soldiers. Fighting congratulations! Skill Safe Fall has progressed to level 2. Safe Fall level 2? You take 10% less damage from falling. I forgot I even had that skill. Oh, right. I got it when I was thrown into the pit. Once I get to my feet, I turn to face the shadow demons who are all staring at me in shock. Except the 2 who helped me land. They are writhing on the ground in pain. Before they can recover, I charge towards them and leap again, landing in the middle of them. Before they can start attacking me, I imagine the largest soulscape I can. Then, I look around trying to mark all 2,000 of the shadow demons. I want to drag all of them into the soulscape when I create it, so I hold off for a minute until they crowd closer to me. Create soulscape. As the soulscape forms, I quickly look around and do a head count. It looks like I only missed 100 or so. We are all standing in a bowl-shaped valley on the very edge of my soulscape. And as soon as I imagine it, I am standing atop a mountain on the opposite side of the soulscape. Before the shadow demons can react, I imagine the weapon I will use to kill them all. Then, I sit back on a comfy chair atop my mountain and watch the mushroom cloud in the distance. I feel a sudden pain that seems to come from everywhere. Was the blast so powerful it damaged my soul? If so, I can't use this attack too often. I don't know how much damage my soul can take or how long it might take to heal. If Drog were to see this, he would probably try to run away from me. But I will have to ask him about soul damage. Magic is cool and all, but it is nothing compared to the terrifying weapons my world created. End Soulscape? Core upgrade progress. 40% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 50% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 60% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 70% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 80% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 90% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 100% congratulations. Core upgrade completed. You are now rank 5. Rank 5, DP plus 100 horsepower, plus 200. Zap evolves into Lightning Aura. Core upgrade progress. 10% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 20% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 30% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 30% plus 10 DP. Almost 2,000 shadow demons got me a rank plus some, even though they were all such low rank. Now I should be able to deal with the rank 5 quite easily. As soon as I open my eyes, I see nothing but drifting ash all around me. The corpses occupied by all the demons have turned to ash in an instant. Those few shadow demons that I missed immediately run away from me in terror. Drog? All those are all yours. Drog, yes, master. As I look around for the rank 5, I realize I made a slight miscalculation. The rank 5, as expected, is coming straight for me. What I didn't expect is all the controlled soldiers are also coming. The entire enemy army has turned around to charge at me. The soldiers will take a minute to get to me since they are on foot, but the rank 5 is charging at me on a warhorse. I barely get Blitz up in time to parry the rank 5's attack. My feet sink into the ground and cracks radiate from them. That hit is the hardest one I have ever blocked. My hands are slightly numb. The shadow demon wasn't prepared for me to parry, and as the warhorse passes me, the demon loses his seat and falls to the ground. Now we are both on foot, but with the soldiers charging at me, I have a time limit. The rebels have charged out of the forest and are rushing at the controlled soldiers, but they won't get here in time. Summon Bones. Bones, attack those soldiers. Buy me as much time as you can. As I parry the demon's next attack, Bones rushes to attack the soldiers. The demon is just as strong as I am, but not stronger, so I am able to block his attacks. He is using a two-handed sword that is about the same length as Blitz, but much heavier. The body he is possessing is tall for a human, but still not as tall as I am, so I have the advantage in leverage, whereas he has the advantage in weapon weight. Over the next few parries, I let the demon push me back intentionally, until his back is facing the soldiers. Now at least they won't be coming up behind me, but the demon is almost my equal. This won't be a quick fight, or at least he is my equal in strength. But that is still more than I was expecting. I guess rank 5 and above are different from those below? I will have to be more careful in the future. As I parry the next attack, I set my footing, and as he draws back to attack again, I use the slash form. He manages to parry part of it, but the second strike leaves a big gash in his chest. I guess demons don't really need to learn swordsmanship for the most part. Chapter 167. The demon backs off a step after being wounded, giving me a chance to glance past him to check on the soldiers. Bones has engaged the middle group, and they are stopped for the moment, but those on the wings are still coming straight for me. The rebels' foot troops are far behind them, but the rebel cavalry is almost in range to attack them. My focus returns to the shadow demon as he steps forward to swing again. As I parry, I push his sword out to the side and step forward and snap my head down until my forehead impacts the demon's nose. As it staggers, I release Blitz with one hand and grab the demon by the throat. Create Soulscape! This time for the Soulscape, I keep it simple. We are both standing in the middle of an arena. As I open my eyes, I am hit by some kind of shadow explosion that sends me flying. Then, while I am still in the air, I get hit by several shadow bolts. This demon is not like the others I have fought in here. When my feet hit the ground, I immediately dodge and manage to avoid another volley of shadow bolts. Trying to teleport him further away from me doesn't work. Apparently his will is as strong as my own. I blast him with beams of light as I continue to dodge his shadow bolts. After a minute, I manage to kill him. He respawns a few seconds later, and he has shrunk by about an inch. Looks like this will be just like the fight with Drog. Must be something about being rank 5 that changes things. Now that I have killed him once, he takes me more seriously and starts dodging or blocking my attacks. As he launches another attack, I imagine wings on my back and give a hard flap to both dodge and get off the ground. At the same time, I imagine the sands of the arena floor turning into holy water. He lets out a scream as he sinks into the holy water and quickly dies again. As soon as he respawns, he floats into the air, so I imagine a tentacle of water grabbing him and dragging him back down into the water. With his third death, he teleports to the stands as soon as he respawns. I am about to attack him again when something tells me to dodge, so I follow my instincts. A good thing I did. A massive tentacle came out of the water and went right through where I was hovering. A beast made of darkness starts to rise out of the water, so I imagine it returning to sand. The beast is trapped but not killed. With my attention on the beast, the demon manages to hit me with more shadow bolts. They are causing me pain, but I am not seeing any damage from them. Then again, this is a soul battle, so I am not sure how it works. I realize this is the first time I've actually been hit in the Soulscape. Even against Drog, I never got hit. I guess the damage will accumulate until I die and respawn smaller, just like a demon. I really don't want to know what that will feel like. Wanting to deal with both of them, I create a downpour of holy water that hits everywhere in the Soulscape, except where I am. The beast doesn't seem bothered by it, but I hear the demon scream somewhere behind me. Since holy water doesn't work, let's try some lightning. And since everything is soaked, even a close hit will cause damage. Thousands of lightning bolts fall every second. The beast dies after a few hits, and the demon keeps dying over and over. This time, I am not taking any chances. I keep the holy water and lightning going until the demon is completely destroyed. End Soulscape. Core upgrade progress. 40% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 50% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 60% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 70% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 80% plus 10 DP core upgrade progress. 90% plus 10 DP. Ah, so close to rank 6. When I open my eyes, I am surprised to see I am holding the hero by the throat still. He didn't turn to ashes. Realizing he must not have been a corpse, I release him, letting him fall to the ground. Not counting the large slash across his chest, he still looks terrible. Hero gasps, "Thank you," and dies. Hopefully with the demon dead, the hero's soul is free and he can rest in peace. Although, knowing the shadow demons can take over someone who is still alive is valuable information. But that is for later. Now I need to see what is going on with the battle. Bones has gained a level. Well, Bones is doing well at least. As I look around, I quickly realize it will be over soon. The controlled soldiers that didn't just collapse are standing dazed and being cut down quickly. Bones and the rebels are just slaughtering the enemy. There is no mercy being offered. Since I have no idea if someone who was controlled for this long can even recover, I don't worry about it. Mercy is a good leader. I am sure she thought through the possibilities and decided on this route after careful consideration. The rebels probably don't have the resources to care for that many enemy wounded anyway. Drogmaster. Master. I ranked up. I am back to rank 2 now. That is good, Drog. I made it to rank 5, almost rank 6. Did you leave any of the shadow demons alive? Drog, no. Master, just like you ordered, I killed every single one. All right, good job. Drog, I'm going to go find Isabella. Why are you obsessed with her? Drog, she has the biggest boobs out of everyone. I just shake my head and cut contact with Drog. I can't help but compare him to a trucker friend from my last life, the biggest pervert I ever met. Now that the battle is mostly over, Mercy rides towards me. She looks tired but happy. From the blood covering her, it is obvious she didn't sit back and watch the fight like most nobles would. Mercy says, "Ash, are you all right?" "Yes, Princess." "I am completely fine." Mercy says, "That is good. I am glad you are all right. It was an overwhelming victory thanks to you." "How are the casualties on our side?" Mercy says, "Very light. Almost like we fought a skirmish instead of a battle where we were outnumbered. Good. This should really hurt the king." Mercy says, "Absolutely. This was half his army. He will be enraged and probably scared." Good. Then he will make mistakes. Mercy says hopefully he will, but we will worry about that tomorrow. Now it is time to celebrate. Walking back to the camp, we are unable to talk due to the loud singing of the soldiers. I was expecting Mercy to invite us all to her tent to celebrate, but instead, she and her commanders are wandering the camp. They are talking with people, even the lowest of the soldiers. Mercy really is a good commander. Not wanting to socialize much, I tell the others to go enjoy themselves and find a nice, quiet tree to lean against. Watching the festivities from a distance is far less bothersome for me. Even from here, I can hear a lot of the conversations and other things going on. It is enough to distract me so I don't notice a big bird before it lands on my shoulder. Brother Raven says, "Stay your blade warrior. I come bearing a message." Chapter 168. A Talking Raven. "Who are you and what do you want with me?" Brother Raven says. "Yes, I am a raven and I can talk. I came looking for you because I was asked to deliver a message to you." "Who is the message from?" Brother Raven says. "It is from Great Mother Wolf, the ruler of the Northern Forest. I've never met her. How does she even know of me?" Brother Raven says, "Word of you has spread farther than you might think." "All right, so what does she want from me?" Brother Raven says, "She wants you to save her daughter." "Her daughter? Why me?" Brother Raven says, "Because you are the goddess's champion, and because you are an advanced beast like us." "So this Great Mother Wolf is an advanced beast?" Brother Raven says, "Yes, she is a sacred beast and master of the Northern Forest." "Well, I'd be willing to talk to her, but it will take me weeks to get there." Brother Raven says arrangements have already been made. If you agree, we can be there in 2 days. All right, I'll admit I am curious. I can afford a week or so delay before going to Ilium. Just let me tell the others where I am going. "I assume the arrangements are for me only?" Brother Raven says. "That is correct. I will come for you at dawn." With that, the raven launches from my shoulder and flies off into the forest. At least now I know why it felt like I was being watched for the past couple of days. Guess I need to let everyone know I am going off on a side adventure for a few days. "Drog, I am leaving for a week or so. Do you want to come with me or stay here?" "Drog, I'll stay here with Isabella. I've agreed to help train up her summons." "All right, damn pervert." Out of everyone, Miria is the most disappointed that she can't go with me, but that isn't too surprising. Next, I need to tell the rebels since I will be leaving my people with them while I am gone. The odds of the king making another move soon are very low. It will take time to recover from the recent losses. In fact, since the rebels suffered so few losses, now is a good time for them to go on the offensive. My people helping them will allow them to get some more experience, which will benefit me in the long run. Besides, I am fairly sure they won't be able to go into the temples with me, so they should get used to fighting separately from me anyway. Mercy says, "Are you sure about this?" "Not completely, but I can't resist my curiosity." Mercy says, Sigh. "Yes, I know the saying, but don't worry, I won't die." Mercy says, "We will be using the forest as our base of operations for a while, so when you return, look for us here. Zamart has already sent word to Ilium, and they are prepared to receive you whenever." "All right, many thanks, Princess," Mercy says. "I really wish you would remember to call me Mercy." Sorry. I will try to remember." After seeing Mercy, I head for my tent to get some sleep. Dawn comes early. When I wake up just before dawn, I end up having to carefully work my way out of the pile of girls. When I head outside, I immediately spot Brother Raven sitting on a branch on the edge of the forest. Brother Raven says, "Ready to go?" "Sure, so how are we traveling?" Just then, the trees behind Brother Raven move. I can't believe my eyes as a huge tiger suddenly appears. He is easily twice the size of a horse, and his coloration is what allowed me to miss something that big. Instead of the coloring I'd expect on a tiger, he is green with brown stripes. Brother Raven says, "This is the lord of this forest. He has agreed to carry you." The huge tiger steps closer and lowers his head to sniff at me. His head is as big as my chest. An eye almost as big as my head stares at me from about a foot away. I am really glad to see intelligence in that eye. This creature is something I never want to fight. My instincts are telling me to submit. Great Tree Tiger says, "What an interesting little mortal." Brother Raven says, "I told you he was. He would have great potential if his fate wasn't already sealed." Great Tree Tiger says, "Come, little mortal, climb up on my back." We have a vast distance to cover. I will admit to being quite nervous as I climb up on the tiger's back. As soon as I touch him, I get a measure of his power. If I am not wrong, he is at least rank 10. Just what are these sacred beasts? How can something this powerful live in this forest and no one knows about it? Then again, he was a few feet from me and I couldn't see or sense him, and if he simply eats anyone who sees him, no news would spread. I immediately regret thinking of that. I just have to trust that whatever deal was reached will be kept. Great Tree Tiger says, "Hold on tight, little mortal. We will be going very fast." Obediently, I grab 2 fistfuls of fur in a death grip and crouch as low along his back as I can. As soon as he starts moving, my strength is tested to the limit just to keep holding on. The only comparison I can make to his speed would be that of a fighter jet. No wonder Brother Raven said it would take us less than 2 days to cross half the kingdom, yet he is flying alongside easily. He only flaps his wings here and there, just seeming to glide along without a care. I can't help but wonder if I will be this powerful if I reach the same rank. Soon my hands and arms are aching from holding on, yet the tiger doesn't even seem to be exerting himself. The scenery is so blurred by speed that I can't even tell when we leave the forest. It is like going down a tunnel of green. I was expecting we would stop once night fell, but apparently we are not stopping till we get there. My arms have long since gone numb, and I am not sure I will be able to let go of the tiger's fur when we finally stop. Neither the tiger or Raven bothered to say anything the entire trip, so I am left to my own thoughts. I can't help wondering what my curiosity has gotten me into this time. I am not sure if I dozed off or if my mind just went numb, but the next thing I know, we are stopping. We are in a different forest clearing in front of a large cave. It takes me several minutes to force my hands to release the death grip on the tiger's fur. When I finally manage to let go, I fall straight to the ground and end up sitting because my legs won't hold me. Without a word, the tiger turns and runs off back the way we came. He doesn't even seem winded after running for 2 days straight. Brother Raven has landed on a tree branch and is just watching me with a glint of amusement in his eyes. After a few minutes of flexing my arms and legs, the numbness is replaced by pins and needles. When that fades, I finally get to my feet and have a look around. As soon as I look towards the cave, I realize there is a big wolf laying just inside watching me. Chapter 169. As soon as our eyes meet, she gets to her feet and walks out of the cave. She is almost as big as the tiger, and if anything, she feels even more dangerous. Her silver fur gives her an appearance of great age and dignity, yet she moves like a young wolf, every step full of restrained power. Great Mother Wolf says, "Thank you for answering my call, young one. It is an honor to meet you, Great Mother Wolf. How can I help you?" Great Mother Wolf says, "A while ago, my daughter and several human heroes went into an old abandoned fortress. They have yet to return, and I am concerned for my daughter's safety." "An old abandoned fortress? Can you tell me more?" Great Mother Wolf says, "It dates back to the ancient empire. What do you know of it?" "Quite a bit, actually. If it is a fortress this far north that fell, was it due to the Civil War or the dragon's rage that it fell?" Great Mother Wolf says, "Oh, you do know quite a bit. It fell during the Civil War, and it was never cleaned up. The massive amount of rotting corpses caused the area to become cursed." "Ah, so it is overrun with the undead." Great Mother Wolf says, "Yes, exactly. The group of heroes had a paladin and a priest, so I thought it would be a good place for them to grow stronger. All right, I have experience dealing with the undead, so I should be able to handle it. Not to be rude, but is there going to be a reward for my help?" Great Mother Wolf says yes. "If you save my daughter, I will help you twice. Once in the Small War and again in the Demon War. You are quite knowledgeable yourself." "Very well, I accept your request." Great Mother Wolf says, "Good, thank you. Brother Raven will guide you to the fortress." "All right, I will leave right away." Once Brother Raven indicates the direction I take off at full speed, since I already know he is way faster than I am. After riding the tiger, running may be a lot slower, but it feels much better. Brother Raven easily matches my speed and floats just a little ahead of me to show the way. "Brother Raven, at my speed, how long will it take to get there?" Brother Raven says, 3, maybe 4 days. "Will you be going inside with me?" Brother Raven says, "No, I am used to the open sky. Small, cramped places do not suit me." "Fair enough. pushing myself as much as I can. We arrive at the fortress early in the evening of the third day. Outside, we find a lot of destroyed skeletons and zombies. It doesn't look like the heroes had any problems before entering. Day or night won't matter once I am inside. So I meditate for a couple of hours to recover, and then head inside. Brother Raven is going to wait outside. If I run into something I can't handle, I will retreat outside, and he will help me. The great doors of the fortress are standing open, so I walk right in. Signs of battle damage are all over the place. Once inside, I find more evidence of destroyed undead. Following the signs leads me to a second gate. The first gate didn't show much in the way of damage. This gate and the portcullis in front of it, however, have a hole burned right through them. It does not look like recent damage, so it must have happened when the fortress fell. After walking through the hole, I don't even have to duck. I find myself in a small courtyard. Opposite me there is another gate, and there are openings on the left and right. I head through the left opening first. It turns out to have been a stable. A quick check shows nothing of interest until I get to the last stall. Inside is a statue. The statue is of a four-legged lizard. Maybe they used these as mounts back in the ancient empire. It looks like it was quite a fierce beast. But why would they make a statue of it? After finding nothing else, I head across the courtyard to check the right side opening. Beyond the opening is a large empty room. Whatever was in here has long rotted away. It might have been a warehouse, or maybe a barracks, no real way to tell. With nothing else to do, I head through the third gate. The doors are completely gone. Maybe they were blown up. After passing through the gate, I have my first encounter with some undead. 10 skeletons move to attack me, remembering my last encounter and my conversation with Ruby. I don't bother to draw blitz. I simply use my fists. Each punch turns a skeleton's skull into fragments. After dealing with the skeletons, I take a look around. I am in another courtyard. This one is much bigger, though. Other than the gate I passed through, there are 2 openings on each of the other walls. Since I prefer to be methodical, I start with the first opening on the left, which turns out to have a bunch of zombies inside. After dealing with the zombies, the same way as the skeletons, I find that I am in a hallway with a bunch of rooms on the left side of it. It looks like these were personal quarters from the size of them, but again, nothing has survived the passage of time. Moving on to the second opening, I find a similar arrangement. Although the room at the end of the hallway is slightly bigger and has something still in it. It is a large bed, and just from looking at it, I can tell it is enchanted. This must have been the room of someone rich and important. Imagine having the money to spare to have a bed enchanted. Then again, the old empire did have a lot more magic, so maybe it isn't so unusual. If I had a way to, I would definitely take the bed with me, but even if it might have fit, my pouch is already full. The dust on the floor of the room has already been disturbed, so the heroes probably found it as well. I guess it wouldn't fit in their inventory since it is still here. After studying the bed for a minute, I can tell it is enchanted for comfort and good rest. And it is big enough for me and all the girls. If I can find a way to move it, I will come back for it, but since I don't need sleep right now, I move on. Next, I move into the first opening on the wall opposite the gate. From the stands and racks, I am pretty sure this was an armory, but it is empty of weapons and armor now. I wonder if they found it this way, or if the heroes emptied it out. Moving on to the next opening, I follow a short hallway which then opens into a large room. A room full of statues. Walking around looking at them, I realize one of the statues is familiar. It is that hero I let go, Justin. Another of the statues is a large wolf. Is this the daughter I am looking for? Hearing a sound of movement behind me, I draw blitz and spin around while at the same time closing my eyes. With thoughts of a Medusa or something similar, I put my faith in my hearing. Steps getting closer. It has 4 legs. A dragging sound would indicate a tail. It suddenly sounds very familiar. Could it be another basilisk? That would explain why the heroes are all statues, but killing the basilisk won't return them to normal. Well, the first thing is to kill the thing without opening my eyes. Chapter 170. At the next sound of movement, I lunge with blitz. It hits, but the feel is not what I was expecting. It feels like I hit bone, but without going through anything else first. But since I can't open my eyes to check, I back off and wait. Hearing it moving towards me again, I set my footing and use pierce. I feel pierce tear through something hard and hear pieces of something hitting the floor. Shortly after I hear the thing collapse to the floor, I carefully walk over and kick it, then jump back. Hearing no reaction, I carefully open one eye to look and see what is going on. What I see is the skeleton of a basilisk laying on the floor with its skull split in half. So it was an undead basilisk. That is wrong in so many ways. Well, that is one part of the problem solved. Now, I just need to figure out how to restore them. Maybe if I finish exploring this place, I will find something useful. If not, I will probably have to ask the goddesses for help. The room I am in has 5 other doors besides the way I came in. But first, I will go back and check the other 2 openings in the last courtyard. A few minutes later, I know they mirror the hallways on the other side, and there are nothing but empty rooms. Returning to the big room the heroes are in, it looks to be either a meeting room or maybe a dining hall. Again, starting from the left, I find a big room that was a kitchen with a few skeletons in it. I know it was a kitchen because the enchanted ovens are still here. The room next to it turns out to be large but empty, probably storage for the kitchen. Moving to the other side of the dining hall, the first door I check leads into another empty room, which looks like maybe another barracks. The other door on that side turns out to be locked. Remembering I still haven't made any lockpicks, I kick the door into splinters. As soon as I do, dozens of zombies and skeletons come rushing out to attack me. Dealing with them is not even a workout for me. I simply swing my fists a few times, and they are destroyed. Behind them, however, is something different. I can't tell if it is a skeleton or a zombie, because it is wearing full plate armor. It is wielding a sword and a kite shield, which along with the armor is all enchanted. Having experience with the ancient empire's enchanted items, I really don't want to destroy them. So I wait until it swings its sword at me and dodge to the side. Then, before it can recover, I move in close. Grabbing the helmet and tearing it off reveals that it is a skeleton-type undead. Since my hands are full with the helmet, I headbutt the skeleton and shatter its skull. Once it has collapsed, I retrieve the armor, sword, and shield and move them into the dining hall. Going back and checking the room reveals that it is now empty and was once probably a barracks as well. That just leaves the last door, which should lead deeper into the mountain. I am really starting to wonder about this place. It isn't designed like a fortress meant to control the surrounding area, but more like it guards something. Either way, the only way to learn more is to go deeper into the fortress. I hope some records have survived, so I can satisfy my curiosity. Moving to the last door in the dining hall, I find it is also locked. But unlike the others, it is a steel door and seems to be barred from the other side. The door doesn't show any signs of damage. Did the enemy not make it this far? The door isn't enchanted, so I use my claws to get a grip on it and start exerting my strength. The door itself holds, but after a minute, the surrounding rock crumbles and gives way so that I tear the door, frame and all, out of the wall. When I toss it aside and take a look, I find a long corridor filled wall to wall with undead. Bones appears and starts attacking without having to be told what to do. Between us, every single undead that steps through the doorway is destroyed immediately. Some of the undead are wearing armor and wielding weapons, but even those are no real challenge. The only thing the undead have is numbers. They just keep coming no matter how many we kill. Over the next hour, Bones and I destroy at least 1,000 undead as they come through the doorway. Bones as an undead has unlimited stamina, but by the time the last undead is destroyed, I am exhausted. Bones, I need to go rest. I want you to guard this doorway until I come back. Also, pick out all the magic weapons and armor from the pile and put them over there. Bones just nods to me and starts picking through the pile of undead. I walk off and head back to that nice magic bed and collapse on it. In both this life so far and all of my old life, I can't remember ever sleeping so well. My determination to take the bed with me goes up a few notches. After examining the bed a bit more thoroughly, I decide that it can't contain any more magic without exploding. So adding a shrink enchant like I did to the forge won't work. That means I will need to find either an object that can hold it or something that will shrink it. When I return to the dining hall, there is a big pile of magical gear next to the heroes. All the zombie bodies have been moved into one of the empty rooms, but there are no bones from the skeletons. Bones is standing facing the doorway, keeping watch as if he hasn't moved since I left. Bones, did you eat all the skeletons? The only response I get is a happy chatter from Bones, which I am assuming means yes. Not that I really mind. If he gets stronger, that is a good thing. After using the old kitchen to make some breakfast, I take Bones with me and head down the long corridor behind the doorway. The corridor is completely straight and empty. Nothing to hide behind. Enemies would lose a lot of men here. This place was definitely designed to protect something. The question now is what was so important. At the end of the corridor is another room split by a waist-high wall with another reinforced door behind it. Again, this room is designed solely for defense and to cost invaders numbers. The thought and strategy that went into this place is quite impressive. After hopping over the wall to check the door, I find it is also barred from the other side. Bones, be ready. There will probably be more enemies behind the door. As I rip the door from the wall, Bones takes a battle stance. Even before I can put the door down, he is attacking. There are far fewer undead this time, but they are much stronger. It seems that all of them are skeletal knights, and their equipment is much better than the previous stuff. Bones, try to not destroy their equipment. We end up working together on each one. Bones holds it in place until I can get its helm off. Then Bones finishes it off. Luckily, there are only 20 of the skeletal knights, but it still takes us a half hour to defeat them all. Then, as I remove and pile up their gear, Bones eats their bones. Bones has gained a level. How come? He gained a level after eating them, instead of defeating them. Human bones, no matter how old, shouldn't be that powerful. Was it because they were high-level undead? Following the corridor behind the door brings us into a small round room with 7 exits besides the one we enter through. This is worrisome. It looks like the beginning of a maze, which would make sense from a defensive point of view. Exploring all of it is going to take more time than I had planned on spending in here. Chapter 171. Well, no sense in wasting time worrying about it. Choosing the first passage on the left, I get started. The passage twists and turns, and there are many branches and side passages, most of which are dead ends. I am walking carefully because I expect there to be traps. But so far, I haven't found any. Then again, during peace, the soldiers stationed here would use these passages, so traps wouldn't be practical. As a defensive measure, it would be enough to split up the enemy and make them vulnerable to ambush tactics. Although Bones and I come across several undead wandering the maze, we don't encounter anything really dangerous. It just takes about 10 hours to figure out and explore the maze and find the exit, which happens to be hidden behind a moving wall, and is a spiral staircase going down. My best guess is we have gone down about 100 feet when we come to the bottom. Before me lies a massive cavern. There are some buildings close to the stairs, but the rest seems to be natural. Upon a closer look, I see several tunnels leading out of the cavern, but they seem to go further down. Is this a mine? Is that what this fortress was protecting? Exploring the buildings first, I quickly figure out what this place was. The biggest building was for smelting and refining ore. Several other buildings were obviously for storage. The last seems to have been living quarters. On the top floor of the living quarters, I finally find something still intact. It seems to have been an office, as there is a desk still facing what would have been a window. On that desk is a book. It is written in the ancient language and seems to have been a diary. Checking the rest of the desk, I find a key, but I haven't seen any keyholes, so I put it aside for the moment. The diary seems to have been written by the last commander, so I flip to the end of the book. Day 239. We seal the second to last gate today. The mages are holding a shield over it, but they won't last long against the constant attacks. Day 256. For some reason, the enemy has stopped attacking. It might be a trick, so we are staying locked tight for now. Still no word on reinforcements. Day 311. We lost the gate today, not to the enemy, but to the undead. We had stored our fallen in a storeroom, and they suddenly burst out and attacked. I had to order the last gate sealed, trapping hundreds of my men with those things. Day 346. It is over. Even my best knights have fallen to the undead. It is only a matter of time until they reach us down here. If anyone from the Empire finds this, know that we fought to the very last. Everything that could be saved has been locked in the vault. Long live the Empire! That is the last entry. The soldiers of the Empire were certainly brave and dedicated men. Now, if only I knew where this vault is hidden. My curiosity is burning to see what they protected. Besides, the Empire is long gone. No reason to leave something buried down here doing no one any good. I start by carefully searching the office again, including the walls, looking for secret walls. After 2 hours of fruitless effort, I finally remember there is an easier way. I found a monocle that shows secrets. I quickly grab it out of the pouch and hold it up to my eye and look around. There are no secrets in the office, but this will make searching the rest of the place much easier. Then a thought disturbs my search. What happened to the bodies of the commander and his men? My next thought is that it is going to appear behind me because I thought of it like in a horror movie. A quick look behind me puts that thought to rest, but then I hear a sound from outside. I rush over to the window and look out, only to see a massive beast that looks like it is made up of hundreds of corpses. Just looking at it turns my stomach. I really wish Ruby was here so she could throw a couple of fireballs at it. I can't tell if it has legs or not, but it looks like a 30-foot tall pile of corpses that decided to get up and move around. I am not even sure how to fight something like that. Hiding may be the best choice right now. It seems to be moving aimlessly, so I crouch down out of sight and wait for it to move on. Once it is gone, I go back to searching. I quietly check the rest of the building using the monocle. When I find nothing, I check outside to make sure it is clear before moving to the next building. I check each building from top to bottom, but I don't find a single secret until I finally check the smelting building. According to the monocle, there is a secret underneath one of the blast furnaces. Since I can't see any kind of switch anywhere, I try pushing the furnace to see if it moves. Of course, it is the fourth side that I try pushing on that finally moves the thing. Unfortunately, I was so focused on trying to move the thing that I didn't think about what would happen when it moved. So as an ear-splitting squeal echoes around the huge room, I cringe and cover my sensitive ears. Shortly, a roar answers from outside. Guess I failed at hiding from the thing. The massive double doors of the building explode inwards as a huge tentacle made of corpses thrusts into the room. It starts blindly slamming around looking for something to kill. Bones attacks it, but it doesn't react to his cut. I quickly move over next to Bones and draw Blitz. Then I set my feet and use the chop form. About 10 feet of the tentacle are sliced off. It falls to the ground but doesn't stop moving. The corpses that make up the fallen part of the tentacle get up and start walking towards me. Now that they are separated from the main body, they look like normal zombies. Bones aim for the heads. Bones has gotten pretty good at dealing with zombies, so I leave them to him and take a look outside. The corpse mound is right outside the door, so I quickly duck back inside. The upper half of one of the corpses that I cut in half when I cut the tentacle crawls over towards me and tries to bite my leg. I casually stomp on its head as I take another peek outside. The corpse mound seems to be forming a tentacle again. I need some way to kill the pile. I can't just wait and let it do whatever it wants. A sword really isn't the best weapon for dealing with this kind of thing, but I do have another option I can try. Chapter 172, Lightning Aura. As soon as I activate the ability, lightning surrounds my body in Blitz. The lightning courses up and down my body, making all of my fur stand on end and tickling me like crazy. It is a really weird feeling, and it is going to take some getting used to. Before it can wear off, I go around the door frame and start cutting my way into the corpse mound. Everywhere the lightning touches, body parts explode. Blitz leads the way, but as I push further into the mound, more and more corpses explode. It is strange that the battle is so silent. The corpses don't make a sound as they die. The only sounds are the crackle of the lightning and the occasional pop as something explodes. It may not be as effective as fire, but it seems to be working just fine. Suddenly, the corpse mound falls apart, and all the zombies start getting to their feet. Bones and I make fairly quick work of them now that they are just a bunch of zombies. A chattering sound makes me turn to look at Bones. He is staring at me and keeps chattering. After a minute, I realize he is laughing at me and take a look at myself, with my fur still standing on end and covered in zombie gore. I guess I am a real sight. It makes me glad Bones is the only one here with me. If the girls saw me like this, I would never hear the end of it. As I walk back into the building, I take out the cleaning stone and use it on myself. When I get back to the furnace, I find a trapdoor with a keyhole was hidden beneath it. Taking out the key I found in the commander's office, I try it and succeed in unlocking the door. To my surprise, when I open the door instead of stairs leading down, I find just a small space with a single backpack. The backpack is big. On a human, it would cover the entire back. But it is just a single bag. After using the monocle to check for traps or other secrets, I grab the backpack and lift it out. This small space really doesn't fit the description of a vault. But after opening the backpack, I understand. Like my pouch, the backpack is a bag of holding, just a much bigger version. With my pouch, if I look inside, I will see nothing but black. But with the backpack, when I look inside, I see all sorts of things. They are just tiny. There are piles of what looks like ore, but they are small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. When I try to take one out, a virtual river of ore comes out of the backpack and forms a pile in front of me. It looks to be about 2 tons or so of ore, and there are hundreds more piles in the backpack. If this place was a major mine, that somewhat explains why there would be a fortress protecting it. Although a simple mine doesn't explain such a massive fortress, there must be something more to it. After picking up a piece of ore to take a look, I realize it is iron, but there is something more to it. It is not only very high-quality ore, but there is a feeling of magic to it. If this is the source of the ore the Empire used for their magical weapons, then everything makes sense. If each pile is a couple of tons, then this backpack contains several hundred tons. That is enough to supply a nation for years. Even just a quarter of what is in here would supply the rebellion completely. Not to mention, this bag can easily hold that bed I found, and all the gear that is piled up upstairs. When I think about putting the ore back into the bag, it all gets sucked in by the bag without me having to lift a finger. I really like this bag. Several minutes pass as I check out the other things in the bag. But unfortunately, while there is some nice gear, there is nothing that will help with the heroes. Guess it is time for Plan B. So I take the backpack and head back upstairs with Bones following me. Once I get back to the dining hall, I put the pile of gear into the backpack. Then I go and get the bed as well. Once that is done, I move into the middle of the heroes and kneel down. Create Soulscape. Saronia, I invite you to my Soulscape. While I wait for Saronia, I sit back in a comfy chair and listen to some music. Just for fun, I change the Soulscape to a cityscape from the old world with traffic and everything. For a time, it feels nostalgic, but after a bit, it reminds me of everything I hated from my old life, and I banish it, Saronia says. Well, that was interesting. Ah, sorry I didn't notice you arriving, Saronia says. Was that a city from your old world? Yes, I was feeling a bit nostalgic, but it is past now, Saronia says. You will still have the option to go back once this is all over. No, that will never be my choice. I am done with that world. I will never go back. Saronia says, all right, well, you still have 2 other choices. Yeah, I am aware. Anyway, I called you to ask for your help with something, Saronia says. What do you need? I need a way to undo petrification, Saronia says. Is Layla with you? I will grant her the power. Unfortunately, no, I came here on my own, Saronia says. That makes things more difficult. Can you grant me the power temporarily? Saronia says. I could, but as a demon, channeling holy power would very likely kill you. Okay, that doesn't sound pleasant, Saronia says. Give me a minute to think. Sure. Tea. Saronia says, yes, please. It doesn't have to be permanent. I just need to free 5 people and a wolf. Saronia says, invite my sister. I think I remember her having an item that would do the trick. Krenosha, I invite you to my Soulscape. Krenosha says, hello, Ash, sister. What is up? Saronia says, Ash needs to remove petrification from some people. I vaguely remember you had something that could do that. Krenosha says, yes, I think I still have it. Have what? Krenosha says, it is an item from the old empire. It has charges of remove petrification. Saronia says, do you remember how many uses it has left? Krenosha says, maybe 5 or 6. What is going to happen if they all get used up? Krenosha says, the item will turn to ash, nothing major. Are you okay with that? Krenosha says yes, it has just sat collecting dust since the old days. Saronia says if it can help you, then it is fine. Ash, you are our hope and our responsibility, Krenosha says. Although, I am curious, petrification is fairly rare. What have you been up to? Some heroes ran into an undead basilisk. If I can save them, I will gain allies for the battles to come. Cronotia says, "That is well worth the cost of one old item. I will send it to you as soon as I leave." Thank you. Thank you both, Saronia says. Is there anything else you need? No, not right now, Saronia says. Okay, then I will take my leave. Good seeing you, Ash. Good to see you too, Saronia. Cronosia says, I will leave as well. As soon as the soulscape ends, expect one of my servants to arrive with the item. Please don't kill it. All right, Cronosia. Thank you. And Soulscape, Chapter 173. When I open my eyes, I quickly see that I am not alone. There is a red-skinned imp staring at me. I start to reach for Blitz, but then remember what Cronotia said and relax. It has small wings and a large set of teeth. But despite that, its appearance is more comical than threatening. Hello. It gives me what I am assuming is a smile and holds out something about the size of a ruler wrapped in cloth. I take it from the imp and unwrap it to find a long wooden wand. It is rough and twisty and surprisingly heavy. Thank you. The imp vanishes in a puff of smoke and I look around at the heroes trying to decide who to release first. After a minute, I decide to free the wolf first. After all, that is my mission. The heroes are just bonuses. Besides, Cronotia wasn't sure how many charges were left in this thing, so I will prioritize just in case it runs out. As I touch the wand to the wolf, I feel a strong surge of magic from within the wand, and the wolf is instantly back to normal. I was expecting a gradual release rather than instant. This wand is more powerful than I thought it would be. The wolf staggers a little as it is freed, and after a quick look around, it whines at me and then licks the hand of the young woman that was standing beside it. When I see the plea in those strange but beautiful silver eyes, I can't even think about saying no. So I touch the young woman with the wand. She is freed instantly and collapses. The young wolf catches her to keep her from completely falling to the floor. Amelia says, "Oh, thank you, Silveria. What happened? Ah, what are you?" "I am Ash. Nice to meet you." Amelia says, "Oh, I am sorry. My name is Amelia, but you can call me Emmy. And this is Silveria. Hello, Emmy and Silveria." Amelia says, "Thank you for saving us. Can you save my friends as well?" "I can try. I am not sure how many charges are left in the wand. Which of your friends should I save first?" Amelia says, "Probably her. That is Rachel, our priest. If you run out of charges, maybe she can help the others." "All right, I will free her. Please be ready to catch her. I don't think she would react well to waking up in my arms." Emmy and Silveria move to stand on either side of Rachel. Then Emmy gives me a nod to say she is ready. I reach out and touch the wand to Rachel to free her. Like Emmy, Rachel's legs collapse as soon as she is freed, but Emmy and Silveria manage to catch her. Rachel says, "What happened?" Amelia says, "We were turned to stone, but this guy has freed us." Rachel says, "Thank you." "Wait, aren't you the beast man the king wants dead?" "Yes, the king wants me dead almost as much as I want to kill him." Rachel says, "Well then, that should at least mean we aren't enemies." Amelia says, "No, he saved us. We can be friends. Silveria likes him too." "Emmy, who should I save next?" Amelia says, Justin? Heh, all right." His reaction should be interesting. As I move towards Justin, Emmy quickly moves to his side, and after a second, Rachel moves to his other side. When I free Justin, Emmy and Rachel catch him, but he regains his footing fairly fast. Yet when he sees me, he jumps so bad he almost knocks both of them over. Justin says, "You?" "Yes, me." Justin says, "What is going on? Why are you here?" "I am here to save Silveria at her mother's request," Amelia says. "You met Mother Wolf." "Yes, she summoned me to her forest and asked me to come save her daughter." Amelia says, "Wait, she summoned you." "Well, she sent Brother Raven to fetch me. He is waiting outside in case I need help." Justin says, "Why would you be treated differently than us? We didn't even get to meet them." "Probably because I am not human, I guess." Rachel says, "Forget that for a minute. Can you free our other two friends?" "I can free one more, maybe both. I am not sure how much is left in the wand." Amelia says, "Free Coco next." Rachel says, "Why not Giles?" Amelia says, "Because Coco is more useful if we have to carry Giles out of here and find someone to free him." Emmy said, "You were a priest. Can you remove petrification?" Rachel says, "Actually, I am a cleric, not a priest. And no, I am not strong enough to remove petrification. Which deity do you serve?" Rachel says, "None. I don't believe in gods." "Would you like to meet too?" Rachel says, "Huh? Never mind, we can talk about it later. For now, I will free Coco, and if the wand survives, I will free Giles." Amelia says, "Okay." Amelia and Rachel take position on either side of Coco, and then I touch her with the wand. Unlike the others, she doesn't fall down. She finds her feet instantly upon being freed. Before I or anyone can move, she has drawn and thrown 2 daggers which stick in the armor over my chest with a thud. Amelia says, "Coco." "No, he isn't an enemy." Luckily, the daggers did no damage. They may have pierced my armor, but not my skin. Her reaction speed is truly impressive, though. I would say she is the most dangerous hero I have seen so far. Her aura is also the strongest I have seen, and while it isn't completely pure, it is enough to reassure me that she is a good person. Coco says, "Door." The others look confused and look around for a minute before they notice the door Coco is talking about. To think she is the only one who noticed the door has been opened. She must have gone through some form of training even before being summoned. Justin says, "Wait, that wasn't open before. We couldn't find a way to open it." Amelia says, "It looks like it was ripped from the wall, frame and all." "Ah, actually, I opened it. I was looking to see if there was anything in here that could free all of you." Rachel says, "So you found that wand. Lucky." "No, I didn't find anything to help in here. I ended up asking the goddesses for help. Cronotia gave me the wand." Justin says, "You talked to gods." Chapter 174. Just the twin goddesses, Cronotia and Saronia. Rachel says, "Wait, you are saying they are real? And you have spoken with them?" "Yes, later I can arrange for you to meet them if you want." Rachel says, let me think about it." Coco says Giles. "Oh, right?" I walk over and get ready to free Giles, yet no one moves to catch him. With a shrug, I free him and watch as he collapses to the floor. To my surprise, the wand is still intact, although its aura has gotten very weak. Giles says, "Oof, what happened?" Rachel says, "We were all petrified by that thing. Ash here saved us." Giles says, "Wait, that pile of bones petrified us? How?" "It was an undead basilisk." Justin says, "How do you know that?" "I recognized it because I've run into a basilisk before." Giles says, "So how exactly did you avoid being petrified?" "After I saw your statues, when I heard movement, I closed my eyes." Rachel says, "You fought the thing blind." "Basically, yeah, it is the only way to fight it safely." "Didn't you ever watch any of the movies that had Medusa in them?" Giles says, "Oh, yeah, now that I think of it, I did. But didn't they use reflections to fight?" "Yeah, but I didn't have a shiny shield handy." Amelia says, "Ha ha!" "Well, either way, thank you for saving us even though you only came for Silveria." "You are welcome. Although it is not like Silveria would have left without you," Justin says. "So, what is the plan now?" "Well, I have to at least take Silveria back to her mother to show I completed the task. After that, it is up to you what you want to do," Justin says. "Is there any point in us continuing to explore this place?" "Well, I am pretty sure I killed all the undead, so probably not," Justin says. "All right, if you will excuse us for a bit, we will discuss what we want to do." "Sure. I wonder if I should return the wand to Cronosia. It definitely only has one use left, and she didn't really seem to care about it. I guess I can keep it in case I need it. Wait, wasn't there a statue in the stables? Was it really a statue?" While the heroes are talking, I walk back out to go back to the stables. Once there, I quickly move to the last stall and take a closer look at the statue. It is a 4-legged lizard, kind of looks like a raptor with extra legs. It is about 7 feet at the shoulder, and even with the scales I can tell it is heavily muscled. The details of the statue are far too good and lifelike for this to be just a statue. The question is, if I free it, is it going to attack me, or is it domesticated? If I end up having to kill it, that would be a waste of the wand. But it looks big enough and strong enough that I could ride it. My recent ride on the Great Tiger has shown me the benefits of increased mobility. If this thing is faster than me, it would help out a lot. Besides, from the looks of those teeth and claws, it would definitely be a combat mount. Maybe I should wait and ask Emmy to help me? From how she acts with Silveria, it looks like she has an animal type ability or class. Come to think of it, I know that Justin is a paladin and Rachel is a cleric, but I didn't ask what the others are. Knowing what they are capable of could end up being important if we run into a fight on our way back. With that in mind, I leave the stables and head back to the dining hall. When I get there, I see the heroes sitting and talking still. Deciding I should be polite and let them finish talking, I sit against the wall by the door, well out of earshot. Silveria spots me and comes over. Once in front of me, she lowers her head in the animal equivalent of a bow. I offer her my hand palm up, and she raises her head to sniff and then lick my hand. Once the greeting is over, she moves next to me and sits down, so I start idly petting her while waiting for the heroes to finish their discussion. After about half an hour, Justin waves me over, so I get up in Silveria and I walk over to the group. Justin says, "If you don't mind, could I ask your opinion on something?" "Sure, I don't mind," Justin says. So my original plan was to cross the northern wall and fight across to the Empire's territory. I figured the Empire would be the most likely to defeat the King's plans, and I wanted to join them and help. While I have heard the Empire is powerful, I haven't heard anything about them actually mobilizing. Besides, why would you go to a foreign country instead of joining the rebellion if you want to fight the king? Justin says, honestly, from some things I heard in the capital, I didn't expect the rebels to last very long. Aren't they just a bunch of commoners who have been backed into a corner and are waiting to be wiped out? Giles says, yeah, I heard they were almost wiped out already and just survived by pure luck. They aren't much better than a bunch of bandits. Well, considering the source for your information, it is no wonder it is so bad. The rebellion is doing just fine. In fact, I was summoned just after we won a victory and wiped out an army of 10,000. Justin says, what? Giles says, how can that be? The king and his spy master have worked really hard to hide the truth. The rebellion is led by Princess Amercy. Amelia says, really? A real-life princess? Justin says, have you met her? What is she like? Yes, I have. She is a very competent leader and will make an excellent queen. Justin says, you seem to know a lot more about the situation than we do. Would you mind telling us? Sure. In the end, we sit down and cook some food. While we eat, I tell them everything I have learned about this kingdom. I also tell them some of what I have learned about the world from the goddesses. I make sure to tell them enough so that they can make educated choices instead of trusting to luck. Justin says, based on what you have told us, I am more inclined to join the rebellion. What do you guys think? Rachel says, I like the sound of that. Although, I do have a question for Ash. Have you heard anything about us returning to our world? Not specifically. The goddesses have offered to send my soul back after I die, but mine is a special case. Justin says, you make it sound like you don't want to go back. I don't. My life, there was nothing special, and I always dreamed of being summoned to another world. If given the choice, I will absolutely stay here. Giles says, I agree. Even with all that has happened, this place is much better than what I came from. Amelia says, I miss my parents, but I'd never leave Silveria now that we are bonded. Justin says, to be honest, I haven't even thought about the possibility of going home. If I were given the choice, I think I would prefer to stay here. While my old life wasn't exactly bad, this one is much more fulfilling. While I don't know if there is a way, if you want, I will ask the goddesses about it for you. Although, to be honest, if there is a way, it probably won't be available until the goddesses have regained their power. Rachel says, could you explain that part about regaining their power? That is a much longer conversation, and I am not willing to just sit around doing nothing. How about we get moving towards Mother Wolf and I will tell you about it when we camp tonight? Rachel says, sure, I can wait. Okay, before we go, I want to try to free a creature. Emmy, Do you have abilities to help calm animals or something similar? Amelia says, Yes, I started off as a tamer but have since evolved into a contractor. Perfect. Are you willing to help me? What creature are you talking about? I am sure you already saw it. The statue in the stables? Chapter 175, Amelia says. That creepy looking thing? Well, if you really want to, I will help. A normal horse can't carry me, but that thing looks like it would be able to. Giles says, I am a lancer, and I know combat mounts. I will help too. Thank you. Giles says, You saved all our lives. You don't need to thank us. It wasn't my power that saved you. It was Cronotia, so don't worry about owing me. Amelia says, It may not have been your power, but you were still the one who saved us. And from what Justin said, if you hadn't spared him, we would all have died working for an evil king. The king is an evil man, and you shouldn't underestimate him. But you should be more wary of the power that is manipulating him. Giles says, Right, that shadow demon you told us about. Yeah, Amelia says, There it is. I still say it is creepy. Giles says, I thought it was just a statue. But if that thing is real, it will be an awesome combat mount. Assuming it can be tamed, I agree. Amelia says, Judging by the teeth and the shape of the jaw, it is a strict carnivore. Having some meat handy to feed it will help. So following her advice, I take out a big chunk of drake meat and hold it in one hand, in the other I hold the wand. Amelia takes out a crude hand-carved flute and starts to play a soft, soothing song. Once the song is going, she gives me a nod, and I reach out and touch the wand to the statue. The wand instantly turns to ash in my hand after I touch it to the statue. Unlike with the heroes, the statue does not revert instantly. Instead, the brown of stone where I touched the wand slowly turns to gray. The gray moves slowly expanding from the spot I touched. It seems the petrification is lifting an inch at a time. I get the feeling of movement, but there is no wind. After looking for a minute, I realize I can see mana being sucked into the lizard. As more and more of the petrification fades, the mana intake increases until it looks like a vortex. Even when the head is completely restored, it doesn't move. The only sign the lizard is alive is that it blinks its eyes once. As the petrification recedes down the neck, I notice that the scales on the nose where I first touched are looking different. They are drying out and cracking, thinking it is due to dehydration. I take out a water pouch and pour water over the lizard's head. Giles says, What are you doing? Look at the scales on its nose. They are dry and cracking. I notice the lizard is staring at me. Its eyes look just like the drake's. Come to think of it, since I gained dragon sight, my eyes are pretty much the same. The lizard continues to meet my gaze as I pour the water over its head. I feel that the lizard is more intelligent than a normal animal. When the petrification leaves the lizard's chest, it starts breathing and tilts its head up with its mouth open so the water pours inside. As soon as it has had enough to drink, it lowers its head to sniff at the meat in my other hand. It gently takes the meat from my hand and scarfs it down, while I quickly pull another piece out of my pouch. The lizard goes through half of my remaining drake meat before it is satisfied. It makes me sad because the drake meat is so delicious, and I doubt I will ever get more. But if it means I don't have to fight the lizard, it will be worth it. By now, the petrification is almost completely gone. Only a little on the legs and tail remains. Emmy has been playing her soothing song this entire time, but the lizard hasn't looked at her or Giles. The only times its eyes have left me is when it was drinking and eating. Maybe because of my eyes, it thinks I am similar to it. Or maybe it is smart enough to understand that I am the one who freed it. I slowly hold out my hand to it, palm up. It sniffs, then licks my hand. Taking that as permission, I reach up to rub the side of its head. When I do, the dry, cracked scales crumble and fall away. Beneath them are brand new scales, which are gray with hints of red. Realizing that it was not dehydration, but shedding, I start rubbing off all the shed scales. The lizard seems to like it and keeps leaning into the rubbing, so I use a bit more strength. As I finish cleaning the face and move on to the neck, I hear Emmy's music stop. Amelia says, Looks like you don't need my help. It has already accepted you, Giles says. Maybe it was tame before it was petrified, Amelia says. No, I don't think so. It feels like it chose him. Giles says. This was a military post, so it was probably trained as a war mount. They only accept one rider. Amelia says, that would make sense, but whatever the case, it has chosen Ash. Giles says, well, if that is the case, here I found these earlier. Giles takes a grooming kit and a saddle out of his inventory and puts them on the ground. They look like they were meant for this type of creature, so I quickly take up the grooming kit and try it out. The lizard won't let Emmy or Giles near it, so they end up just telling me how to groom it properly. Thanks for all your help. I am going to take this guy outside and try riding him. Amelia says, okay, but just so you know, it is a female. Okay, thanks. I think I will name you Lizzie. DP 245 divided by 1,145. There is a sudden thunderclap, and I am left with my ears ringing and feeling dizzy. By the time it passes, the other heroes have arrived. Silveria is checking on Emmy, who is sitting on the floor. Giles also ended up on the floor, and Rachel is checking him over. Justin says, what happened? We heard an explosion. I am not sure. Amelia says, I know. Ash named Lizzie. The same thing happened when I named Silveria. You say named, but I feel you mean something different. What really happened? Amelia says. The way Mother Wolf explained it to me, a beast is not supposed to have a name, but with enough will and power we can give them a name? So what does having a name mean for a beast? Amelia says. Mother Wolf told me for a sacred beast, it means they can gain class levels. She didn't say what it does for a normal mana beast, but I would guess it makes it easier for them to become sacred beasts. A normal mana beast can evolve into a sacred beast? Amelia says. That is what Mother Wolf told me. Except for Silveria, all sacred beasts started as mana beasts. Silveria is special. Amelia says. Yes, she was born a sacred beast. Mother Wolf didn't know why, though. Interesting. Anyway, while I go take Lizzie for a trial run, why don't you all discuss your plans?